The Immortal's Wine Store. Chapter 50, Green Mountain Lake, 2. Green Mountain Lake was situated outside of Beltran City, but it was still within the territory of the Silver Wing Empire. From the name itself, Green Mountain Lake was a huge body of water that can be found on top of a mountain that ranged for thousands of miles. Up until now, no one knew how the huge lake came to be, but there were myths on how it was formed. Some said that a super strong expert punched the mountain, which then created a huge crater. And after thousands of years of experiencing rainfall, the lake was formed. As for the authenticity of this, nobody knew. No one dared to settle on the mountain, for there were also countless savage beasts living within. Aside from that, some of the harmless-looking plants were so poisonous that they could even threaten the lives of fifth-rank spirit realm experts if careless. On top of that, there were even a few carnivorous plants existing on the mountain range, blending freely among the greenery. ******. A man with long silver hair tied in a ponytail slowly descended from the sky. Behind him was a gorgeous-looking woman with icy blue hair. She was wearing a white dress that accentuated her peerless countenance. Lusolin glanced curiously at their surroundings. It was her first time coming here, so she was somewhat excited at the thought of exploring it. She heard of rumors about the notoriety of this mountain, but she felt unafraid, not just because of her strength but also because of the man in front of her. "Master, why did we have to descend? From what you said, we're still a bit further away from the Green Mountain Lake." Lusolin glanced at Zhu Shen's side profile. His eyes didn't even contain an ounce of emotion. It was as if nothing could move him, not even if the heavens collapse. Lusolin was curious about her master's identity and origin. She knew that he was not just an ordinary person, especially after he had given her the mythical level cultivation technique, the chaotic ice flame formula. Is he really someone from Nuar? Or could it be? Lusolin felt distracted at her own thoughts that she had forgotten Zhu Shen's words. If we carelessly fly around these parts of the mountain, we might needlessly provoke some strong savage beasts. Although I don't care about some annoying flies, I also don't want to waste too much time and energy. Zhu Shen replied indifferently. When Zhu Shen glanced at his disciple, he immediately felt that she was distracted, so he shook his head with a bit of disappointment. This little girl's heart realm is still too shallow, and it might take her a long time to reach the heavenly god realm even with the help of her chaotic ice flame formula. Solin, don't let your mind wander around. Control your emotions well and remember what I told you before we came here. Zhu Shen said calmly, but Lusolin felt the sternness in his voice. Yes, master. I will remember your words. Lusolin replied while nodding her head gently. Zhu Shen took his glance away from his disciple and turned his gaze forward. There is an 8th rank spiritual plant somewhere around here. Although it isn't part of my task, I have to get it as it may come in handy in the future. With those thoughts in mind, Zhu Shen walked straight ahead while recalling the map that the system integrated into his memory. Just a few hundred meters ahead is where the 8th rank abyssal vine cranberry can be found. It is a good ingredient to be added in some high-quality wines. Zhu Shen thought to himself. Lusolin followed behind her master without questioning him. Although she was confused about how Zhu Shen was so familiar with the place, she tactfully remained silent and just focused her mind in comprehending the true essence of the chaotic ice flame formula. Master said that he made this technique for me on the spot. But since when was it so easy for someone to create a mythical level cultivation technique? Anyway, I should just recall its contents once more. The chaotic ice flame formula was indeed a technique that Zhu Shen made on the spot for Lusolin. It was created solely for her, considering her present constitution. Although she had the verdant flame saintly vermilion body, her body already contained the icy nature because she had cultivated the techniques of their Ice Cloud Sword sect for many years. So Zhu Shen made a technique that has a balance in yin and yang, since it was the most suitable for Lusolin. The chaotic ice flame formula has 7 stages in total. The first stage is called the birth of ice and fire. It has the word birth in it, but what it talks about is the balancing of two opposing energies in one body. It might sound easy, but if one would think deeply enough, they would find themselves looking into a blank space. What an otherworldly technique this is! And to think that Master made this in just one sitting. Lu Sulan was still following behind Zhu Shen, but half her consciousness was focused on cultivation. Zhu Shen ignored his disciple and moved his gaze in a certain direction. It appears that the abyssal vine cranberry is still unripened, but it's not a problem. I can just replant it inside the system's spirit world and let it ripen there. With the abundance of true essence inside the spirit world, it won't take long for that abyssal vine cranberry to ripen. But before that, I still have to kill the little puppy that is guarding it. As if the beast knew what Zhu Shen was thinking about, a ferocious howl echoed loudly which made the smaller birds scatter in different directions. Lu Sulan was also alerted by the sound. I haven't tasted a dog's meat for millions of years. What dish should I cook with its meat? Zhu Shen said indifferently as he peered through the direction of where the howl came from. Chapter 51, Abyssal Vine Cranberry. Zhu Shen glanced at the horned behemoth through his spiritual power. The savage beast had the body of a robust dog that was over 10 meters tall. Its body wasn't covered by fur but was instead protected by black infernal flames that fully enveloped its muscular body. The grass beneath its feet turned into dust as the huge behemoth walked towards Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan while growling in a threatening manner. Growling. Grr. The beast's scaldingly hot saliva dripped on the grassy field as it emitted an intimidating sound. Lu Sulan could finally see the figure of the incoming beast after it showed itself in front of them. It had a sword-like horn on top of its forehead. Its teeth were like sharp rows of blades that could even tear metals apart. And its black robust body was enveloped by dark nightmarish flames. That's an adult horned infernal hound that is on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank Saint Realm. Lu Sulan exclaimed in surprise after identifying the savage beast. Zhu Shen nodded his head in an expression that was devoid of any ripple. He looked at the savage beast with indifference, but if one would look closely, there was a hint of desire in Zhu Shen's silver eyes. Braised dog meat? Barbecued dog meat? Zhu Shen was still thinking about what kind of dish would he cook with the horned infernal hound's meat. The beast felt Zhu Shen's peculiar gaze and it felt a primal kind of fear taking root in its heart. The horned infernal hound became confused with its own emotion. Since when did it fear humans? Never. The horned infernal hound could definitely feel the 8th rank divine realm cultivation of the woman dressed in white, but it couldn't even sense an ounce of power from Zhu Shen, so it didn't place Zhu Shen in its eyes. But strangely enough, its beastly instincts were sending signals about the danger that came from Zhu Shen. Roar! The horned infernal hound chose to disregard its instincts and pounced towards Zhu Shen with its mouth wide open. Lu Sulan, who was standing behind Zhu Shen, felt the terrifying power of the beast as it leaped towards them. This beast is so much stronger than me, but Master is already a 9th rank Saint Realm marshal and soul cultivator. This kind of beast is just like a small puppy in his eyes. Lu Sulan muttered to herself, but she was still feeling somewhat nervous at the sight of a much stronger being than herself. Zhu Shen remained unperturbed at the horned infernal hound's menacing attack. When the beast was just inches away from tearing his head off, Zhu Shen lifted a finger and casually tapped the beast's head as if he was just pressing a neighbor's doorbell. The horned infernal hound could not even emit a cry of pain before its huge body slumped on the ground, lifeless. The ever-burning nightmarish flame around its body was gradually disappearing. What remained was just an intact burly body. Lu Sulan gaped at the sight. The beast was not even able to touch the hem of Zhu Shen's clothes before it died in a blink of an eye. She didn't even know how it died. In fact, she only saw Zhu Shen casually tap the horned infernal hound's head before the beast's huge body dropped on the grassy field dead. Zhu Shen walked towards the corpse of the horned infernal hound and poked its body with his finger. The meat should be in perfect state since I only used my spiritual power to attack its brain in a short distance. This meat is quite firm and bouncy. It should taste much better if this is barbecued. Zhu Shen nodded his head as he poked the beast's body from time to time. Lu Sulan, who was standing behind her master, almost felt her head going dizzy after she heard what Zhu Shen said. So he intentionally killed the horned infernal hound that way just to maintain the perfect condition of its meat. Zhu Shen placed the horned infernal hound's corpse inside his spatial sword earring while nodding his head in satisfaction. He then glanced calmly at Lu Sulan and ignored her doubtful glance as he said plainly, "Let's go. There is still an 8th rank spiritual plant waiting to be plucked." Lu Sulan opened her mouth, but then she chose to not speak. She just nodded her head with a helpless sigh. "Yes, Master." Lu Sulan had many questions inside her head, but she knew it wasn't the right time to talk about it. With a helpless look, she followed behind her master's figure. But despite that, she was also curious about the spiritual plant that her master spoke about. Just what could this spiritual plant be to garner my master's interest? Perhaps it's another ingredient for his wine. Lu Sulan thought to herself. Zhu Shen, who was unaware of his disciple's thoughts, continued moving towards where he saw the abyssal vine cranberry. Not long after, the pair saw a shrub that was as tall as an adult man. It had a few short trailing branches, and there were also a number of small white flowers that clustered together. Dozens of small light red fruits can also be seen. The abyssal vine cranberry had an imposing name, but it's actually just a harmless spiritual plant. It was just named as such since its fruit was the main ingredient of a highly potent poison created by an alchemist from the alchemy hall. Though its reputation was quite petrifying, the abyssal vine cranberry wasn't really poisonous. In fact, it was one of the most precious and delicious fruits in Nuar. "Master, what is this spiritual plant called?" Lu Sulan asked Zhu Shen as she inhaled the fragrant scent of the abyssal vine cranberry. Zhu Shen touched the small fruit that was light red in color and gave it a gentle pinch. It felt quite soft to touch, signifying that it was still unripe. This spiritual plant is called the abyssal vine cranberry. Chapter 52, The Fourth Prince's Breakthrough. Abyssal vine cranberry? Isn't that the main ingredient of a poison that was made by the alchemy hall? Lu Sulan asked with a stunned look. She had heard of the imposing reputation of the said spiritual plant, so she was surprised about her master's interest in it. Zhu Shen's lips twitched when he heard what Lu Sulan said. He was familiar with alchemy, so he knew what those alchemists from the alchemy hall must have done with the abyssal vine cranberry in making their poison. I bet those little brats from the alchemy hall used the unstable true essence inside the abyssal vine cranberry. Too wasteful. Those little brats don't know how to properly refine the unstable true essence of the abyssal vine cranberry. That's why they used it as the main ingredient in making poisons instead. In actual fact, this spiritual plant has a miraculous effect in enhancing one's cultivation level and spiritual power. Zhu Shen said as he kept the abyssal vine cranberry inside his spatial sword earring. Lu Sulan was speechless at her master's reply. Although she didn't know anything about alchemy, she still understood its concept. To think that the alchemists that I respected and admired are just wasteful little brats in my master's eyes. Zhu Shen ignored Lu Sulan as he lightly tapped his foot on the ground to ascend in mid-air. "Let's go," he said as his figure streaked through the sky. Lu Sulan immediately followed behind her master after seeing him fly away. "Master, wait for me." *******. Inside the throne room of the Silver Wing Empire's Imperial Palace, Defender Duanmu kneeled down respectfully in front of Emperor Elik Silveria. "Your Majesty, the fourth prince is currently in closed-door cultivation, so he can't be here at the moment," Defender Duanmu said in a respectful tone. Emperor Elik's eyes shone when he heard Defender Duanmu's words. He couldn't help but lightly exclaim, "Oh! It appears that he had quite a bountiful harvest from that wine store. After his closed-door cultivation, he should already be at the 5th rank spirit realm. That's good news." The emperor was of course happy about his fourth son's cultivation progress. The fourth prince Dante Silveria was someone he doted secretly. Emperor Elik was already tired about his 3 eldest sons' squabbles and small skirmishes, so he took his time in showing care and affection to his two youngest children, the fourth Prince Dante Silveria, and the fifth Princess Silvia Silveria. Defender Duanmu suddenly sighed and said, "Your Majesty, although the fourth prince advancement in cultivation is a happy occasion, I have bad news to tell you." Emperor Elik's eyes turned grim as he glanced at the kneeling Defender Duanmu. He took in a deep breath and spoke. "What is it, Duanmu?" "Your Majesty, when I was inside the wine store recently, I've heard of something from the Liu family. Although it was spoken by an escapee from the Liu family, I can still feel the authenticity of his words." Defender Duanmu said with a stern voice. It appears that the Liu family had already gotten news about the Baiming family's illegal dealings with the outside forces. "What do you think about this, Your Majesty?" Defender Duanmu added. Emperor Elik Silveria frowned and slumped back on his throne with a tired look. "Honestly, I still don't believe everything about this at all. The Baiming family has been the most loyal aristocratic clan to our Silveria imperial family. They've been serving us for many generations that it is very hard to believe this at all. In fact, I think that someone is deliberately making the waters muddy from behind the scenes." Defender Duanmu's eyes flashed for a moment before he replied. "Your Majesty, you mean that a third party is involved in this? And they are trying to smear the reputation of the Baiming family?" Emperor Elik sighed and shook his head helplessly. "I'm also unsure about everything, Duanmu, but it appears that a storm is brewing inside my Silver Wing Empire when there are still a lot of prying eyes outside waiting for a perfect chance to attack our empire." Defender Duanmu also felt the gravity of the situation. If the Emperor's words were spot on, then their Silver Wing Empire might truly experience a wide-scale war in the near future. As for whether they could tide through that war, Defender Duanmu was also uncertain. "Your Majesty, I think it's best if we maintain a friendly relationship with the wine store's owner. He might be of help if something untoward happens to our Silver Wing Empire," Defender Duanmu stated after a moment of thinking. The old man was still perplexed about Zhu Shen's reason for staying inside their empire, but he felt that Zhu Shen wasn't here with bad intentions. Emperor Elik's eyes lit up but dimmed once again. "Duanmu, that man's origins is something that we are currently unaware of. But then, maintaining a friendly relationship with him might bring us good benefits. Hopefully, he won't strike us when we are already beaten down from all sides." Defender Duanmu sighed and remained silent. He was betting on Zhu Shen's intentions towards their empire. Whether he was right or wrong in placing his bets on Zhu Shen, Defender Duanmu would know soon. Emperor Elik Silveria closed his tired eyes as he rubbed his aching temples. Although he was one of the strongest experts in the profound Dragon continent, he still felt that he might be powerless to protect their empire if a war came about. "Zhu Shen. Are you a friend or a foe?" Inside a luxurious mansion, a young man with long black hair was sitting cross-legged in his room. His eyes were wide open and his mouth gaped due to his surprise. "What the hell? I haven't even meditated yet but I already broke through to the 5th rank spirit realm. This. Instead of feeling happy about his breakthrough, the 4th Prince Dante Silveria was dumbstruck. "Wine Master Zhu, did you perhaps added a bottleneck-breaking pill in your deep-sea spring dew?" The 4th Prince muttered in a silent voice as he sprawled on top of his bed. Chapter 53, Heaven-Trampling Cauldron. Lu Sulan glanced quietly at her master who appeared to be looking for something. She remained silent throughout the journey and just focused her attention on cultivating the chaotic ice flame formula. Zhu Shen glanced at the surroundings and nodded his head in approval. He said with a hint of satisfaction in his tone, "This place is perfect for barbecuing the meat of the horned infernal hound." Lu Sulan, who was partly immersed in her cultivation, almost stumbled when she heard her master's words. "I thought master is looking for another spiritual plant. To think that he is just looking for a suitable place to barbecue the meat of the horned infernal hound," Lu Sulan thought to herself. Zhu Shen ignored the peculiar look of Lu Sulan that was directed at him. He then took out the cauldron that the system rewarded him after he had successfully refined 10 invigorating meridians pill in the profound state. The cauldron's name was Heaven Trampling Cauldron. Zhu Shen has yet to see how the cauldron looked like, but he was looking forward to it especially after knowing the system's extravagance. Roar! A roar that resembled a dragon's cry resounded when Zhu Shen took out the Heaven Trampling Cauldron. The sky appeared to have darkened as if the heavens was angry about the arrival of something. Thick dark clouds hovered above the sky as they continuously produced crackling sounds of thunder. It was as if a huge storm was about to hit the whole mountain range. Zhu Shen glanced at the sky with an indifferent look before he turned to look at the cauldron in front of him. The Heaven Trampling Cauldron was approximately 1 meter in height with 3 legs supporting it. Embedded on the cauldron's body were 4 azure dragons that appeared to be roaring at the skies. The 4 azure dragons seemed so real that even low-level cultivators would tremble in fear if they took a glance at the cauldron. This cauldron is actually made from a heaven-collapsing alivard stone. So that's why it was able to summon the heavenly tribulation lightning, because this heavenly metal attracts the most potent kinds of lightning. Aside from the heaven-collapsing alivard stone, each of the 4 azure dragons embedded in this cauldron's body also contains a true dragon's bone. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he slapped the cauldron's body, causing it to produce a dull ringing sound. Roar! As if angered by Zhu Shen's rough actions, the 4 azure dragons embedded on the cauldron emitted a resonating dragon cry. Crackle! The crackling sounds of thunder intensified as if the heavens was wary of the Heaven Trampling Cauldron's might. A streak of violent lightning smashed towards the Heaven Trampling Cauldron in a bid to erase its existence. Lu Sulan's eyes had a trace of fear as she glanced at the incoming bolt of lightning. Although Lu Sulan was an expert at the 8th rank divine realm, she was still powerless against the heavenly tribulation lightning. Only those at the very peak of the 9th rank saint realm dared to face it head-on. The dragon tattoo on his right arm slowly morphed into a sword. He then turned to face the bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning with an uncaring expression. It was as if he didn't place the violent streak of lightning in his eyes. In fact, Zhu Shen disdained the heavenly tribulation lightning. In his past life, he only used the heavenly tribulation lightning to scratch his itch. With a casual sword stroke that looked as if an immortal painter was wielding his brush to draw a beautiful painting, Zhu Shen brandished his baleful dragon sacred sword with one hand in a carefree manner. When the bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning hit the sword's blade, a huge transformation occurred in Zhu Shen's sword. Its ordinary-looking sword body slowly grew bigger until it reached 2 meters in length. Red archaic patterns slowly emerged from the sword's body, and 2 red dragons can be seen on the sword's hilt that intertwined against each other. This was the true form of Zhu Shen's baleful dragon sword. Like a droplet of rain that hit the solid ground, the heavenly tribulation lightning wasn't even able to produce a ripple in the baleful dragon sacred sword's body. It was immediately extinguished after it hit the sword's body. Following that, the sky slowly reverted to its calm state. Lu Sulan heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that the heavenly tribulation clouds were gradually disappearing. She then turned to look at her master and the huge heavy sword that he had wielded. It was the first time that she had seen a weapon that was unlike any other. She refused to believe that it was just an ordinary sword, especially after it had effortlessly received a bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning. Furthermore, her reverence towards her master increased significantly after seeing that he remained unscathed and unperturbed when faced against the heavenly tribulation lightning. "Master, just how strong are you?" Lu Sulan glanced at her master in awe and worship. Zhu Shen took back his sword and flicked his right arm, causing his robes to flutter. "Now, I can peacefully barbecue the meat of the horned infernal hound." Zhu Shen muttered silently. Lu Sulan numbly sat down cross-legged on the grassy field while acting as if she hadn't heard of her master's words. With a snap of his fingers, a small wisp of black flames materialized on his fingertips. Lu Sulan's eyes grew wary when she felt the heat coming from the small wisp of black flame. She could still remember that it was the same flame that Zhu Shen used when he refined the 8th grade invigorating meridians pill. Zhu Shen gently flicked his fingers and directed the wisp of black flames at the bottom of the heaven trampling cauldron. Zhu Shen then bit the tip of his forefinger, causing a small drop of his blood to drip towards the heaven-trampling cauldron. After feeling a strong connection from the heaven-trampling cauldron, he knew that it had approved him in becoming its owner. Time to start barbecuing. Chapter 54, Skewered Meat Cubes. Zhu Shen took out the corpse of the horned infernal hound that he had killed earlier. I still don't have a knife meant for cutting meat. As of now, my baleful dragon sacred sword will do the job. Although it is a little demeaning for a god-rank weapon to be used as a meat cutter, I don't have any other choice. Zhu Shen called his baleful dragon sacred sword, causing the dragon tattoo on his right arm to glow. With a casual move of his wrist, he gently tossed the horned infernal hound's huge body in mid-air. Zhu Shen's lazy eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant glow as his gaze sharpened considerably. His overall lazy and uncaring demeanor suddenly took a drastic change, as if a god-rank beast was suddenly awakened from its deep slumber. Time seemed to have slowed down in Lu Solan's eyes. She also felt the change in her master's aura, and it was the first time that she had seen him with that kind of eyes. "Master looks way too cool," she inadvertently said with a stunned expression lingering on her peerless facade. Zhu Shen was quite familiar with skinning savage beasts, or be exact, he was used to skinning god-rank beasts. Following the change in Zhu Shen's aura, the air fluctuated around him, causing his hair to break free from the ponytail holder. His long silver hair cascaded and sprung loosely amidst the turbulent wind. He then glanced sharply at the horned infernal hound that he had tossed earlier in mid-air. With a slight move of his right hand, Zhu Shen performed dozens of sword strokes in a blink of an eye. His strokes were so fast that the turbulent air became even stronger as he moved gracefully with his sword in hand. Whoosh! Lu Solan held her skirt together as she watched Zhu Shen's performance with a dumbstruck expression. So master can be this serious sometimes. The horned infernal hound wasn't exactly a furry savage beast, but it had a thick black skin that was even tougher than normal armors. Zhu Shen's goal was to separate this black skin from the meat. Lu Solan saw everything that happened, but she was somewhat confused since it didn't look like Zhu Shen was trying to skin the horned infernal hound. Instead, she thought that Zhu Shen was performing a graceful sword dance. With a mouth wide open, Lu Solan saw the black skin of the horned infernal hound gradually separate itself from the beast's meat. What? I didn't even see his sword strokes clearly enough. After skinning the horned infernal hound, Zhu Shen's aura once again changed. This time, his eyes contained a hint of brutality and his demeanor felt as if he was an ancient demon god. With a savage glint, he ferociously diced the horned infernal hound's meat into small cubes. He then swatted the huge bones away. Zhu Shen recalled his baleful dragon sacred sword and gently opened the lid of the heaven-trampling cauldron. Hundreds of diced meat were perfectly put inside the cauldron. While ignoring the amazed look of his disciple, Zhu Shen took out a bunch of sticks that he had prepared along the way. He then handed half of it to Lu Solan and said in a calm and unhurried tone of voice, "Solan, help me skewer the meat cubes." Lu Solan absent-mindedly received the sticks while nodding her head. And with intense idolizing gaze directed at her master, Lu Solan replied in a clear voice, "Yes, master." Zhu Shen took his time skewering the meat cubes with an indifferent look. He had finally reverted back to his usual calm self. "I think I got a bit carried away. Well, it has been millions of years since I last barbecued meat in the wild." Zhu Shen was feeling a bit nostalgic as he skewered the meat cubes. "Master, the sword strokes you performed earlier. Was that also a sword technique?" Lu Solan asked tentatively as she did her task. Zhu Shen glanced at his disciple with a plain expression and shook his head. "That was not a sword technique, so if you thought that it was one, then your swordsmanship needs more training. I'll tell you more about it after we've gathered all the necessary ingredients for brewing the frozen origin." Lu Solan nodded her head meekly. Although she was already a top expert in Nuar, she still felt that she was insignificant compared to her master. "I'm not even sure about master's true strength. Is he really just a 9th rank Saint Realm dual martial and soul cultivator? Or is he someone beyond that level?" Lu Sulan thought to herself with slightly downcast emotion. Not long later, the duo finished skewering the meat cubes. Since they had no spices with them, Zhu Shen had no choice but to directly barbecue the skewered meat cubes on the heaven-trampling cauldron. With the quality of the ingredients and the materials used to barbecue the meat cubes, it could still be considered as a rare delicacy. Zhu Shen kept most of the skewered meat cubes and just barbecued a few. A sizzling sound echoed faintly as Zhu Shen placed the skewered meat cubes in the heaven-trampling cauldron. Puffs of white smoke drifted in the air as the meat was being barbecued. The meat of the horned infernal hound was bouncy and lean, so it contained a lot of meat juices. Zhu Shen sprinkled drops of deep-sea spring dew for the added flavor. When the drops of wine touched the skewered meat cubes, another bout of sizzling sound echoed about. A meaty aroma lingered in the air as the fatty oil of the meat slowly oozed out, making the meat cubes look even more enticing. Lu Sulan stared at Zhu Shen, who was calmly barbecuing the meat. She could hardly contain the grumbling of her stomach after she smelled the meaty aroma in the air. Even without spices, the meat of an 8th-rank savage beast would never be shabby, she said with a salivating look in her eyes. Chapter 55, Nostalgia evoked by a barbecued meat. What a pity! If only I had brought with me some spices, then I might have been able to make an even more delicious barbecued meat. Zhu Shen thought to himself with a bit of regret. In barbecuing, there were a lot of factors involved in how to maximize the flavor of the meat. For example, one could marinate the meat using their desired marinade blend. Also, one could brush the meat with their own homemade sauce to add flavor to the meat. But Zhu Shen didn't want to waste too much time, hence, he skipped all those processes and just directly threw the meat cubes in the heaven-trampling cauldron. Just that the final outcome might not be too flavorful with the lack of spices and preparation. Nonetheless, the horned infernal hound's meat was still a high-level ingredient after all, so its taste shouldn't be too bad even without the addition of spices. The skewered meat cubes were now emitting a dense aroma as it sizzled under the intense heat from Zhu Shen's wisp of black flame. Though the black flame was just as small as a person's thumb, it was hot enough to cook the horned infernal hound's meat. The texture of a dog's meat is almost similar to a goat's meat, but the process of cooking the two is greatly different. The goat's meat is mildly gamey, so it needs a lot of preparation in order to lessen the earthly taste and smell in it. As for a dog's meat, it is surprisingly similar to beef in terms of taste. Just that dog meat is chewier and not as succulent as beef. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he recalled the skills and cooking knowledge that he had accumulated in his billions of years of life. Zhu Shen flipped the skewered meat cubes, making them produce another frizzling sound. A wave of beef-like aroma pervaded in the air as a dense white smoke lingered around the heaven-trampling cauldron. One side of the skewered meat cubes was already light brown in color. Zhu Shen knew what the color signified, so he remained meticulous in doing every process in barbecuing the meat cubes. "Master, is it already cooked?" Lu Sulan could not help but ask when the beefy smell of the horned infernal hound's cooked meat reached her nostrils. She had never tasted such high-quality meat before, so she was somewhat eager to have a taste of it. Although she had already tasted the meat of a 7th-rank Emperor Realm savage beast, it was still a realm lower compared to the horned infernal hound. Zhu Shen did not glance at Lu Sulan and continued looking carefully at the skewered meat cubes on the heaven-trampling cauldron. With an unhurried tone, he replied, "It's almost cooked and it should be ready soon." Lu Sulan involuntarily gulped at her master's words. She covered her nose and closed her eyes to free herself from the salivating feeling, but to no avail, her stomach still produced a faint rumbling sound. Lu Sulan slightly opened her left eye to take a peek at Zhu Shen. She heaved a sigh of relief after seeing his same neutral expression. That was so embarrassing. Good thing master is so focused on barbecuing the meat. Lu Sulan's ears reddened as she thought to herself. Of course, with Zhu Shen's sensitive senses, he heard his disciple's complaining stomach, but he chose to ignore her and just immersed himself in the cooking process. It was many millions of years ago since he had last barbecued meat, so he was somewhat expectant about the result. Zhu Shen gently poked the barbecued skewered meat cubes. He disregarded the intense heat and checked the texture of the meat to see if it was already cooked. He nodded in satisfaction after feeling the softness of the meat. It's done, but I have one last thing to do in order to add a bit of flavor to it. With that, Zhu Shen took out another bottle of wine from his storage earring. This time, it was not the Deep Sea Spring Dew, but the Abel's Blanc. The Abel's Blanc may be many grades lower compared to the Deep Sea Spring Dew, but what Zhu Shen wanted to add on his skewered meat was the oceanic taste of the Abel's oyster's honey, which was present in the Abel's Blanc. When Zhu Shen opened the bottle of Abel's Blanc, an oceanic smell burst forth in the air. It lingered for a little while before it subsided. Zhu Shen sprinkled drops of the Abel's Blanc on the skewered meat cubes in a relaxed manner. He then kept the bottle of Abel's Blanc and nodded his head with a satisfied look as he glanced at the cooked skewered meat cubes in front of him. He took them one by one and gave half of it to his disciple, who was already drooling at the sidelines. "This lady can sometimes act like a little girl," he muttered in his heart after seeing the unladylike expression of his beautiful disciple. Lu Sulan eagerly took the skewered meat cubes from her master's hands. She then held one stick of the skewered meat cubes with one hand and gave it a light blow before she took a big bite out of it. Munch! Lu Sulan's eyes widened when her tongue came in contact with the meat. She lightly chewed on the tender and soft meat of the horned infernal hound that was still smoking hot. Delicious! Although it tastes kinda earthly, but with the addition of master's wines, the earthly taste could be hardly noticed. Lu Sulan exclaimed as she munched on her piping hot skewered meat cubes. The meat was surprisingly able to retain its juiciness despite the rough cooking procedure done. Furthermore, the sprinkles of Deep Sea Spring Dew and Abel's Blanc made the skewered meat even more aromatic and flavorful. The meat had the oceanic smell of the Abel's oyster's honey and also its own natural meaty scent. After taking a bite of the delicacy that he hadn't tasted for countless years, Zhu Shen's eyes flashed with a nostalgic look. His lips curved up to form a faint smile as he chewed on the meat. "Not bad," he said with a slightly emotional tone. Chapter 56, The Biming Family. In the Biming family estate. Inside the meeting hall, the older generation of the Biming family was in a heated discussion. "Someone is actually trying to ruin the reputation of our Biming family," a bald elder with a long grey beard stated with a fuming expression. It was evident that he was extremely furious about the rumors that had spread in the capital city during the past few days. In fact, it was not just the bald elder who was wearing an enraged expression. Almost everyone inside the meeting hall had the same look in their eyes. Sitting on the most prominent seat was an old man with sunken cheeks. His murky eyes flashed with an intense glow as if he was in deep thought. This old man was the Supreme Elder of the Biming family, Supreme Elder Biming Lei. Supreme Elder Biming Lei was a peak 7th rank Emperor realm expert. Although he looked like a decrepit old man, his great power didn't diminish by a tiny bit even after so many years. Supreme Elder Biming Lei took a glance at a middle-aged man that looked to be in his late 40s as if he was waiting for the latter to speak. The middle-aged man felt the Supreme Elder's familiar stare, so he immediately cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Ahem! Ahem! This middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Biming family, Patriarch Biming Liqiang. He was already at the initial stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. After seeing that he had gathered everyone's attention to himself, Biming Liqiang nodded his head in satisfaction. "Elders, I know that the current matter at hand is truly infuriating, but we have to think about what we should do regarding this. We cannot allow anyone to throw our Biming family's reputation down the mud," Patriarch Biming Liqiang said with an awe-inspiring tone. The elders nodded their heads in agreement as they clenched their fists with indignant looks. Their Biming family has always been loyal to the Silveria imperial family since their founding years, so they felt quite unhappy when some of the Silverwing Empire's aristocratic clans chose to believe the rumors that had circulated. They felt that their ancestors' efforts were for naught with the current attitude of everyone towards them. The opinions of those aristocratic clans don't matter, but if the Silveria imperial family also choose to believe these rumors, then The bald elder with a long grey beard didn't want to say the rest, so he just let out a sigh and shook his head. Patriarch Biming Liqiang frowned and tapped his fingers on the table in a rhythmic pattern as he deeply thought about the bald elder's words. He understood the importance of the Silveria imperial family's stand regarding the circulating rumors, but he believed in Emperor Elik's foresight. Your words are true, but don't underestimate the intelligence of His Majesty. He didn't just ascend to the throne due to his luck. In fact, it's because of his overwhelming strength and wisdom that he had taken over the throne. Patriarch Biming Liqiang said with a hint of reverence in his tone. Supreme Elder Biming Lei, who was silent all throughout the discussion, nodded his head in agreement and said in a calm but aged voice. What Liqiang said is right. As of the moment, the best thing to do is to learn the identity of the ones that wanted to besmirch the reputation of our Biming family. All the elders' eyes glinted when they heard the Supreme Elder's words. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pu. A streak of brilliant light pierced through the defenses of a high-level beast which also severed its head during the process. Thud. The headless corpse dropped on the ground with a dull but loud thud. The headless carcass of the beast lied in its own pool of blood, painting the green field with a crimson hue. In front of the corpse, Zhu Shen indifferently waved his sleeves with a calm and detached look. An 8th-rank divine realm spiked earthen bear king. Edible but unpalatable. Too bad. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he glanced at the huge headless corpse lying on the grassy field. Lu Sulan already had a numbed look when she saw how easy it was for Zhu Shen to take out so many high-level beasts. The savage beast in front of them was already the 6th beast that died under the hands of Zhu Shen. And the most surprising thing was that they all died in just one move. If it was herself, she would have a hard time battling with those savage beasts. But in front of her master, those strong savage beasts were just like weak and helpless farm chickens. So she was no longer surprised when she saw the 8th-rank divine realm spiked earthen bear king die with just one move of Zhu Shen. Master, if you aren't going to take it, can I keep it instead? Although a spiked earthen bear's body tastes awful, its bones and internal organs are valuable materials in concocting some pills. I could sell the beast's body to the alchemy hall for a huge sum of true crystals. Lu Sulan poked Zhu Shen's back as she gently spoke. Zhu Shen glanced at Lu Sulan and nodded his head. Okay. After getting her master's approval, Lu Sulan eagerly kept the huge beast's corpse inside her storage space. Even the beast's head was not spared either, as it similarly entered her storage space. Zhu Shen's lips slightly curved upwards as he watched his disciple's eager actions. He then turned to look at the huge lake that was just a few hundred meters away from them. Green Mountain Lake. Not a bad sight to see. His pair of silver eyes were like two deep pools that peered through the distance. Chapter 57, Origin Spring Water. What a beautiful lake! Lu Sulan exclaimed as she glanced at the huge lake in front of them with her glittering eyes. Zhu Shen's expression remained calm on the surface, but he was actually surveying the surroundings with his spiritual power. And when his spiritual power reached a certain part of the Green Mountain Lake, he felt a strong presence trying to intimidate him. A 9th-rank Saint Realm savage beast? Interesting. Zhu Shen muttered with an unchanging countenance. Although he felt that the aura of the savage beast lurking below the lake was that of a 9th-rank saint, Zhu Shen still remained peacefully calm. After living for countless eons, only a few things could move his heart. Lu Sulan's heart turned cold when she heard her master's muttering voice. She then glanced at her master with a slightly anxious look and asked in a quivering voice. Master, did you just say that a 9th-rank Saint Realm savage beast is lurking below the lake's surface? Although Lu Sulan was already an expert at the 8th-rank Divine Realm, she was still quite fearful at the thought of facing a 9th-rank Saint Realm savage beast. There was a significant gap between the 8th-rank Divine Realm and the 9th-rank Saint Realm. Although there was only a difference of one realm, it was like an unbridgeable separation that divided the two. In Zhu Shen's eyes though, it was only a slightly bigger ant. He might have regressed by many realms after his death, but the pride of a heavenly god realm expert that once stood at the very peak of the primordial god realm was deeply etched in his bones. It's indeed a 9th rank saint realm savage beast. Follow closely behind me and heighten your senses. Although it refuses to show itself, it does not mean that it won't launch a sneak attack. Zhu Shen gently reminded his disciple before he streaked through the skies. Lu Sulan followed behind her master with a wary expression on her face as she kept her defenses at maximum. She didn't want to become the savage beast's meal. Although Zhu Shen didn't place the aquatic savage beast in his eyes, he still used his spiritual power to check the most minute changes in the lake below them. The moment the savage beast makes its move, Zhu Shen would immediately sense it. It's quite careful. It must have felt the difference in our strength. What a sensitive beast it is. Zhu Shen thought to himself as he led Lu Sulan to the heart of the Green Mountain Lake. The last ingredient for the brewing process of the frozen origin was the origin spring water. In the world of Nuar, it was a pretty valuable liquid that could only be found in the heart of the Green Mountain Lake. The origin spring water was also treated as a rare material by the Alchemy Hall. Aside from its delicious taste, the origin spring water was also capable of enhancing the flow of one's spiritual energy and true essence. With its great effects, it was a good ingredient in increasing a medicinal pill's grade. As Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan passed by the habitat of the hidden 9th rank Saint Realm aquatic savage beast, a huge pair of reddish pupils showed up below the lake's surface. The pair of reddish pupils turned to look in the direction of Zhu Shen before it vanished. I can't feel that human strength at all. Who is he? A beastly voice echoed silently within the deepest part of the lake. Its tone sounded brutal and was filled with overwhelming strength, but there was also a hint of wariness to it. Zhu Shen, who was already far from where the beast lurked, didn't hear anything at all. But even if he did hear it speak, he still wouldn't be surprised since he already knew that once a savage beast broke through the 9th rank Saint Realm, they would be capable of speaking the language of humans. And when a savage beast reaches the 10th rank God Realm, it would be capable of taking the form of humans. As the master and disciple pair streaked through the skies, they saw that a certain part of the Green Mountain Lake had a different shade. The water of the Green Mountain Lake was blue with a slightly greenish hue, but the one that the master and disciple pair saw had a dull golden brilliance. At the sight of it, the pair immediately knew that they had reached the heart of the Green Mountain Lake. The reason for its golden radiance was because of the origin spring water that had merged together with the lake's water. The origin spring water was formed because of the extremely dense amount of true essence in the heart of Green Mountain Lake. Some of the lake's water molecules mutated, causing the formation of the origin spring water. Zhu Shen took out an ordinary-looking bottle from his spatial sword earring. This bottle might look plain in appearance, but it was far from ordinary. It was actually a bottle that had an internal space in it. It can hold tens of gallons of liquids in total. Zhu Shen threw the bottle towards the heart of the Green Mountain Lake. Lu Sulan glanced at it and felt that it wasn't as ordinary as it seemed to be. Not long later, her conjectures were proven right. She saw the plain-looking bottle sucking the golden liquid around it as if it was a mini black hole. In less than a minute, the bottle hovered towards Zhu Shen, who immediately grabbed it with an indifferent look. He then kept it inside his storage earring and turned to glance at his disciple with the same unchanging expression. "Let's go back to the wine store," Zhu Shen said before he looked into the approximate direction of his wine store. He had to admit it, he kinda missed his idle life inside the store. Chapter 58, Shuetong. Ding! Side mission, search for frozen origin ingredients completed. Loading rewards. Received X2 Fruit of Cultivation. Received Kitchen Tools Gift Package. I'll check the rewards later. Now, I already have all the ingredients necessary in brewing the frozen origin. I'll rest for the remainder of the day and start the brewing process tomorrow. Zhu Shen thought to himself as he streaked through the skies. After transmigrating in the world of Nuar, Zhu Shen felt carefree and burden-free. He wasn't that idle in the brutal environment of the primordial god realm, so he was enjoying his time here. He wasn't in a hurry to go back to the primordial god realm. Anyway, he had all the time to exact his vengeance. Furthermore, he was too weak at the moment to fight against Celestial Emperor Lao Go, who was one of the 3 celestial emperors that ruled the whole multiverse. Lu Sulan followed behind her master with a slightly expectant look. She was curious to see what kind of store her master had established in the capital city of the Silver Wing Empire. Master said that he owns a wine store in Beltran City. Considering my master's strength, he should be someone famous in Beltran City. Lu Sulan muttered to herself as she imagined what kind of store her master had in the capital city. At the most bottom part of the Green Mountain Lake, a huge pair of reddish pupils emerged, greatly scaring the smaller aquatic savage beasts swimming down below. "They're finally leaving," it muttered in a beastly and barbaric voice. *******. The Immortal's wine store. With the recent rumors of a wine store that sells wine at absurd prices, the reputation of Zhu Shen's store reached its peak within Beltran City. A few cultivators with great strengths visited the wine store to have a taste of the so-called miraculous wines that were capable of enhancing one's spiritual power and true essence. Despite the high prices of the wines, many still chose to buy it, especially after hearing so many things about its authenticity. Of course, some experts also tried to cause trouble inside the store. An arrogant-looking man in his late teens walked towards Zhu Shen's wine store with his hands behind his back. He was dressed in luxurious clothing with the insignia of the Shui family on its back. Behind the arrogant-looking young man were 4 individuals dressed like guards. All 4 of them were emitting an intimidating aura that made the people around them to unconsciously step back a couple of steps. "Who is that kid? How dare he swagger around in Wine Master Zhu's territory like that? Shhh. Don't you know who he is? He is Shui Tong, the son of Shui family's supreme elder. Then do you know who Wine Master Zhu is? It is rumored that Wine Master Zhu is a reclusive expert who has the strength that was at least on par with the Emperor." "What? That's strong. Not just that. He is also..." Shui Tong, who was still enjoying the crowd's attention, heard them talked animatedly about the mysterious owner of the wine store. It made him frown in annoyance since he didn't want the others to steal the limelight from him. He didn't believe the absurd rumors of this mysterious wine master at all. In fact, Shui Tong believed that he was merely a con man who was trying to act mysterious in order to gain a reputation for his store. That con man? If I ever see him, I'll show him what true strength and power is. Shui Tong muttered with an incensed look as he clenched his fists tightly, which produced a crackling sound of bones. He then went inside Zhu Shen's wine store with a dark countenance. Following behind him were his 4 guards, who didn't even bother glancing at the people around them. When Shui Tong and his guards stepped inside the store, they were given a bit of scare. They realized that the space inside the store was much bigger than how it looked outside. "This space manipulation!" Shui Tong exclaimed in shock. As the son of the Shui family's supreme elder, Shui Tong had learned a lot about many things. This included the very profound and arcane ability of space manipulation. With his father's teachings, Shui Tong learned that only strong individuals were capable of manipulating space. As far as I can remember, only those at the 10th rank God realm were capable of controlling the power of space. But the possibility of this store's owner being at that level is quite low. The only possibility is that he has a high-level spatial treasure that was capable of controlling space. Shui Tong thought to himself. His eyes flashed with a hint of avarice when his thoughts reached that point, but he then hurriedly concealed it. Although there is a high possibility of this space treasure existing, it is still but a possibility. As of the moment, I should act like a normal customer and slowly gather clues. Shui Tong's eyes glowed cunningly as he smirked. "Hello, guest. What would you like to order?" A beautiful and pleasing voice entered Shui Tong's ears. He frowned and glanced towards the source of the voice, only to see the most beautiful goddess that he had ever seen in all his life. She was a beauty with long fiery red hair that reached her waist and a lithe figure that could make even the coldest of man fall in love. As for her face, it was the epitome of perfection. With his eyes wide open, Tong was tongue-tied and could not speak. Ahem. Hestia smiled and waited for Tong to recover from his shocked state. It wasn't the first time that this scene happened, so Hestia remained patient in waiting for the other party to gather his senses. Actually, it wasn't just Tong who was surprised at Hestia's otherworldly beauty. The 4 guards behind him were also looking at her with stunned faces. Ahem. Pardon my rudeness, young lady. Can you tell me your name please? Tong stuttered as he asked with an eager look. Hestia smiled and replied in an angelic voice. My name is Hestia. Welcome, dear guest. What would you like to order? Chapter 59, Tong the Clown. Tong cleared his thoughts and put on the noblest and coolest look he could show. He then took a glance at Hestia's smile and thought that she was impressed by his charms. He smiled at his thoughts and said in a confident manner. If young lady Hestia will drink with me, then I'll buy everything sold in this store. The smile on Hestia's peerless face turned stiff and it looked as if she was stifling a chuckle as she covered her mouth with her dainty hands. The customers who heard Tong's confident words laughed loudly and looked at him as if they were looking at a clown. Young man, before you say those words, you might want to take a look at the prices first. Bhaskar, who was enjoying wine with his brothers, said before they guffawed. Tong frowned at the mocking stares aimed at him. It was the first time he felt this humiliated, especially in front of the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Just what did I say wrong? Tong thought to himself as he took a look at the blackboard that everyone was pointing at. When his vision hovered on the list of prices, his eyes widened, clearly dumbstruck at what he saw. What the fuck? He inadvertently spoke his inner thoughts out loud, which made everyone inside the store laugh even louder. Ha ha ha. Is this Heek kid here just to make Heek a fool out of himself? Who doesn't Heek know the prices of Wine Master Ju's wines? Heek. Lu Ziyufeng slurred, but everyone could feel his disdain towards Tong. Tong glared at Lu Ziyufeng, but he did not dare utter a rebuttal. He can sense that the latter was already at the mid-stage of the 4th-rank Night Crusader realm. Furthermore, Bhaskar, who was sitting beside Lu Ziyufeng, was already at the peak of the 5th-rank Spirit realm. Not to mention all the other mercenaries around. With his own initial stage 3rd-rank Crusader strength, he would only become their punching bag. Commoner, how dare you talk like that to the young master? Do you not know who he is? One of Tong's guards stepped forward and glared at Lu Ziyufeng without fear. He wasn't afraid of Lu Ziyufeng at all, especially with the Shui family backing them. Bhaskar and the others glanced at the guard before they looked at Tong with obvious scorn. They knew that this young master was someone who bullies the weak but was timid in front of those with power. Lu Ziyufeng smirked derisively and shook his head, no longer paying attention to Tong and his guards. In actual fact, Bhaskar and the others have already seen the Shui family's insignia on Tong's clothes. Just that they were already under the effects of alcohol. Besides, they knew that nothing would happen to them as long as they were inside Wine Master Ju's wine store. The guard, who was ignored by everyone, was incensed. He intentionally released a stream of his true essence in a bid to scare the other party. His peak 4th-rank Night Crusader aura was felt by everyone inside, but they remained seated in their spots and just glanced at him as if they were waiting for a show to happen. Tong glanced approvingly at his subordinate. I like this guy. I'll give him a reward later. He thought. As the guard was about to attack Lu Ziyufeng, the former suddenly felt a suffocating aura that descended upon him. Arg! Who are you? The guard felt his knees growing weak and he could not help but kneel on the wooden floor while panting heavily. Tong and his 3 other guards were stunned senseless at the scene. And before they could even gather their thoughts, they saw that the kneeling guard was forcibly thrown outside the store by an invisible force. He didn't even have the strength to resist it. At this moment, Tong was already horrified. Someone who could throw away an expert at the peak of the 4th-rank Night Crusader was never ordinary. Are there experts inside this store? Or is it that Wine Master himself? Tong was feeling anxious as he looked around the store in search of the expert, but what he saw was everyone's numbed expression as if they were already used to this kind of scene. No violence is allowed inside the store. Those who break the rules will be kicked out without exception. A cold and indifferent voice of a woman reverberated inside the wine store like a divine decree. Tong glanced at the direction where the voice came from. There, he saw a blonde beauty with an explosive figure. He was stunned after seeing Thia's shapely body, but he did not dare ogle too much after witnessing the event that had just transpired. This. What kind of place did I go into? Tong muttered to himself with a distressed look on his usually arrogant-looking face. Dear guest, are you still going to order? Hestia said with the same unchanging smile. Tong's mood became much better after seeing her smile. He then forced out a smile and took a glance at the list of prices written on the blackboard with a bleeding heart. Haha, of course. Of course. Give us 4 bottles of Abel's Blanc. Tong said with a smiling expression that was on the verge of crying. It was such an ugly sight to behold. Hestia smiled radiantly as she received the order. She then gracefully turned around and walked towards the wine storage while smiling at the customers along the way. Thea, who was standing near the entrance, shook her head at the sight. Chapter 60, Troublemaker becomes a customer. Tong found himself a seat in one corner and sat down with a sullen look. Tong went here after hearing the rumors about the wine store. He also thought that the people from the wine store were just intentionally hyping everything to gain a reputation for themselves. He didn't know that the rumors about them having a strong expert was true. Besides, she was also a very stunning beauty. Furthermore, even their waitress was also a very beautiful and graceful woman. Just what kind of person is the owner of this wine store for him to make these 2 lovely women serve him? Tong muttered to himself with a downcast look. At first, he thought that the rumored wine master was merely a con man, but after everything that had happened, Tong knew that the wine master was no ordinary person. Here are your wines, dear guests. Enjoy. Hestia smiled gently as she carefully put the bottles of wine and silver wine glasses on Tong's table. Tong recovered from his stupor after hearing Hestia's captivating voice. He then gave her a forced smile and said, "Thank you, young Miss Hestia." Hestia flashed a smile before she walked away, leaving behind a bewitching natural scent of a young woman. Tong and his 3 remaining guards closed their eyes in delight as their nostrils enjoyed the womanly scent that lingered in the air. Tong slowly opened his eyes and looked at Hestia's figure for a moment before he turned to look at the wine bottle that he was holding in his hands. Let's see if the rumors about these miraculous wines are true. If not, then I will demand compensation, even if it means being thrown out of this store," he said with a dark look. Although the wine aroma that remained in the air was quite appealing, he believed otherwise. Tong slowly pulled out the cork that sealed the bottle of Abel's Blanc. With his strength, it wasn't a problem pulling it out even without a corkscrew. A strong oceanic smell that burst out of the wine bottle hit his face like a sea wave. As the smell seeped through his senses, his eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that such a pleasant smell came from the wine inside the bottle he was holding. This. Tong impatiently grabbed a silver glass prepared for them and filled it with the wine in his hands. A shimmering liquid flowed down from the wine bottle as it continuously emitted a dense aquatic aroma. After filling his glass to the brim, Tong gulped down the contents with no hesitation. Gulp. 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 This taste. Abel's oysters honey. How luxurious is this? Even our Shui family rarely used Abel's oysters honey as an ingredient, but in this store, it is used in their wines as if it is just common honey. Tong exclaimed exaggeratedly. He couldn't be blamed either. Although their Shui family was a merchant family, it was also rare for them to acquire honey from an Abel's oyster. The 3 guards beside Tong nodded their heads in agreement as they drank their share of wine with indulgence. Bhaskar and his brothers smiled mockingly after seeing the stunned expressions of Tong and Xiao. "Ah, I can see myself in them after I first went here. In fact, I was also skeptical about Wine Master Ju's wines because of their absurd prices. Good thing I tried it and didn't make a lot of trouble that day, or I would have been banned by Wine Master Ju. If that happens, I will surely regret it. Lu Ziyufeng said in a clear and reminiscent voice. He had already recovered from his drunken state after seeing the sorry plight of Shui Tong's guard. You sound like you've been here for years, old Lu. We haven't even been customers here for a month yet. Boss Scar smacked the back of Lu Ziyufeng's head with a bit of force, causing the latter to rub his head. Ow! Ow! Lu Ziyufeng grimaced while glaring at Boss Scar. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The other mercenaries around the table laughed after seeing the charade between the two. It was quite rare for them to spend their time like today in their line of duty. And after becoming Wine Master Ju's loyal customers, their brotherhood also became a lot stronger after drinking wines together. Wines and friends are a great blend indeed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A handsome man with long silver hair descended in front of the wine store. His expression was detached as if nothing could make a ripple in his emotion. Behind him was a lady with icy blue hair wearing a white dress. She was looking curiously at the wine store in front of them. Master, is this your store? Lu Sulan asked with a doubtful look in her eyes as she scanned the shabby-looking store that had a domineering name written in bold capital letters. The Immortal's wine store. It was way different than what she had imagined. In fact, it wasn't even close to what she had in mind. Although the wine store looked spotlessly clean, it was still plain to look from every angle. Without turning his head, Ju Shen nodded his head indifferently. This is indeed my wine store. After that, Ju Shen walked towards his store while ignoring an unconscious man dressed in a guard's uniform who was lying face first outside the store. Lu Sulan raised her eyebrows when she saw the man, but she also chose to ignore him and just silently followed behind her master. The moment they step inside the store, Lu Sulan felt her strength being somewhat constrained by an unknown force. It was as if there was an array formation meant to weaken everyone who steps inside the store. Lu Sulan surveyed the store and she couldn't help but gape in shock. Spatial manipulation. But only 10th rank God Realm experts are capable of wielding the power of space. My master, is he perhaps a? She had a horrifying thought in her head as she glanced at Ju Shen with an even more worshipping look. Ju Shen ignored his disciple as he had already expected that kind of reaction from her. Perhaps only Ju Shen would know that it was actually the system that had enlarged the space inside his store. Lu Sulan lightly inhaled the lingering aroma of wines in the air with a sweet smile on her face. Although the store looked rather plain outside, the calm atmosphere inside the store is just like my master's neutral and indifferent disposition. Now I'm beginning to like this store. She muttered to herself while looking at the pleased and smiling expressions of the customers inside the store. But then she saw something in the corner that made her stop in her tracks. That small tree. I think I've seen that somewhere. Wait. Isn't that the 9th rank Earth Origin Dragon Tree? Lu Sulan covered her small mouth as she exclaimed with wide eyes. Oh, young lady, are you talking about Wine Master Ju's bonsais? A customer who was seated near Lu Sulan asked her with a bewildered look on his face. What bonsai? Lu Sulan asked with a blank look on her face. Wine Master Ju has 4 of those bonsais. Aren't they beautiful? They even looked like small coiling dragons. Hee hee. The customer smiled kindly as he spoke. 4 of them. Lu Sulan hurriedly looked around. Indeed, there were 4 Earth Origin Dragon Tree inside the store. Master mentioned that he has this. I thought he was just messing around. To think that he has 4 of it here. And he's even treating them like random ornamental plants. Lu Sulan's lips twitched as she forced out a smile on her face. Chapter 61, Replanting Spiritual Plants in the Spirit World. It was early afternoon. The light from the scorchingly hot sun splashed down the world of Nuar, basking the entire planet with a blazing glow. The busy streets of Beltran City were noisy as usual, but it was entirely different in one isolated corner of the city. There was an ordinary-looking store situated in that corner, giving off a mundane but calm atmosphere. If the top experts would only take a look at this store, they would surely feel that it wasn't what it seemed to be. There was an oppressive but invisible aura that covered the entire store, as if an impenetrable layer of divine armor protecting it. Just that no one but Zhu Shen was the only one who can see it. Inside the store. "Young Miss Hestia Heek, can I have another order of mystic jade here, please Heek?" A young man in his late teens asked with a beet-red face. The usually arrogant expression on his face can no longer be seen. It was replaced by a mild and noble countenance, making him look like a scholar. It was hard to believe, but this man was Xue Tong. Hestia's long fiery hair swayed as she turned to look at the already drunk Xue Tong. She gave him a faint smile as she nodded her head. "Yes, young Master Xue." Xue Tong chuckled while looking at Hestia's walking figure with his hazy vision. He forcefully blinked his eyes to prevent himself from losing consciousness. "The wines here are great." In front of him were his 3 guards. They were also drunk, but not to the point of losing consciousness, since they had a much higher drinking tolerance than their young master, who was only at the initial 3rd-rank Crusader realm. "Here is your mystic jade, young Master Xue." Hestia gently placed a bottle of wine in Xue Tong's table as she said with a carefree smile. Even in their drunken states, Xue Tong and his guards were still bedazzled by Hestia's unrivaled beauty. "Thank you, young Miss Hestia," Xue Tong said after temporarily regaining his senses. Hestia smiled at them before she went back to attend to the other customers. ******. Inside the store's kitchen. "Master, are those Earth Origin dragon tree outside real?" Lu Sulan poked her master's back as she asked with a blank look. Zhu Shen stopped in his tracks and turned to glance at his curious disciple with a serene look. He nodded calmly. "But is it okay to show it off inside the store? I mean, that's a 9th-rank spiritual plant, and if the top experts of the profound dragon continent will learn about their existence, they will surely come to visit your store." Lu Sulan said, feeling a bit worried about the thought of facing countless top experts. Although her master was also a top expert, would he be able to fight off many cultivators in the same realm? Zhu Shen was at first calm, but when he heard what Lu Sulan had in mind, he gently closed his eyes and recalled the scene where he had fought against tens of thousands of experts from the Celestial Paragon Tower when he was being pursued by them. He killed thousands during that day and was still able to escape despite receiving heavy injuries. He was only captured when Celestial Emperor Lao Go took the matter with his own hands and sealed the injured Zhu Shen in his god-rank artifact, the God Sealing Tower. Lu Sulan was confused at the change in her master's usually serene expression. There was a tinge of nostalgia and an inexplicable emotion lingering on his handsome face. Lu Sulan didn't know what she said to evoke that kind of change in her master's emotion. "Master. Lu Sulan cast a worried look at her master. Just what kind of memory could make someone like her master become like that? She didn't know, and she didn't dare ask either. Zhu Shen opened his eyes and shook his head gently. "Help Hestia attend to the customers outside. I'll just make some preparations for the wine that I will be brewing tomorrow." Lu Sulan bit her lower lip, but in the end, she obeyed her master and said after bowing respectfully at Zhu Shen. "Yes, master." Zhu Shen glanced at Lu Sulan's fleeting figure serenely. "No one in this world can stop me," he muttered calmly, but the atmosphere within the kitchen turned frosty, causing the whole kitchen to be covered in a layer of ice. Seconds after, a brilliant light enveloped the whole kitchen, removing the icy layer that covered the entire place. It was the system maintaining the store's perfect condition. "System, open the spirit world for me." Zhu Shen spoke after regaining his calm state. Ding! Opening the entrance to the spirit world. "Host, please wait for a moment." The system's mechanical voice echoed inside Zhu Shen's head. A 2-meter-tall door made from ionic ragardwood tree emerged out of thin air. Although Zhu Shen had already seen the striking appearance of the door, his mouth still twitched at the sight of it. Perhaps only the system could be this flashy in making an entrance to a spirit world. Zhu Shen pushed the door open with one hand and was greeted by a beautiful sight at the other side of the door. Humongous green mountains surrounded by thousands of tall trees. A huge blue lake that glowed with a golden hue and numerous aquatic savage beasts living within. The grassy land of the spirit world was also filled with plump and healthy savage beasts. Although the creatures inside the spirit world were only low-level creatures, they were all giving off a vigorous and robust aura. With enough time, they would surely evolve into a much stronger species of savage beasts. I was able to gather a few spiritual plants from the Green Mountain Lake. I should replant them here in order for them to continue growing. With the amount of true essence in this spirit world, it shouldn't be a problem for these spiritual plants to further develop. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he flew around the spirit world to search for a perfect place to replant the spiritual plants that he had found earlier. After flying around for some time, Zhu Shen's eyes shone when he saw an uninhabited island. There was an unaccountable number of spiritual plants at the 3rd rank Crusader realm, and there were even some at the 4th rank Knight Crusader realm. Zhu Shen fished out the spiritual plants inside his storage earring and planted them in different locations. He also placed a protective array formation around each of the spiritual plants just in case stray savage beasts would find their way on the island. Zhu Shen then took out the last spiritual plant from his storage earring. It was the Abyssal Vine Cranberry, an 8th rank Divine Realm spiritual plant. Zhu Shen dug a small hole from the land he was stepping on and carefully put the small shrub before he covered its roots with soil. The soil on this island was rather healthy and full of true essence. It was a sufficient place to nurture these high-level spiritual plants. After planting the Abyssal Vine Cranberry, Zhu Shen used his spiritual power to create a protective array around it with a casual wave of his arm. It was enough to ward off 8th rank Divine Realm savage beasts. If Lu Sulan saw how easy it was for Zhu Shen to create an array formation, she would surely gape at the sight. Because even the 9th rank protective array around their Ice Cloud Sword sect was made under the combined efforts of more than 5 9th rank Saint array formation maker. This should be enough. Zhu Shen nodded his head with a satisfied look. Chapter 62, Kitchen Tools Gift Package. Zhu Shen stepped out of the spirit world after replanting all the spiritual plants that he had collected from the Green Mountain Lake. Tomorrow, I'll start brewing the frozen origin. The process of making it is also much less complicated than making the deep sea spring dew. So it should be much easier, Zhu Shen thought as he walked out of the kitchen. There, he saw Lu Sulan wearing an apron over her white dress. She was serving wines to some customers with a stiff smile on her face. One look and anyone could tell that she wasn't used to acting like that. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards at the sight of it. Who is this new lady here? Is she one of the staffs here? She should be. Wine Master Zhu really has a good taste. Yet, all the staffs here are peerless beauties. And they even serve Wine Master Zhu without protest. How lucky! Quit comparing yourself with Wine Master Zhu. You're not even worth a crap in his presence. Shut the fuck up. Look who's talking here. The other customers simply laughed and joked with each other. Some were still curiously looking at Lu Sulan's figure with heated gazes, but they didn't dare overdo it or else they might be thrown out by Thea, who was eyeing the whole store with her cold gaze. Who among them didn't know the most violent ass-kicker in the whole Silver Wing Empire? Aside from that, she didn't even bat an eyelid when she killed those who had insulted Zhu Shen. With all those things in mind, the customers didn't dare misbehave inside the store. Even the most violent of mercenaries were now acting like well-mannered intellectuals, not even daring to let out a fart. Zhu Shen shook his head and walked upstairs towards his room. He was planning to check the rewards that the system distributed after he finished collecting the ingredients of the frozen origin. Lu Sulan had already felt her master's presence, but she chose to give her master some space. She just quietly watched her master's broad but lonely back as he went upstairs. Master! She silently muttered with a worried expression. Lu Sulan then felt a soft palm rubbing her back gently. Lusullan turned sideways with a surprised look. It was Hestia, one of her master's store staffs. When Lusullan first saw Hestia, she was shocked. This gentle and beautiful young lady with long red hair was actually an initial 8th rank divine realm cultivator like herself. Not just that, Lusullan also had an absurd feeling that Hestia was many times stronger than her. Although Lusullan couldn't properly explain the reason for this, that's what she sensed after looking at Hestia. With a gentle and kind smile, Hestia rubbed Lusullan's back and said, "Don't be too worried about, Master. I don't know about that, Miss Hestia. I might have said something wrong to Master earlier." Lusullan said with a sigh. B. Hestia didn't give a reply. She just comforted the worried Lusullan with her sweet smile. The customers' eyes shone brightly when they saw the two beauties comforting each other. It was such a rare sight for two peerlessly beautiful women to act like that. Lusullan's face turned red after sensing everyone's gaze lingering on them. She then looked at everyone with a cold glare as her 8th rank divine realm aura unconsciously gushed out of her body. All the customers inside the store felt the dense and suffocating aura that she was emitting, causing everyone to feel their palms sweating heavily. So this harmless-looking young lady is also a top expert. Why is everyone inside the store so absurdly strong? Don't tell me that even the gentle and kind young Miss Hestia is also a top expert. This was what everyone thought after feeling the aura around Lusullan. Lusullan felt a bit satisfied after seeing everyone's fearful looks. She then gave a cold harumph before she found herself a seat. She was clearly not in the mood to continue serving the customers any longer. Hestia chuckled while covering her small lips with her hands. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zhu Shen sat cross-legged in his room. "System, I want to open the rewards that I got earlier." Zhu Shen spoke. Ding. Loading rewards. Host, do you wish to open the kitchen tools gift package? Yes. Zhu Shen replied. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You received X1 Supreme Eternal Knife Set. You received X1 Divine Devil Skull Frying Pan. You received X1 White Tiger King Griller. Zhu Shen glanced at the Supreme Eternal Knife Set with a probing look. There were 10 knives sheathed in a wooden knife block. He could tell that those 10 knives were far from ordinary. Even in their sheathed state, all 10 knives were emitting a dense murderous aura. Those knives didn't look like kitchen tools at all. In fact, they could be considered as killing weapons if their overall power was taken into account. Zhu Shen, who already had the baleful dragon sacred sword, just gave the knife set an indifferent glance before losing interest in it right after. He then moved his gaze on a greyish frying pan that didn't look like a frying pan at all. It was safer to say that it was a cut portion of a creature's skull with a small black handle attached to it. It was the Divine Devil Skull Frying Pan. From the name itself, it was a pan made from the skull of a divine devil, a creature that didn't exist in Nuar and can only be found somewhere in hell. A mysterious place that everyone believed as the world that contained the vilest creatures and species in the whole multiverse. Zhu Shen was quite familiar with the place since he had been there on many occasions. The ruler of that place was even an acquaintance of him. Recalling that person, the usually indifferent Zhu Shen felt his pupils constricting. He then shook his head and placed the distant memory at the back of his mind. After that, he glanced at the third item with slightly squinted eyes. Just from one look, he could already tell what it was used for. The item looked like a typical griller, just that it was emitting a dense beastly aura that covered Zhu Shen's entire room. It was the White Tiger King Griller. Are these items really just kitchen tools? Chapter 63, Advancement. Zhu Shen took the 3 kitchen tools and placed them inside his spatial sword earring. Though the 3 tools were not that important to him, he still had uses for them. At least he didn't have to use his baleful dragon sacred sword in chopping savage beasts' meat or use his heaven-trampling cauldron to cook food, right? Ding! You received X2 Fruit of Cultivation. Zhu Shen squinted his eyes as he looked at the 2 golden palm-size fruits in his hands. The two fruits were emitting a sacred light that glowed with a golden luster. Just from the fact that the fruits were releasing a golden brilliance, even a layman could tell that these fruits were not ordinary. System, this fruit. Each of these two contains a huge amount of true essence, and I can even feel that they can enhance my cultivation if I consume them. Zhu Shen muttered as he studied the fruits from every angle. Ding! Host, the fruits in your hands is called the fruit of cultivation. Anyone who consumes it will have their cultivation advance by leaps and bounds without receiving any kind of backlash. Furthermore, it can also solidify one's cultivation, making their strength stable and consolidated. The two fruits will be able to help the host advance to the late stage 9th rank saint realm in both physical body and spirit. Zhu Shen's eyes slightly trembled when he heard the system's reply. He had been finding ways on how to break through since the first day he had transmigrated in Nuar. But to no avail, his cultivation remained the same. Now that he saw the solution that he had been looking for, Zhu Shen could help but let out a smile. A smile so dazzling that it could make even the most detached immortal goddesses to blush in adoration. Just that, no woman was there to enjoy the scene. Without hesitation, Zhu Shen ate the two fruits in an instant. It tastes like a pear but with a much stronger aftertaste, Zhu Shen thought to himself as he munched on the two fruits. After eating the two fruits, Zhu Shen felt his slumbering cultivation level to slowly rise. He also sensed the changes in every fiber of his body. Initial 9th rank Saint Realm. Mid-stage 9th rank Saint Realm. The increase in his strength slowed down, but it did not stop right there. It continued to grow steadily, albeit at a much slower pace. Zhu Shen remained calm throughout the process. He shut his eyes tight as he checked the changes happening in his Danshan through his spiritual power. Late stage 9th rank Saint Realm. Zhu Shen's eyes sprung open, emitting an intense glow that generated several mini electric sparks around him. He then stood up from his spot and clenched his fists tightly, producing a crackling sound of bones filled with unhidden monstrous strength. Not bad. Although I didn't reach the 10th rank God realm, at least I now have a clue on how to increase my strength. Zhu Shen said as he opened the window of his room to get a look at the outside scenery. It was late in the afternoon, the brilliance of the sun subsided a bit. At the moment, the light it illuminated was crimson in color. Zhu Shen coldly glanced at the sky as if he was looking at a certain person. Wait for my return, my dear friend Lao Go. He muttered with unbridled killing intent raging to come out of his silver eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the Silver Wing Empire's imperial palace. Defender Duanmia walked towards the throne room with hurried footsteps. He ignored the respectful glances of the imperial guards and knelt in front of the throne room's entrance. Your Majesty, your humble servant requests an audience with you. His aged but vigorous voice echoed within the palace. Granted. The huge door of the throne room sprung open, allowing Defender Duanmia to see the man that he had been serving for more than a century. The Emperor of the Silver Wing Empire and one of the top experts in the whole profound Dragon continent. Emperor Elik Silveria. Emperor Elik was able to stabilize the fate of their empire for several decades with his monstrous power and charisma, but the very man in front of him no longer looked the same as his glorious past. Elik Silveria's once dignified countenance now had a tinge of tiredness and exhaustion. Although his physical strength remained the same, the man's emotional state was the exact opposite. Defender Duanmia sighed in his heart as he glanced at the emperor. He felt sad when he saw the man he revered being reduced to such a state. Defender Duanmia walked towards the emperor with steady steps. He then stopped and knelt down on one knee. Your Majesty, I wish to speak with you alone. He said while looking at the imperial guards inside the throne room. Although all the imperial guards were carefully chosen, he didn't want to take a risk in having other people hearing what he'd tell the emperor. Emperor Elik understood his concerns, so he signaled the imperial guards to leave the throne room with a wave of his hands. The imperial guards followed the order without protest. After seeing that only he and the emperor were left inside the throne room, Defender Duanmia released a sigh. I apologize, Your Majesty. It's not that I don't trust our imperial guards, I just don't want any mishaps to happen. Defender Duanmu voiced out his concerns. Are you talking about my 3 eldest sons, Duanmu? Emperor Elik glanced at Defender Duanmu with a calm look, but the latter saw the sadness in the former's eyes. Defender Duanmu didn't reply and just released a heavy sigh. Emperor Elik took in a deep breath and stabilized his emotions. He then gazed at Defender Duanmu and said, "Speak. What did you come here for?" Defender Duanmu's expression turned serious as he replied. "Your Majesty, Wine Master Zhu is already back in his store, but there is one person he brought with him." Emperor Elik's eyebrows knitted closely together at those words. "And who is this person?" the Emperor asked. Defender Duanmu glanced at the Emperor and replied. "The sect mistress of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, Lu Sulan." "Why is it her?" Emperor Elik's voice contained a hint of inexplicable emotion as he exclaimed in surprise. Defender Duanmu shook his head. "Not just that. She also appears to be subservient to Wine Master Zhu. I think the relationship of the two is not shallow." Chapter 64, Brewing the Frozen Origin. Emperor Elik Silveria's exhausted eyes regained a hint of clarity after hearing the name Lu Sulan. He had seen her once coincidentally during his visit to the branch of the Alchemy Hall in his Silver Wing Empire. It was a few decades ago when he was still in his primes. When he first saw Lu Sulan, Emperor Elik was immediately attracted to her captivating beauty and glamour. But because of his pride as a monarch and a top expert, he refused to make the first move. The flower hasn't even bloomed for a day when it wilted down. He chose to kill the sprouting emotion inside of him before it could even grow. Up until now, Emperor Elik couldn't forget his encounter with her. What could be her relationship with this Wine Master Zhu? Emperor Elik thought to himself as he let out a sigh. "Your Majesty, do you wish to speak with Wine Master Zhu now?" Defender Duanmu asked. The Emperor thought for a moment before he shook his head. "Not at this moment. Just make sure that none of my 3 eldest sons will create trouble in his wine store. I can't even imagine the consequences of making an enemy out of that store." Defender Duanmu nodded his head in agreement. Indeed, all the people working in that store were experts at the same level as their emperor. Just their strength alone was enough to create a big wave in their Silver Wing Empire. How much more the unfathomable Wine Master Zhu himself? *****. The next day, Zhu Shen went inside the time and space chamber to start brewing the frozen origin. The time inside this place was accelerated by more than several hundred times the outside world. The time and space chamber was like a world of its own. There were lush greeneries, vast oceans, and small creatures living within. Almost everything needed for brewing wines can be found here. The brewing tools inside the time and space chamber were almost identical to the ones in a technological world. Just that there were arrays carved on these sets of equipment that served the purpose of enhancing the ingredients' quality. Zhu Shen then took out the ingredients in brewing the frozen origin and placed them neatly in front of him. The first part of the brewing process was the making of yeast using the violent rosefinch. Zhu Shen closed his eyes to recall the brewing process of the wine. He then grabbed several handfuls of violent rosefinch leaves and placed them inside a cask. He no longer bothered to check the material used to make the cask since Zhu Shen already knew that it must be another god-rank wood. The leaves of a violent rosefinch had a distinct smell that was almost similar to grapes. Just that the former tasted bitter when eaten raw. Zhu Shen didn't throw away the stem of the violent rosefinch since it was the most important part of the whole plant. Although it was thorny and difficult to handle, it will be easy on the hands of Zhu Shen who already had the process engraved inside his brain. First, I have to extract the juices in the stem before pouring it inside the cask. Zhu Shen cut the stems into smaller pieces using one of the knives from the Eternal Knife set. He then put the cut stems inside a huge glass before covering the opening with a glass cover. With a casual snap of his fingers, the array engraved on the glass lit up, causing it to shake a bit. Whir! Whir! The glass emitted a whirring sound as the arrays engraved inside of it crushed the stems into finer pieces. The whirring sound subsided when only a light green fluid remained from the former thorny stems. Zhu Shen did this process to all the cut stems before he gently poured the light green fluid inside the cask. The viscous fluid mixed with the leaves of the violent rose finch laid inside the cask. I just need to fill this cask until it's 1/4 full. Zhu Shen said as he poured the remaining light green fluid inside the wooden barrel with a calm but serious look. That should be enough. With the accelerated time inside the time and space chamber, I only need to wait for an hour for the fermenting process of this fluid. The violent rose finch was a peculiar ingredient. During the process of making yeast out of its juices, the fluid will solidify and become silver in color. After an hour, Zhu Shen opened the cask and was greeted by a jelly-like substance that was silver in color. He already expected this to happen, so he wasn't surprised. He then lifted the entire cask and poured the jelly-like yeast into another cask with a strainer on top of it. Zhu Shen still had to separate the leaves of the violent rose finch from the mixture since he only needed to absorb its aroma. After less than a minute, the jelly-like yeast melted and turned to liquid once again. The silver liquid then slowly poured down the new cask. The mixture fizzed as the carbon dioxide from the melted yeast escaped its way upwards. Zhu Shen took away the strainer which had the leaves of the violent rose finch and discarded it. Next, add 12 liters of origin spring water. After that, Zhu Shen grabbed a plain-looking bottle. This was the same bottle that he used to contain the origin spring water. Slowly, he poured the dull but golden origin spring water inside the cask and mixed it with the silver liquid yeast. The result was a liquid that was green-gold in color, but it would only remain like that for a few minutes. Later on, it will turn entirely into a golden liquid. He then grabbed a small block of frozen cloud glacier that was as big as a newborn's fist and casually threw it on the mixture. The next thing to do is to distill the mixture 4 times a day for 1 whole week. Zhu Shen muttered as he activated the array carved on the cask. The array on that cask would do the distilling process on its own. All Zhu Shen had to do was wait for it to finish its job. After all of this, the last thing to do is to age the resulting liquid for 2.5 years. Chapter 65, Master Fengzi visits the store. After the distillation process of the mixture, Zhu Shen opened the distilling barrel and took a whiff of the mixture lying inside. It smells like grapes but with a much stronger kick. I just need to age this one for 2.5 years and it should be ready to be sold by then. Zhu Shen nodded to himself as he poured the mixture into a much larger cask. This time, it was a barrel meant for storing and aging wines. Zhu Shen then stepped out of the time and space chamber after storing the mixture inside the cask. With the accelerated time inside the time and space chamber, the frozen origin should be ready by tomorrow. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he teleported back inside his store's kitchen. He saw Hestia and his disciple Lu Solan attending to the customers in the dining hall. The latter was also much friendlier than usual, which surprised the customers who had seen her sudden outburst of power yesterday. Even so, the customers didn't dare ogle too much at Lu Solan or Hestia. "Is this Alchemy Saint Zhu Shen's wine store?" An old voice echoed inside the store. Because it was fairly silent inside the wine store, everyone was able to hear the aged voice coming from the store's entrance. The customers squinted their eyes and turned to look at the incoming guests. Everyone's eyes suddenly popped out of their sockets after seeing the face of the newcomer. It was an old man with unkempt hair. His pair of eyes was a bit murky, signifying his declining age, but everyone could feel the overwhelming aura coming from him. Aside from that, all the customers inside the store were very familiar with the insignia engraved on his robes. It was the famous crest of the Alchemy Hall depicting an adamantine cauldron with a pair of black and white wings on its sides. With the old man's eye-catching clothes and immense aura, everyone immediately knew that he might be at least a high-ranking elder of the Alchemy Hall. "Branch head Fengzi, we asked the people around the streets of Beltran City for the most famous wine store and most of them pointed us here." Behind the old man, a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing the same set of clothes said respectfully. The old man was the branch head of the Alchemy Hall's branch in Beltran City. Outsiders call him as Master Fengzi, but some of the alchemists call him Branch Head Fengzi. Master Fengzi felt that something was unusual about the store. Just that he couldn't tell what's peculiar about it. With that discovery, he was somewhat certain that this must be the doing of Alchemy Saint Ju Shen. In that case, let's go inside and check it out ourselves. Master Fengzi said mildly as he stepped inside the store. There were 4 people behind Master Fengzi and all of them were the only 4 alchemy emperors of the entire branch in Beltran City. The moment these alchemists stepped foot inside the store, they felt the space warping which made them a bit stunned. Space manipulation? Interesting. Master Fengzi muttered to himself. This new discovery made him 100% sure that this was the store of Alchemy Saint Ju Shen. The 4 alchemy emperors were similarly dumbstruck, but their expressions recovered back quickly to normal. Master Fengzi smiled as he took a quick look at the store's interior. Not bad. Not bad. The atmosphere is great, the smell of good wine is evident, and the bonsais. What the hell are these? No way. Master Fengzi's murky eyes almost popped out of their sockets after he took a glimpse of 4 small plants lying inconspicuously in 4 different corners of the store. If I were you, I'd shut my mouth tight before I kick you out of this store. A beautiful but cold voice traveled in Master Fengzi's ears like a bucket of cold water. He hurriedly turned to the side and saw a valiant blonde beauty dressed in a knight's armor. Master Fengzi could feel an oppressive aura coming from her and it was so immense that he almost fainted. Weaker cultivators might not be able to feel her strength, but Master Fengzi knew that this heroic lady in front of him was definitely a 9th rank Saint Realm expert. The 4 alchemy emperors could also subtly feel her aura and after looking at Master Fengzi's reaction, they instantly realized that the blonde beauty was someone they could not afford to offend. Master Fengzi regained his wits after sensing that the other party was merely giving him a warning. He then flashed a relieved smile at Thea and nodded his head in understanding. Don't worry young lady, this old man will never spread a word about it. Thea peered deeply into Master Fengzi's eyes causing the latter to take a small step backward. She then went back to her usual spot and ignored them. Master Fengzi and the other alchemists heaved a huge sigh of relief and felt the weight on their shoulders lightening down by a bit. Hello, dear guests. Welcome to the Immortal's wine. Hestia quickly defused the situation with a warm welcome and a sweet smile. Master Fengzi glanced at Hestia only to get another shocking discovery. This gentle-looking waitress with long red hair in front of them was an 8th rank Divine Realm expert. Another expert. Just what the hell is this place? Master Fengzi almost staggered, but he forcefully maintained his calm disposition to prevent themselves from becoming a laughingstock. Ah, thanks for the warm welcome, young lady. Master Fengzi forced out a stiff smile on his aged face as he said those words. Dear guests, follow me to your table. Hestia smiled as she gestured for them to follow behind her. Master Fengzi and the 4 alchemy emperors trailed behind Hestia as they curiously glanced around the store. They were surprised to see the usually loud and noisy mercenaries talking in mild and normal voices, but when they recalled the strength of the staffs inside the store, they immediately felt that it made sense for them to behave like that. There were even some nobles who were now acting reserved and refined, which was a stark contrast to their typically arrogant and flamboyant habits. Master Fengzi sighed to himself. In the end, if you have sufficient strength, everyone else will respect you. But if you're weak, then you can only suffer the mockery of others. Chapter 66, Wine Master Ju is an alchemy saint? Master Fengzi and the 4 alchemy emperors sat down and glanced at each other with weird looks lingering on their faces. They didn't expect that their visit here would shock them senseless. Who in their right mind would make a 9th rank Saint Realm expert serve as a door guard? Not just that, there was even an 8th rank Divine Realm expert acting as the waitress. Suddenly, their overall impression of the mysterious alchemy Saint Ju Shen increased by several degrees. What would you like to order, dear guests? Hestia smiled as she asked the alchemists with the same unchanging smile she gives every day. Master Fengzi glanced at Hestia with respect and replied in a slightly careful tone. Do you have a menu here, young lady? Hestia smiled apologetically and said. Unfortunately we don't have a menu yet, dear guest. But all the things sold inside is written in that blackboard. She then pointed a blackboard hanging inconspicuously at the front. Master Fengzi and the 4 alchemy emperors followed the direction she was pointing and saw a small blackboard with rows of words written neatly. When they saw the prices, they were somewhat stunned, but they never showed the surprise they were feeling. They were only a bit curious about the high prices. Master Fengzi's expression remained the same as he took a glance at the prices. He then smiled at Hestia and said, 5 deep sea spring dew for us please, young lady. Hestia had long since felt the cultivation of these new guests, so she wasn't surprised about what they ordered. She merely gave them a nod and said with a radiant look, 1 deep sea spring dew is 120 true crystals. You ordered 5, so that would be 600 true crystals. Is there anything else, dear guests? That's it for now, young lady. Master Fengzi chuckled. Although this is Alchemy Saint Jushen's wine store, who knows if he's also a good winemaker, right? The alchemists thought in their hearts. After getting their reply, Hestia gracefully turned around to get them their wines. Branch head Fengzi, this store doesn't look normal at all. The manipulation of space, the strength of the staffs, and the way the customers are acting. The middle-aged alchemist voiced out his thoughts with his eyebrows knitted closely together. This man's name was Wang Wei, one of the 4 vice-branch head of the Beltran City Alchemy Hall branch. Master Fengzi eyed Wang Wei with a deep gaze, making the latter swallow down the words he was about to speak. Remember, this place is the turf of Alchemy Saint Jushen. Someone like him is not short on experts serving under his wings. Don't talk too much lest you inadvertently incur his displeasure. Master Fengzi said in a serious tone. Master Fengzi suddenly recalled the words of their Alchemy Hall's supreme elder during his younger years. Fengzi, your talent in the art of alchemy is astonishing that even I wouldn't dare take you in as my disciple. But even so, I will still pass you the entire Alchemy Hall when you become an alchemy saint yourself. A kind-looking old man with long white hair said as he patted the back of the then middle-aged Master Fengzi. Supreme Elder, even if you don't take me in as your disciple, I will still remember you as my teacher. The middle-aged Master Fengzi replied in a serious voice. The Supreme Elder's lips quivered. The old man then chuckled heartily to mask his emotions. Just remember this, Fengzi. No matter how strong you become, don't let your achievements boost your ego. Because there is always someone out there who is much stronger than you. Master Fengzi let out an emotional sigh after recalling that event. I should visit the Supreme Elder after this and tell him about Alchemy Saint Jushen. Perhaps the Supreme Elder knows something about him. He thought to himself. Dear guests, here's your order of 5 deep sea spring dew. Enjoy. Hestia's voice echoed beside the alchemist's ears like a sweet melody, making their tensed nerves calm down by a margin. Hestia carefully placed the 5 bottles on their table and she also gave them 1 small silver cup each. Thanks, young lady. But before you go, can I ask if Alchemy Saint Jushen is here? Master Fengzi asked, feeling a bit nervous. He really wanted to see Jushen once again and speak with him about the art of alchemy. Hestia raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised. But she then relaxed after sensing that the other party didn't have any ill intentions. My master is currently brewing wine, but he should be here any time soon. She replied. Master Fengzi heaved a relieved sigh when he heard Hestia's reply. Oh, really? That's great to hear. Honestly, I would like to speak with your master about . Isn't this the little brat from the Alchemy Hall? A calm and indifferent voice cut off Master Fengzi's speech midway. Master Fengzi's lips twitched when he heard the familiar voice. He then searched where it came from and saw a handsome man with long silver hair standing right in front of the kitchen's entrance with his arms crossed against each other. The same lazy demeanor can also be felt from him, but the alchemists didn't dare belittle him, for this man was the one they're looking for. The mysterious alchemy saint that manifested the pill Aurora when he concocted the 8th grade invigorating meridians pill, Alchemy Saint Zhu Shen. Alchemy Saint Zhu Shen. Master Fengzi stood up from his seat and gave Zhu Shen a respectful bow. The 4 alchemy emperors followed suit despite not being there to witness Zhu Shen's magnificence when he concocted the invigorating meridians pill. Branch head Fengzi had no reason to lie to them about something so significant. Furthermore, many other alchemists were there to tell the tale. When the customers inside the store heard the words Alchemy Saint Zhu Shen, their eyes went wide like saucers. They then glanced at the silver-haired Zhu Shen with even more respect and awe. Everyone didn't doubt the authenticity even the slightest bit. They could feel the sincerity of the alchemists when they bowed to Zhu Shen. And knowing their great status, they would never bow to just any random person. So Wine Master Zhu is also an alchemy saint. Boss Scar felt his mouth go dry with this revelation. The low-key and unassuming Wine Master Zhu was actually an alchemy saint. The customers' hearts were now in a frenzied state. Who could blame them? That was an alchemy saint. An expert at that level would never show himself in front of everyone for no reason. And to think that the owner of the Immortal's wine was actually an alchemy saint himself. Okay. I should abandon my plans on stealing that space treasure, Xuetong muttered in his heart, feeling really scared at the moment. Chapter 67, Immortals are also humans. The customers inside the wine store could still hardly believe the events that had just transpired. Even if they tell the people outside about this news, would they believe them? Would the people believe if they tell them that the owner of a wine store in a random street of Beltran City was actually an alchemy saint? Definitely not. Suddenly, everyone felt a familiar murderous aura coming from one corner of the store. They took a glance at the direction of the aura and saw Thea, who had a calm but dark expression on her face. No one is allowed to spread this news outside. The people that will circulate this will die a slow and excruciating death. Her voice was as chilly as the winter winds, making everyone feel their hearts turning cold. Even Master Fengzi and the 4 alchemy emperors gulped in dread after hearing what she had said. Everyone felt their knees growing weaker by the second as Thea's aura slowly enveloped the whole store. After giving her final warning, Thea recalled back her aura and gave everyone a deep gaze before she returned to her spot stoically. The customers heaved a sigh of relief, but thick beads of sweat still trickled down their faces as they glanced at the heroic blonde beauty who was standing as straight as a ramrod in the store's entrance. Her aura is even stronger than the Supreme Elder. How did Alchemy Saint Zhu Shen tame such a ferocious young woman? Master Fengzi thought to himself as he slowly turned his gaze towards the young man with long silver hair. His old eyes contained an unhidden respect. Judging by his face, Zhu Shen looked to be in his early 20s, but Master Fengzi haven't heard of any prodigy as monstrous as that. He believed that Alchemy Saint Zhu Shen was much older than what he looks. There might be a pill that could let one retain their youthful looks. And as an alchemy saint, he must have concocted it himself. Master Fengzi made a wild guess, but of course, it was completely far from the truth. Just call me Wine Master Zhu like how the customers do. Zhu Shen stated indifferently as he looked at Master Fengzi and the 4 alchemy emperors. The alchemists hurriedly nodded their heads to express their understanding. Wine Master Zhu, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I might not have this kind of opportunity in the future. Master Fengzi spoke while looking at Zhu Shen with a determined expression. Thea, who was listening at the sidelines, frowned, but she didn't step in. She just coldly glanced at Master Fengzi's back. The latter felt the familiar gaze lingering on him, but his determined eyes didn't waver. He faced Zhu Shen with feigned calmness as his body was shivering. It was unknown whether it was out of fear or excitement. I would like to speak with you about the art of pill making. I hope you would accept this humble request from this old man, Wine Master Zhu. Master Fengzi continued and gave Zhu Shen a sincere bow. Zhu Shen remained unperturbed at those words. He walked calmly and found himself a seat near the alchemist's table. After that, he put one of his legs on top of the other and pressed his back on the wooden chair with a lazy look on his face. He then glanced at the bowing Master Fengzi and answered in a distant voice. I decline. Hearing those two cold words, Master Fengzi and the four alchemists were surprised. Master Fengzi glanced at Zhu Shen, who now had his eyes closed. The former gave himself a bitter chuckle before he slumped back to his chair with a disheartened look. Master Fengzi glanced at the wine bottle in front of him and grabbed it with one hand. He then placed his fingers on the cork and gave it a casual twist. Plop! A soft popping sound echoed faintly. Master Fengzi closed his weary eyes as he inhaled the wine aroma from the mouth of the wine bottle. He didn't give any exaggerated reaction and merely sighed with deep emotions after he had perceived the wine's delicate scent. A good wine, he muttered in a slightly shaky voice. The four alchemy emperors glanced at each other and decided to open their wine bottles. Popping sounds echoed about as they took the cork from their bottles. Master Fengzi smiled weakly while glancing at them. He then took a swig from his bottle of wine, completely ignoring the silver cup placed in front of him. Perhaps only those emotional people would understand why Master Fengzi drank his wine that way. Eyes meowed at Zhu Shen before it deftly jumped on his lap. Zhu Shen stroked the ball-like and furry fat cat with his eyes still shut tight. He felt the sincerity of Master Fengzi, but he did not want to involve himself too much with the people in this world. He knew that he wouldn't stay here for long. Perhaps the longest might be just 100 or so years. He had lost so many friends during his past life. He couldn't even do anything as he watched them die of old age while he remained eternally young. No one in this world could fathom the pain he had gone through. Even after billions of years, he could still remember the faces of his friends on their dying breaths. Their graying hair, their murky eyes, their wrinkled faces. Zhu Shen's breathing sped up a bit, but he hurriedly channeled his aura to stabilize his state of mind. After billions of years of living, I practiced myself to become stoic, but I could still not erase this human emotion in me. At least, I still haven't lost myself after all I had gone through. Zhu Shen opened his eyes slowly and watched the people inside the store. Sigh. Wine can truly evoke the emotions hidden in one's soul. Even immortals aren't immune to this. He then glanced at the downcast Master Fengzi and said in a detached voice. After the store closes, you come and see me. Master Fengzi, who was absorbed in drinking his wine, almost choked himself when he heard those words, but he still stood up and bowed at Zhu Shen excitedly. Thank you, Wine Master Zhu. Thank you very much. Chapter 68, Elder Ming's Plot. Shui Family Estate. Elder Ming, we have loaded the caravan with all the weapons and resources that you have instructed us to bring. It is now ready to be sent to the neighboring Blue Fang Empire. A figure dressed in full night gear saluted as he spoke in a respectful voice while facing a person who had his back turned against him. The person turned around, showing the face of a man that was nearing his old age. It was the man who sent Sword 4 and Sword 5 to destroy Zhu Shen's store, an elder of the Shui family, Elder Ming. Make sure that everyone in this caravan will have the crest of the Baiming family tattooed on their bodies. Elder Ming stated with a sly smile on his face. The knight saluted once more and replied in a deep voice. As you say, Elder Ming. Elder Ming sat down on his chair and waved his right hand as a signal for the knight to step out of the room. The knight bowed deeply at Elder Ming and went out of the room. After the knight left, Elder Ming's smile broadened as he muttered to himself. Bai Ming Lei, let me see how you will respond to this after it reaches the Emperor's ears. After that, malicious peals of laughter reverberated coldly in that room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Prepare everyone to begin the march. Everything here must be sent out without mistakes. A knight shouted loudly at the people who were dressed like merchants. The people who were dressed like merchants stood in attention neatly. The overall impression they gave was similar to that of a company of soldiers who had weathered through countless wars. The truth was that they were never merchants to begin with. In fact, they were death soldiers personally trained by Elder Ming to be sent on dangerous missions. They were only loyal to him and the Shui family. After that, the merchants jumped on their respective caravans with deft movements. On either side of them were dozens of soldiers in full-body armor mounting on their horses. "Begin the march." After seeing that everyone was fully prepared, the knight ordered as he kicked his horse while facing forward. His whole face was covered by his helmet and only the light from his eyes could be faintly seen. It was emotionless, devoid of any undulation. The whole caravan followed behind his lead without voicing out anything. If one would look at them, they would surely think that this caravan was just like any other. But if the top experts were to see them, they would surely realize that no one in this caravan was weak. In fact, the weakest among them was at least at the third-rank crusader realm, and there were dozens of them in this group. They used a secret passage secretly built by the Shui family to go out of the Silver Wing Empire without being noticed by the patrolling guards. It was a big tunnel that was enough for 20 men to fit in a row. Just that alone took the Shui family many years of hard work to build. Remain focused. Nothing should go wrong in this transaction. The knight in lead shouted with a cold voice. The one leading the caravan was actually Sword 3, one of the 5 sword assassins nurtured by Elder Ming. His strength was at the initial stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. Just his presence in this caravan alone was enough to tell about how much importance Elder Ming placed in this transaction. It was the darkest of the night when the group sneaked out of the Silver Wing Empire. Only the faint clunking of the caravan wheels and the hooves of horses walking on solid ground echoed in the darkness. Sword 3 squinted his eyes when he sensed another group ahead of them. He dismounted from his horse and walked forward by a couple of steps. He then spoke in an emotionless voice. "Who are you people? Are you guys from the Fang Imperial family of the Blue Fang Empire?" Clap. 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 The sound of someone clapping resounded in the darkness. It was then followed by a voice that was filled with hidden mockery. "We are indeed the people sent by the Fang Imperial family. And you guys should be the ones sent by the Baiming family to deliver our goods, no? Haha. Impressive." The man leading the other group chuckled. Sword 3 felt the disdain from the man's voice, but he feigned ignorance as he replied in an icy voice. "We have delivered the goods as promised. Take out the slaves so that we can finish this transaction." Clomp. 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 Faint footsteps could be faintly heard as Sword 3 spoke. He then saw a towering silhouette dressed in a dull blue armor with a cape made from a savage beast's fur. "There's no hurry, my friend. I would just like to speak with you about the Baiming family's reason for doing this. Are you perhaps planning to stage a rebellion with all those slaves we have sent you? It has been many years and your people might have already been prepared for that." Haha. The man inquired with a look filled with understanding, only to be met with Sword 3's deep and piercing gaze. The man felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the emotionless eyes of Sword 3. It was as if he wasn't looking at a man but instead a savage beast. He swallowed the words he was about to say and forcefully shrugged his shoulders to mask his rising fear. "Haha. You're too rigid, my friend. Don't worry. We care nothing about the well-being of the Silver Wing Empire. In fact, we would gladly offer our assistance if you decide to start a revolution." The man let out a dry chuckle before he spoke with a smiling expression. Sword 3 lips curved up beneath his helmet, but his eyes remained cold as he spoke. "The slaves." The towering man shook his head with a smile and signaled his men with his hand and ordered them in a deep voice. "Take out the slaves and give them to our friends here." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 69, Secret Transaction. More than 100 slaves tied in thick metal chains were slowly being pulled by the Fang Imperial family's people. The slaves were in groups of 20 and were separated randomly. "Stupid pigs, move faster. Can't you see that our dear friends here are in haste?" A soldier from the Fang Imperial family's side took out a whip from his hips and waved it around to scare the slaves. More than 90% of the slaves were males and they all look emaciated and weak. Their eyes looked hollow and lifeless as if they had completely lost the will to live. But under the intense intimidation from the soldiers, they hurriedly moved to avoid themselves from getting into trouble. Sword 3 glanced at the slaves with a calm look, but he was inwardly excited since this would be the last batch of slaves that the Shui family needed. As of now, they might look like people who are at the end of their ropes, but after they would receive the strict training of their Shui family's instructors, these slaves would definitely turn into elite soldiers in just several months. It was many years ago since the Shui family had started their secret transaction with the Fang imperial family of the neighboring Blue Fang Empire. Of course, the latter thought that they were members of the Baiming family. It was part of Elder Ming's plans to frame up the Baiming family and create a rift between them and the Silveria imperial family of the Silver Wing Empire. Thus, they came up with this strategy of masking their identities as people from the Baiming family. After they have trained all the slaves that they got from the Fang imperial family, they would then commence the final part of their plot. As Sword 3 was occupied in his thoughts, a deep voice echoed beside him, stunning him a bit. "Friend, it is nice doing business with you." The towering man from the Fang imperial family was 7 feet tall and had a rather buff physique. He gave off an intimidating air, but it was nothing to Sword 3. The latter glanced at the tall man and nodded his head slightly. "My name is Fang Shi, and if you ever need help from our Fang imperial family, just come to the Blue Fang Empire and tell them my name." Fang Shi smiled and extended his thick arms to express his friendly intentions. Of course, he also had a hidden motive in trying to befriend the person in front of him. Fang Shi knew that this masked knight was an expert at the 7th rank Emperor realm. They were on the same level, but he had a strange feeling that this knight in front of him might be capable of besting him in a one-on-one fight. By helping their group, their Blue Fang Empire might gain another ally. But of course, they still have to win the war against the Silveria imperial family. Sword 3 smiled beneath his mask and grabbed Fang Shi's hand and shook it firmly. And with a calm voice, he said, "I will remember your words, Lord Fang." Fang Shi smiled widely and patted Sword 3's shoulder before he walked away with his men. "Soldiers of my Blue Fang Empire, let's head back." Sword 3 glanced deeply at their receding figures before he commanded his people in his usually emotionless voice. "Put these slaves inside the caravans and make sure that their lips are sealed tight. I don't want to hear them whimpering as we go back home." The merchants stood neatly in attention and gave Sword 3 a respectful salute as they answered in a sonorous voice. "Yes, Lord 3. After that, they started bringing the slaves inside the now empty caravans, and they also sealed their mouths with a piece of cloth. It was to prevent them from attracting unwanted attention when they reached the periphery of the Silver Wing Empire. Everything must be done meticulously, or everything that they had planned for many years might go down the cesspool. After putting the slaves inside the caravan, Sword 3 led his men on their way back home. *******. Inside Zhu Shen's store, Master Fengzi and the 4 alchemy emperors sat respectfully as they looked at Zhu Shen, who was drinking a bottle of wine. "Hestia, bring me 1 deep sea spring dew. And don't worry. These gentlemen will pay for it," Zhu Shen said calmly as he handed Hestia the empty bottle of wine in his hands. Master Fengzi and the other 4 alchemists' lips twitched when they heard his words, but they didn't dare disagree. Who knows, perhaps Zhu Shen might change his mind if they don't agree with him. After hearing no response from the alchemists, Hestia covered her lips and let out a faint chuckling sound as she walked towards the wine storage. "So, what do you want to hear from me, you little brats of the alchemy hall?" Zhu Shen cut down the chase and asked in an indifferent voice. Master Fengzi and his group were momentarily stunned at Zhu Shen's straightforwardness. Their throats trembled and they almost forgot what they had come for. Zhu Shen glanced at them with a blank look, making these usually flamboyant high-ranking elders of the alchemy hall to become flustered. "Ahem! Wine Master Zhu, I was fortunate to witness your magnificence when you concocted the 8th grade invigorating meridians pill some time ago. You were even able to summon the pill Aurora of the legends. In all my life, it was the first time I saw someone capable of producing that kind of phenomenon when concocting pills. I would never forget that moment, even in my dying breaths," Master Fengzi said with a look of fanaticism. His aged voice was trembling and everyone could see the genuine excitement he was feeling. The four alchemy emperors' eyes were filled with reverence as they tried to imagine the glorious scene of Zhu Shen concocting the pill. They might not have witnessed the process, but they heard everyone who had seen the event talk about it animatedly. If only I was there to witness everything. Each of them thought to themselves. Chapter 70, They Still Haven't Paid. Master, here's your deep sea spring dew. Hestia handed the bottle of wine to Zhu Shen with a smile on her face. She then stood behind Zhu Shen like an obedient maidservant waiting for her master's order. The alchemists looked envious after seeing how respectful the beautiful and kind Hestia was to Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen pulled out the cork with 2 fingers and took a habitual sniff of the wine's bursting aroma with his eyes closed. Master Fengzi and the other 4 alchemy emperors were also able to smell the aromatic scent of the wine. They swallowed down their saliva and glanced away from the bottle in Zhu Shen's hands. Ahem! Wine Master Zhu, after living here in the Silver Wing Empire for so long, it is my first time hearing about an alchemy saint being here. If you don't mind me asking, you're not a native of this empire, right? Master Fengzi asked curiously. The alchemists beside him also glanced at Zhu Shen. They were obviously interested in this alchemy saint's origins. Zhu Shen remained silent and took a light sip from the bottle of wine in his hand. He then glanced at the alchemists who were now looking at him with probing eyes. Zhu Shen's gaze was one of extreme calmness as if no storm could move him. Is this what you came here for? Zhu Shen asked with a poker face. Master Fengzi's eyes widened at his words and he could not help but stand up. He then bowed at Zhu Shen and spoke in an apologizing tone. I'm sorry about that, Wine Master Zhu. Please pretend that I didn't ask that question. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and took another sip from his wine bottle. Wine Master Zhu, could you please enlighten us about the pill Aurora? Even our Supreme Elder is clueless about it since we only saw it in an archaic carving left behind by the ancient civilization. Master Fengzi sighed and shook his head. I didn't think that the standards of alchemy here is too outdated that they didn't even know what pill Aurora is, Zhu Shen thought to himself. Zhu Shen wasn't a great alchemist in his previous life. In fact, his level of alchemy was too low to be worthy of attention. He only picked it up as a hobby when he was very bored and had nothing else to do. Zhu Shen placed the bottle of wine on the table and remained silent for a brief moment before he spoke. There are 6 states of pill when it is successfully concocted: low state, medium state, high state, peak state, perfect state, and profound state. But Wine Master Zhu, we thought that there were only 5 states in total. Wang Wei, one of the alchemy emperors said with a baffled look. Zhu Shen took a cursory glance at him and replied in a distant tone. That's because the profound state exceeds the standard of this world. Master Fengzi and the others knitted their eyebrows in confusion, but they inwardly agreed with Zhu Shen's words. If there was really someone capable of making a pill at the profound state, then his name would surely be written in history books. But there was no one capable of doing that yet. If that's the case, then how did you do it? Wang Wei asked, feeling even more confused. Zhu Shen ignored him and added. Once you're able to make a pill at the profound state, you will then be able to summon the pill Aurora. But in order for someone to produce a pill at that level, they must have a thorough understanding of the ingredients components. This includes age, environment, size, weight, smell, etc. Zhu Shen talked about all his basic understanding of alchemy. Of course, he didn't tell them about the complicated ones because they might not be able to understand anything about it. Hestia, Gaia, and Lu Solan, who were standing behind Zhu Shen, glanced at his back with surprised expressions. It was the first time they had heard him talk so much. Normally, Zhu Shen would just speak a few words when he was asked. But this time, he talked non-stop for more than an hour. Even the 3 beauties who didn't have knowledge about alchemy were absorbed in his speech. As for Master Fengzi and 4 alchemy emperors, they were noting down everything that Zhu Shen said, afraid that they might forget about all the important things he had stated. And that's how you enhance the quality of the pill during the concoction process. Although it is the most fundamental enhancing technique, there should be no problem with it. Zhu Shen glanced at the people around him. It was only then that he realized that he had taken so much time to talk about something. He sighed inwardly and thought to himself. Seems like I'll do good as a sect master if I can talk for that long. Master Fengzi and the others were still digesting everything that Zhu Shen told them. He didn't know how many times he had been enlightened that night. After listening to an hour of Zhu Shen's teachings, he felt like he had saved several decades of time in understanding about alchemy. It wasn't just him, the 4 alchemy emperors also felt the same. In fact, they were now looking at Zhu Shen as if he was a deity. It's getting late. You guys may take your leave. And Hestia, don't forget to ask them for the payment of this wine. Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and grabbed the wine bottle before he went upstairs. Lu Sulan trailed behind her master with twinkling eyes. Yes, master. Hestia bowed at Zhu Shen's back figure before she glanced smilingly at the still stunned alchemists. Young Miss Hestia, can we order a few wines before we go? Wang Wei asked while rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. The store is now closed. You may leave, but I can also make you guys stay here forever if you want to. An icy voice echoed behind them, making the alchemists scared shitless that they instantly stood up from their seats and made a hasty sprint out of the store. Ah! Run! Ah! Thea smirked derisively while looking at their scurrying figures. Wait! They still haven't paid for the wine. Hestia muttered to herself. Thea's smile twitched and her eyes burned like torches. Her figure then disappeared from her spot. Whoosh! Hestia chuckled and prayed that the alchemists would be able to return alive after this. Chapter 71, The Clock is Ticking. Master Fengzi and the 4 alchemy emperors continued running at their speed. But then, a strong aura suddenly enveloped their surroundings, which also prevented them from taking another step forward. Step! 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 A series of light footsteps echoed in the darkness, scaring the 5 alchemists tremendously. They stiffly turned their heads in the direction where the footsteps came from and saw a blonde beauty dressed in a knight's armor walking slowly towards them. Her face could be hardly seen because of the lack of light, and only her pretty eyes were slightly visible. Seeing her, the alchemists suddenly recalled that they still haven't paid for the wine that Zhu Shen ordered. Master Fengzi, who was as strong as an 8th-rank Divine Realm cultivator, was now shaking in dread. Yo young me Miss Thea, we're not running away from payment. Here. Take this. This has 200 true crystals inside. He said in a stuttering voice as he took out a small pouch from his storage ring. Thea moved closer to Master Fengzi and she took the small pouch from the latter's hands. She then inspected it with her spiritual power and saw that there were indeed 200 true crystals inside. After that, Thea grabbed 80 true crystals from the pouch and handed it back to the shivering Master Fengzi. Old man, I don't take bribes. She whispered to Master Fengzi before her silhouette vanished from the scene. Whoosh! Master Fengzi held his chest as he panted heavily. That young lady. She is even scarier than the demons of the Crimson Fiend continent. Should I be happy? Should I be happy that a strong expert is living here in the Silver Wing Empire, or should I grieve instead? He muttered while catching his breathing. Branch head Fengzi, I doubt if she would even involve herself in the internal conflict of the Empire. Wang Wei said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Master Fengzi, who was still taking heavy breaths, was stunned. He then glanced at Wang Wei and asked him with knitted eyebrows. What did you just say? Wang Wei sighed and replied in a serious tone. The Empire might face a huge conflict in the coming days. The 3 eldest sons of the Emperor are now becoming restless. They will surely make a move any time now. Master Fengzi frowned when he heard the news. He was too focused in concocting the 8th grade invigorating meridians pill that he didn't even know what was happening to the Silver Wing Empire. If any of the 3 eldest sons of the Emperor will come to our alchemy hall to seek for political help, refuse them immediately. Wang Wei and the other 3 alchemy emperors were surprised, and the former couldn't help but ask in a perplexed tone. Branch head Fengzi, I thought, we are supporting the Crown Prince this time. Isn't that what you told us before? Master Fengzi shook his head and glanced at the direction of Zhu Shen's store with a complicated look. That was before we met Wine Master Zhu. Branch head, what do you mean? Wang Wei stared at Master Fengzi in confusion. What do you think will happen if Wine Master Zhu decides to support one of those princes? Master Fengzi didn't answer Wang Wei and instead threw another question at him. Wang Wei's eyes widened as a flash of understanding erased all of his doubts. That prince would surely. But will Wine Master Zhu really involve himself in this event? Master Fengzi took a glance at Wang Wei and smiled. We will know soon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside Zhu Shen's room. There are still 3 days left before your next acupuncture. And by then, the 4 Earth Origin Dragon Tree will also bear their fruits. Zhu Shen said with his back turned against Lu Sulan. The latter was delighted when she heard that, but then, she suddenly recalled something. Master, the fruits. The alchemists might remain silent about it, but some of the customers should have been able to recognize such a treasure. Zhu Shen grabbed a chair for himself and sat lazily on it before he glanced at his disciple who now had a worried expression lingering on her face. You don't have to be worried. Instead, you might as well place your worry to whoever comes to make trouble inside the store. Lu Sulan's mouth gaped at his words and she couldn't help but let out a smile. Knock. 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 Come in. It's open. Zhu Shen said indifferently. Click. The door emitted a clicking sound as it opened, revealing the face of Thaya. Lu Sulan glanced at her warily. Lu Sulan was a bit afraid of this woman even though Thaya was serving as her master's store guard. Master. Thaya spoke gently as she handed a small pouch to Zhu Shen. The former's eyes contained deep affection and respect as she glanced at Zhu Shen. It was hard to believe that the tyrant of the Immortal's wine would behave so meek and gentle. Zhu Shen took the pouch but before he could even glance at its contents, it magically vanished from his hands. Of course, it was the system who had taken it. Zhu Shen then glanced at Thaya's eyes with an emotionless look. Is there anything else, Thaya? Nothing else, master. Thaya was flustered when she met Zhu Shen's gaze. She also felt a slight pang in her heart after seeing his cold look. With a slightly heavy heart, Thaya hastily left the room. Lu Sulan glanced at Thaya's desolate figure with pity before she turned to look at her master with a wry smile on her face. Only master could evoke Lady Thaya's womanly emotions, but he's too cold-hearted to accept her feelings. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shui family estate. Elder Ming, the final transaction with the Fang imperial family of the Blue Fang Empire was successfully accomplished. There are no casualties and the slaves are now ready to be trained by our people. Sword 3 bowed at the man in front of him with reverence. Elder Ming smiled and nodded his head. Good job, Sword 3. You may leave now to take a rest. Tomorrow, make sure that those new batch of slaves will be properly trained. Sword 3 nodded his head and replied in a confident tone. I will get it done, Elder Ming. After Sword 3 left, a burst of eerie laughter echoed inside the room. Elec, the clock is ticking. Your reign won't last for long, ha ha ha. Chapter 72, Not Bad. The next day. Inside a lavish big manor situated at the center part of Beltran City, a group of men wearing thick battle armors was kneeling respectfully in front of a man in his late 20s. The man was wearing a luxurious-looking embroidered robes. He had a kind smile on his face as he glanced at the soldiers in front of him. Are you sure that what you saw was the Earth Origin Dragon Tree? The man asked gently. Your Highness, I can never be wrong about it. It's definitely the Earth Origin Dragon Tree and there are 4 such spiritual plants inside the wine store. A soldier answered while facing the ground, not daring to face the man. Oh? What an interesting store. The man let out a brilliant smile which highlighted his gentle countenance. But there is something weird about that store, Your Highness. The soldier added. The man glanced at the soldier with the same mellow expression on his face and asked with a curious voice. What is it? Tell me. A woman is protecting that store and she doesn't seem to be weak. Not just her, even the owner himself is also believed to be a strong expert. We also heard of the news that this owner is actually an alchemy saint. The soldier replied. The man's mild and warm eyes suddenly flickered because of the soldier's words, but it swiftly reverted back to normal. An alchemy saint opening an inconspicuous store in Beltran City. Prepare my carriage. I want to see this man for myself. He said with an unchanging smile. Yes, Your Highness. ******. The frozen origin should be prepared by now. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he opened his eyes after his daily meditation. He then stood up and directly went inside the time and space chamber. Yesterday, he brewed the frozen origin and aged it inside a huge wooden cask. And with the accelerated time inside the chamber, the wine's aging process should be done by now. Zhu Shen had high expectations for this new wine. Not with its taste, but its profitability. Although the system is taking all the revenue, Zhu Shen felt that if the store earned a specific amount, he might get an unexpected surprise. Considering the system's profligate nature, Zhu Shen was sure that whatever it gives him would never be ordinary. With the addition of the frozen origin, his store would surely earn more than usual since it's way cheaper and affordable compared to the deep-sea spring dew. Zhu Shen slowly opened the wooden cask while taking out the spatial bottle from his storage earring. After opening the cask, Zhu Shen saw an ocean blue wine liquid that had a faint golden hue. Before the aging process of the mixture, the wine liquid was still golden in color. But after the aging of the liquid is done, the frozen cloud glacier's natural color will become the dominant one. Zhu Shen transferred the wine inside his spatial bottle. The amount of wine liquid inside the wooden cask should be enough to fill hundreds of wine bottles, but everything was perfectly stored inside the spatial bottle with no hints of it being fully filled. After that, Zhu Shen stepped out of the time and space chamber. He still had to transfer the wine liquid inside the display bottles so that he can already sell it. The store was still closed, so it was fairly quiet and tranquil. Zhu Shen then saw the three ladies whispering to each other at one corner of the store. Where's Master? I knocked on his door, but no one answered me. Lu Sulan asked the two ladies in front of her. Don't worry about him. Master should be preparing the new wine inside the time and space chamber. Hestia smiled as she looked at Lu Sulan. Thea remained silent, but she eagerly listened to their conversation. Time and space chamber? What's that? Lu Sulan knitted her eyebrows as she took a glance at Hestia with a curious look on her face. Hestia giggled and said. It is the place where Master brews his wines. As for what kind of place it is, that's a secret. Hee hee. Ahem. Zhu Shen cleared his throat to gather the attention of the three. When he saw them glance at him, Zhu Shen gestured for the three ladies to come near him. Prepare your cups. You guys will be the first ones to taste the frozen origin. Zhu Shen said calmly. Lu Sulan and the other two were exhilarated at Zhu Shen's words. They had already tasted all the wines sold by the store and not even one failed to impress them, so they were expectant about this new wine. Their master even had to gather for its ingredients, so it shouldn't be ordinary, right? Hee hee. Master, I have already prepared the cups for all of us. Hestia chuckled as she took out 4 silver cups. She then placed it on a table near them while winking at Zhu Shen playfully. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards for an instant at the sight of it. He then shook his head before heading straight to the table. The three ladies quickly found themselves a seat while looking at Zhu Shen with shining eyes. Zhu Shen ignored their gazes and poured the 4 cups with an ocean blue wine liquid from his spatial bottle. A burst of cold air struck their faces, but every one of them took it with a pleased look. The feeling they got was similar to someone eating an ice cream in hot sunny weather. How cold! Lu Sulan glanced at her silver cup filled with blue liquid. She took the cup in her hands and took a sniff of the wine's aroma. Zhu Shen and the others did the same. The former was more reserved since he had already smelled the wine inside the time and space chamber. The frozen origin had the distinct smell of grapes, but it was accentuated by the cold and glacial aroma of the frozen cloud glacier. He then placed the cup in his mouth and drank its content with his eyes closed. A cold sensation wrapped around his tongue and throat as he swallowed the wine. It was then followed by a mild grape-flavored aftertaste that burst forth in his taste buds. Not bad. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 73, The Second Prince. Lu Sulan and the other two ladies released satisfied sounds as they gulped the wine from their silver cups. Ah, this wine! This will be good during the summer. Lu Sulan said while looking at the empty silver cup in her hands. Hestia and Thea nodded their heads in agreement. They then took a glance at Zhu Shen with heated looks. At that moment, another line of words appeared on the small blackboard. Frozen origin, 55 true crystals. Zhu Shen ignored the three ladies' gazes and slowly walked towards the entrance of the store. He then opened the door and was met with the sun's brilliant illumination. It was still the middle of spring, but the light from the sun was beginning to turn warmer. After that, Zhu Shen glanced at Lu Sulan and the other two with a calm look and said, "Business will begin soon, so make sure that all of you are prepared. Also, the new wine is ready to be served." Zhu Shen went to the wine storage after he said those words. He still had to transfer the frozen origin in the display bottles. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A fancy-looking carriage was being pulled by two fifth-rank Spirit Realm fire leopards. The two savage beasts had red armor like scales that covered their humongous bodies. Transparent crimson flames were also emitted by them as they pulled the carriage forward. Circling the luxurious carriage was a team of soldiers dressed in gold and silver armors with the insignia of the Silveria imperial family engraved on their capes. All the soldiers were riding a third-rank Crusader Realm spirit beast, the brute war horse. That. The person inside should be one of the three eldest princes, right? The crowd whispered when they saw the majestic lineup of soldiers protecting the carriage. The people were very familiar with the insignia of the Silveria imperial family, but they also knew that only the three eldest sons of the emperor had the authority and power to have such a strong team of soldiers escorting them. A soldier leading the team frowned when he saw the people standing foolishly even in their presence. He glared at the people and shouted in a ferocious voice. "Insolence! How dare you lowly commoners not kneel in the presence of His Highness the Second Prince? Kneel down!" The citizens immediately prostrated on the ground after hearing the angry soldier's command. They did not even dare lift their heads in fear of being punished. Cold sweat trickled down their backs as they shivered in dread as they quietly listened to the footsteps of the savage beasts as they continued to walk forward. "Stop!" A gentle voice echoed from inside the carriage, surprising everyone in the scene. The leading soldier heard the command and instantly gestured his men to stop their mounts. He then went to open the carriage, revealing the handsome and gentle face of the second prince. The latter stepped out of the carriage with a warm and kind smile on his face. The second prince then stared at the commanding officer leading his escort and patted his back forcefully, making the officer's heart skip a beat. Then, the second prince turned his gaze to the shivering people who were still prostrating on the ground in fear. And with a voice that was as heartwarming as the morning air, he said, "Everyone, don't be scared. I will apologize on behalf of my men's stubborn attitude." The people heard the second prince's comforting voice were confused. Why would someone from the imperial family apologize to the commoners? Nonetheless, all of them remained silent and stayed prostrating on the ground. "Everyone, please stand up. I just came here to visit a store to satiate my cravings." The second prince smiled at the people before he went back inside his carriage. The commanding officer heaved a sigh of relief and glared at the prostrating people for one last time before he gestured for his men to proceed moving forward. After the second prince and his men left the scene, the citizens slowly stood up from the ground. The rumors are indeed true. The second prince is truly a kind person. He even apologized to us on behalf of his men. Yet, but among His Majesty's three eldest sons, he has the weakest military strength. What a pity! If only he had more authority, our Silver Wing Empire might be able to prosper for the next centuries to come. I agree with you. But the ones with the highest chances of succeeding the throne is the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. Their military strength and connections are way ahead compared to the Second Prince's. Sigh. ******. In front of Zhu Shen's store stood the majestic team of soldiers escorting the Second Prince. With his head slightly sticking out of his carriage's window, the Second Prince glanced at the unassuming store in front of them. The Immortal's Wine. What a bold and imposing name! The owner must be confident with his wines to name his store like this. Ha ha! The Second Prince chuckled to himself as he stepped out of his carriage. When he came near the store, he stopped for a brief moment with his eyes flickering with surprise. Interesting, he thought to himself as he resumed walking inside the store. The moment the Second Prince stepped on the store's entrance, he felt the space vibrating for an instant, making him smile. He glanced curiously at the store's interior while searching for the reason of his visit, the Earth Origin Dragon Tree. And as expected, he saw 4 identical spiritual plants lying undistinguished in different corners of the store. It's true. He muttered with a bit of surprise. Please don't block the store's entrance if you don't want me to kick you out. A melodic but cold voice echoed beside the Second Prince's ears, stupefying him greatly. Slowly, he took a glance at his side and saw a peerlessly beautiful young lady with golden hair. She was wearing a knight's light armor and had a short sword strapped behind her back. Her snow-white arms and legs were exposed, making her look both seductive and valiant. But the Second Prince's attention was not on her assets but on the overwhelmingly strong aura he was feeling from her. He then clutched the pendant on his chest while looking at Thea with widening eyes. The Second Prince's breathing became erratic, but he swiftly took a deep breath to calm his shaking nerves. While putting up a gentle smile he said, "I apologize, young lady. We were just stunned by the store's stellar capabilities. We'll find ourselves a table, please excuse us." After that, the Second Prince smiled at Thea and led his men to a vacant table. Thea furrowed her eyebrows as she looked at the figure of the Second Prince. That jade pendant. Why does he have that? Chapter 74, Lu Mendi meets the Second Prince. Welcome to the Immortal's Wine, dear guests. What would you like to order? Hestia smiled radiantly as she glanced at the Second Prince's group. She then glanced at the jade pendant that he was wearing for a brief moment before she retracted her sight from it. The Second Prince felt his gaze, which made him feel a bit nervous. Where's the menu, young lady?" Hestia giggled and pointed in a certain direction as she said. "You can see the prices of our wines in that small blackboard." The Second Prince followed the direction she was pointing at and was surprised, but he did not show it outwardly. "Can you give me an order of deep sea spring dew and 15 frozen origin for my men?" the Second Prince said with a smile. Hestia nodded her head and replied. "Not a problem, dear guest. And, is there anything else you would like to add?" The Second Prince shook his head and said. "No, but can I ask you a question, young lady?" Hestia raised her eyebrows in surprise, but she still replied. "Sure. What is it?" "Would I have the honor to speak with the owner of this store?" the Second Prince asked gently. Hestia had an apologetic look as she replied. "I don't know about that, dear guest. Our master is usually busy and rarely finds time to talk with someone, but I can notify him about this." The Second Prince sighed regretfully while shaking his head. "Sigh. In that case, we will just enjoy the wines here." The leading soldier escorting the Second Prince frowned. He was about to stand when he felt the Second Prince's stare lingering on him. He sighed inwardly and remained seated on his chair while sullenly looking at Hestia. Hestia smiled at the glaring officer before she went to the wine storage to get their orders. While walking to get their wines, Hestia thought to herself. "I should notify Master about the jade pendant." Inside the wine storage, Zhu Shen was still busy distributing the frozen origin wine liquid inside the display bottles when he saw Hestia going inside. "Greetings, Master." Hestia greeted Zhu Shen while bowing respectfully. Zhu Shen took a quick glance at her and waved his right hand as he said, "Don't mind me and just do your work." "Master, there is someone with that jade pendant. He should be a... I know. I already felt his presence the moment he stepped inside the store. Don't worry about his identity and just get them their orders. Anyone who steps inside the store is our customers no matter what their identities are. Now go and get their wines." Zhu Shen cut her off from her speech. "Yes, Master." Hestia acknowledged Zhu Shen's words while giving him a reverential bow. After pouring out all of the frozen origin wine liquid in the display bottles, Zhu Shen stepped out of the wine storage and went to check the dining hall of the store and took a seat in a random corner while listening to everyone's conversations with his spiritual power. This was what he does when he is bored. "Here are your orders. 15 frozen origin and 1 deep sea spring dew. Enjoy." Hestia slowly placed their orders on the table as she spoke. "Thank you, young lady," the second prince said while giving Hestia a kind smile. Hestia smiled sweetly at their group and left. "Isn't that person the second prince? Why is he here?" Lu Mendi, who was enjoying his wine at a different table, was surprised when he saw the second prince's group. "Let's go and pay our respects to him. Although his military strength is weak, he is still an imperial prince and has the blood of the Silveria imperial family flowing in his veins. Furthermore, there is something about this man that I could not understand. His group is the weakest among the 3 eldest sons of the emperor, but my instincts are telling me that this man is dangerous." Lu Mendi added with a serious look as he stood up from his seat. He was only here with all his trusted subordinates, so he didn't mind speaking what was on his mind. The men from the Lu family were surprised at the high evaluation that their young master gave to the second prince. Their young master might be capricious, but he was someone gifted with great intelligence and high talent for cultivation. They treated his words seriously no matter how unbelievable it may be. Lu Mendi stopped in front of the second prince's table and bowed respectfully. "Lu Mendi from the Lu family greets His Highness the second prince." Lu Mendi's men followed his actions as they spoke in unison. "We greet His Highness the second prince." The second prince had a look of surprise as he glanced at Lu Mendi and Co. They haven't interacted that much before and only saw each other during special occasions, so the second prince was a bit stunned to see him here. "Oh, I didn't think that I would meet the young patriarch of the Lu family here. Don't mind me and just continue to enjoy your wines." The second prince spoke cordially. "Since the second prince has spoken, I will go back to our table. If His Highness wishes to speak with me, then just call my name." Lu Mendi said and was about to go back on their spot when... "Young Master Lu, wait. What is it, Your Highness?" Lu Mendi asked curiously. "Do you know anything about the Earth Origin Dragon Tree?" The second prince inched closer to Lu Mendi and asked in a whispering voice. The latter's eyes widened at the question. He then glanced to his left and right to see if anyone else heard their discussion. Lu Mendi then turned to look at Thaya, who was now eyeing them with a profound look. "Your Highness, if you're planning to take away the Earth Origin Dragon Tree, you must abandon that plan right away. This store isn't as simple as seems to be. Troublemakers didn't have a good ending." Lu Mendi whispered hastily. He was already feeling the warm perspiration on his back, but he still warned the second prince with good intentions. Lu Mendi had already known the presence of the Earth Origin Dragon Tree inside the store, but he did not dare think of foolishly stealing it. He believed that he would no longer see tomorrow's sunshine if he really dared to do so. The second prince saw the fear in Lu Mendi's eyes, which made him laugh in his heart in contempt, but he still put on a warm smile as he said, "Thank you for your warning, young Master Lu Mendi." Chapter 75, Ice Begging for Milk. "If there's nothing else, then we'll go back to our spot. Please excuse us, Your Highness." Lu Mendi bowed at the second prince. The latter nodded his head and waved his hands with a smile on his face. The rumors about this store should be true considering how Lu Mendi acted. If that's the case, I won't be able to get the Earth Origin Dragon Tree no matter how I try to. But it doesn't matter, I shall not let this disappointment ruin my plans, the second prince thought to himself while glancing at an Earth Origin Dragon Tree in one corner of the store. He also saw a tiny fruit hanging on the small tree, but he did not dare look at it for long. That fruit should be enough for me to enhance my strength even further, but I won't gamble my life for it. Zhu Shen gazed at the second prince with a calm look. Although he was slightly surprised at what he saw, it didn't last for long. Something interesting is bound to happen to the Silver Wing Empire with this guy's presence. I should find some time to check it out when that happens. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. Meow. Zhu Shen glanced down below and saw a chubby white cat with fat cheeks looking at him with a pleading look. Human, I want milk. Meow. Zhu Shen ignored the telepathic message sent by Ice and closed his eyes. Meow, I know you can hear me. Give me milk or I'll scratch the tables and chairs later. Ice glared at Zhu Shi who now had his eyes shut tightly. Zhu Shen smirked in his heart when he heard the childish voice of Ice ringing in his head. Ice actually sounded like a little girl at the age of 6. You finally decided to talk now, hey, little tiger. Zhu Shen sent back a message to Ice with his eyes still closed. How did you know? I mean. What little tiger? I'm a cat. A cute and adorable cat. Ice's cute lowly voice echoed loudly in Zhu Shen's head. Zhu Shen remained silent, making the already angry Ice even more incensed. She then hopped onto Zhu Shen's lap, but in the end, she did not dare scratch him. Foolish human. Stupid human. Stinky human. Meow. Ice's childish voice reverberated loudly inside Zhu Shen's head. I'll give you 2 bowls of milk if you can shut up. Ice's expression softened after hearing Zhu Shen's indifferent voice. Her big blue eyes widened and a line of saliva can also be seen streaming out of her tiny mouth. 2 bowls of delicious and yummy milk. Her. Meow. Zhu Shen opened his eyes briefly and shook his head at the scene. It's hard to believe that you're a 10th rank God Realm Glacial Sovereign Tiger. Ice's glittering blue eyes widened in shock when she heard what Zhu Shen said. No one else knew her identity in the whole of the profound dragon continent. She hasn't even told anyone yet, so how did Zhu Shen know who she was? You. How did you know? With a dumbfounded expression that shouldn't be present on cats, Ice raised one of her dainty paws and pointed it at Zhu Shen while standing on her hind legs. Zhu Shen glanced at Ice and smiled while patting Ice's little cat head. You better behave or else I might throw you back to the Divine Beast continent. Ice was still enjoying Zhu Shen's touch when her expression turned into extreme horror. That. You also know that I came there. Stinky human. I hate you. Meow. Zhu Shen smiled and chuckled silently while looking playfully at the chubby white cat who was now lying pitifully in his arms. Lu Sulan, Hestia, and Thea were now glancing at their master with stunned faces. They actually saw Zhu Shen laugh for the very first time. The time might be short, but they will never forget that dashing smile lingering on his face as he rubbed the tiny head of Ice. That fat cat! Lu Sulan and Hestia heard Thea's icy muttering voice ringing beside their ears. They both covered their mouths in hopes of preventing themselves from laughing. What are the 2 of you laughing about? Go back to your spots and attend to our customers. Thea almost snapped after hearing the 2 ladies giggling at the sidelines. Hestia stuck her tongue out and ran away while Lu Sulan slowly walked away without turning her head around. *******. Your Majesty, our men sent us a report that second Prince Arslan is now inside the wine store. An Imperial guard said while kneeling on the ground in one knee. Emperor Elik frowned when he heard the report. He then glanced at the Imperial guard and said, "Just let him be. It matters not as long as he doesn't provoke the people from that store." "But, Your Majesty," The fourth prince and the fifth princess are also headed there. If their group meets inside the store, they might cause trouble. It will be fine if it's just the fourth prince, but the fifth princess is together with him. The Imperial Guard said with a contorted look. Emperor Elik's eyes widened and he couldn't help but slam the armrest of his throne. What? How come no one stopped that little demoness from going out of the Imperial Palace? Your Majesty, our men did, but Her Highness threatened us that if we don't let her go out, she will force us to run around naked in Beltran City. We didn't dare hold her for long or she might have really thrown down a tantrum. The last time it happened. Sigh. The Imperial Guard had a look of distress as he spoke. Emperor Elik let out a heavy sigh and rubbed his temples. Is Defender Duanmu with them? The Emperor asked with a worried tone. Yes, Your Majesty. Defender Duanmu is following behind them secretly. The Imperial Guard replied. Emperor Elik sighed in relief and said. Then let's just hope that the old man can handle them. Chapter 76, Princess Sylvia scamming the second prince. Fourth brother, it's been a while since I last visited Wine Master Juice store. I'd like to order the deep-fried shrimp tempura and boast about its taste to our imperial father. The fifth princess smugly said. The fourth prince's lips twitched at her words and was a bit jealous. His little sister was able to talk casually with their imperial father. If it was him, the emperor would surely cane him 100 times. I'll just order 5 Abels Blanc for now and also a serving of deep-fried shrimp tempura. The fourth prince licked his lips as he spoke. Isn't that our second brother's carriage? Is he here as well? The fifth princess was surprised to see the carriage of the second prince outside Zhu Shen's store. The fourth prince knitted his eyebrows and said. That seems to be the case. Humph. Let's go. The second brother still owes me 1,000 true crystals. Princess Sylvia said with glittering eyes. Prince Dante was surprised at her words and he could not help but ask. Hey? How did second brother owe you that much true crystals? Princess Sylvia glared at her fourth brother and said with an evil grin. Because I'm the fifth princess and imperial father dotes on me. Hee hee. Prince Dante paused from his steps and was stunned at his fifth sister's words. This girl is becoming smarter and smarter. My early condolences to you, second brother. Princess Sylvia pulled her brother after seeing him standing foolishly. Hey, don't pull me. Fifth sister. After the two left the scene, an old man dressed like a commoner stood in where they previously were. The old man glanced at the luxurious carriage of the second prince, then onto the receding figures of the 2 youngsters he was secretly protecting. Oh crap! I hope nothing bad happens. He muttered as he swiftly followed behind the 2 youngsters without making them notice him. Princess Sylvia's smile widened after she saw the second prince sitting with his men. She then slowly walked towards them while ignoring her fourth brother's warnings. Sister, don't cause trouble here. If you create a huge commotion, young Miss Thea might throw us out of the store. Prince Dante whispered to her ears while pulling her half-heartedly. He had been conned many times by his fifth sister and he wanted to see someone else succumb as much as he did before. Furthermore, Prince Dante didn't like his second brother that much, even though the latter was putting up a gentle and kind facade since they were young. Prince Dante had a feeling that their second brother was merely faking it, but he wasn't so sure either. Oh, what are my cute little sister and my talented young brother doing here? Are you guys also here to enjoy wine? If that's the case, everything's on me. Prince Arslan said with an affectionate smile. Princess Sylvia's smile turned even more vibrant when she heard those words. Second brother, don't forget that you still owe me 1,000 true crystals. The fifth princess intentionally increased the volume of her voice so that everyone inside the store will be able to hear her clearly. Prince Arslan almost choked on his wine when he heard the playful voice of the fifth princess. He then saw the little demoness winking at him skittishly, which made his lips twitch in annoyance. Ah, of course. How could I forget that? Don't worry, little sister. Your second brother will give it back to you, but for now, let's enjoy the wines in this store. The second prince forced out a smile as he said that. Princess Sylvia frowned and said loudly. I want it now. I want it now. Prince Dante found himself a seat and looked at the scene with great interest. Prince Arslan's pupils widened at the sudden outburst of the fifth princess. He didn't expect that she would make things difficult for him in front of many people. If he did not agree to her demands, he was sure that the little girl in front of him would surely throw a tantrum. He knew how hard it was to pacify the fifth princess, so he yielded and said with a slightly shaking voice. Sure. Here's your 1,000 true crystals, my dear fifth sister. Prince Arslan took out a small pouch from his robes and handed it to Princess Sylvia with shivering arms. It was unknown if he was shaking due to anger or embarrassment. Nonetheless, the fifth princess accepted the pouch with a wide smile on her face. I know that second brother is the best. Hee. She said frivolously. Everyone, you heard what my second brother said, right? He said that everything's on him, so let's all enjoy our wine since he will be paying for our orders. Hee. Princess Sylvia grinned after saying those words. The people inside the store cheered when they heard her words. Long live the second prince! Thank you, your highness! As for the second prince, his gentle face almost distorted and he could hardly control his raging emotions, but he still put on a kind-hearted smile as if he really meant it. Princess Sylvia felt a chill behind her back when her eyes met with Prince Arslan's warm gaze. It felt as if she was looking at a viper who was silently waiting for its prey in the shadows. The second prince stood up and let out a smile that was as gentle as the morning air and said in an amiable voice. Drink up, everyone. Everything's on me this time. Ha ha. Ha ha. Cheers. We offer our respects to you, your highness. All hail the second prince. When everyone else was cheering for the second prince, Zhu Shen was still lazily sitting on his chair while rubbing Ice's fur. He was the only one who looked calm inside the store when everyone else was shouting praises. The fat cat who still had an indignant look before was now closing its eyes in delight while enjoying the gentle touch of Zhu Shen. More. More. Meow. The man and the cat duo seemed oblivious to what was happening inside the store as their eyes remained closed. In fact, they both knew what was happening, but they were just too lazy to bother. Chapter 77, Princess Sylvia's Feelings. The second prince sat down with a calm look, but he was inwardly cursing the fifth princess. He was also looking at her with a gentle gaze, but hidden behind that facade was thick killing intent. Oblivious to her second brother's towering rage, Princess Sylvia sat beside Prince Dante and showed off the small pouch that contained the 1,000 true crystals that Prince Arslan gave her. Look, the second brother gave me 1,000 true crystals. Hee. Princess Sylvia said to the fourth prince with a smug look on her face. Prince Dante smiled and patted her head gently. Good job, fifth sister. He said while giving her a thumbs up. Prince Arslan, who was still looking at the fifth princess, became more incensed at what he saw. Once everything is settled, I'll make sure that both of you will die by my hands. Did you guys really think that I fear that old bastard's rage? Laughable. Prince Arslan thought maliciously. Lu Sulan walked towards the fourth prince and fifth princess table and smiled at them. Hello, dear guests. Do you like to order something? Lu Sulan asked while looking at the two in amusement. Princess Sylvia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Lu Sulan. And with a perplexed tone, she asked the latter. Young miss, are you a new waitress here? Young miss. Lu Sulan muttered in her heart with delight, and her impression of Princess Sylvia improved significantly. That's right, your highness. I'm indeed a new waitress here. Lu Sulan said softly. Princess Sylvia's expression turned into excitement when she heard that. Oh, really? Young miss, how did you become a waitress in Wine Master Zhu's store? Could you please tell me how you did it? The little princess said while looking at Lu Sulan with shining eyes. Lu Sulan's lips twitched at the fifth princess' words. To think that my master's charm could even sway a young girl's heart. When Lusolin saw the eager look in Princess Sylvia's eyes, she could not help but sigh. Lusolin then inched closer to the little princess and whispered to her ears. Your Highness, to be honest with you, I'm Wine Master Zhu Shen's disciple. The fifth princess' eyes bulged at Lusolin's words. Disciple? He's taking in disciples. The former muttered to herself while looking at Lusolin with a flabbergasted look. Yes, I don't know what Master saw in me. But I know that my fate has changed the moment I accepted him as my master. Lusolin smiled while looking at Zhu Shen, who was sitting lazily on his chair. Princess Sylvia followed her gaze and saw the man that was always present in her dreams. Her eyes turned vibrant and everything else blurred except for that very man she was looking at. And as if Zhu Shen felt her gaze, he opened his eyes and turned to look at Princess Sylvia. When their gazes met, Princess Sylvia felt her heart fluttering in glee and happiness. At that moment, she finally realized that she had fallen for this mysterious man. Is this what they call love? She muttered in the most gentle voice she had ever spoken in all her life. The fourth prince, who was listening at the sidelines, almost fell on his chair when he heard her soft voice. Oh no! She has completely succumbed to Wine Master Zhu's charms. Prince Dante thought to himself while feeling a bit conflicted. He was happy for his sister but also worried at the same time. He was glad that her sister found the man she likes, but he was worried that his sister's feelings might not be reciprocated. After visiting Zhu Shen's store for many days, Prince Dante had roughly understood the former's personality. Zhu Shen was a mysterious man who was even said to be an alchemy saint. His unfathomable strength and uncaring attitude were evident to all the patrons of his wine store. So the possibility of him reciprocating Princess Sylvia's feelings was almost impossible. Prince Dante sighed regretfully at his own thoughts. He then turned to look at his little sister, who still had an infatuated smile on her pretty face. Prince Dante's expression had a tinge of pity when he saw her like that. Lusolin held the same sentiments when she saw the little princess look. She had interacted with her master for a couple of times already and she even held an inexplicable emotion towards him, but she knew that her master had never thought of entangling himself with any emotional ties at the moment. Lusolin shook her head and turned her gaze to the fourth prince. The latter understood Lusolin's gaze, so he spoke silently. I apologize for delaying your tasks, young miss. Can we try the new wine? Lusolin nodded her head with a smile but still gave him a warning. Yes, you can. But each of you can only drink half of it, okay? So I can only give you guys one bottle of frozen origin. The fourth prince had a regretful look, but he was still curious about the new wine, so he agreed. No problem, young miss. He said. Lusolin nodded her head at Prince Dante and turned to look at Princess Sylvia before she went to the wine storage. Brother, that beautiful lady told me that she's a disciple of Wine Master Zhu. Princess Sylvia said without looking at Prince Dante. The latter was dumbfounded at his sister's words. He then held Princess Sylvia's shoulders and shook her gently. Fifth sister, what did you say? Princess Sylvia glanced at the fourth prince in annoyance and replied with a vexed tone. Listen carefully, my idiot brother. I said Wine Master Zhu took her in as his disciple. That means there is a possibility of him taking in more. Prince Dante released Princess Sylvia's shoulders and sighed. He then looked at Zhu Shen, who was rubbing the fur of a fat white cat, and muttered to himself. Is that really the case? I doubt that. Chapter 78, The One-Armed Barbarian. Sister, we've really offended our second brother right now. With the current state of our Silver Wing Empire, there is a chance that he might get rid of us to prevent future troubles for himself. Although we're not among those selected to fight for the throne, we are still of imperial bloodline after all. And our second brother. He is not as kind as he seemed to be. Prince Dante frowned as he spoke with a serious look. Princess Sylvia's cheeky expression turned grave when she heard her fourth brother's words. She then glanced at their second brother who was now drinking with his soldiers with a brilliant smile on his handsome face. She could not pinpoint how her fourth brother came to believe that Prince Arslan is capable of killing them, but some part of her believed Prince Dante's words might be possible. I don't think he has the guts to kill us out in the open. And even if we are in a deserted street, he will still hesitate in taking our lives. Princess Sylvia said while cupping her chin with her palms. Prince Dante nodded his head in agreement, but he still felt that Prince Arslan would not let them off the hook easily. With Defender Duanmu protecting us secretly, he shouldn't be that idiotic to kill us for some squabbles, but we still have to be careful about his revenge. Prince Dante said while eyeing their second brother who was laughing joyfully with his men. Other people might think of the second prince as a kind and caring individual, but Prince Dante thought otherwise. He didn't know why he was so certain about that, but he chose to believe in his instincts. Dear guests, here's your frozen origin. Please enjoy it. Lu Sulan smiled as she put the bottle of frozen origin and 2 silver cups on the table of the 2 imperial siblings. Prince Dante and Princess Sylvia glanced at the bottle of wine that was releasing a dense amount of cold air. They were so surprised that they forgot to thank Lu Sulan. Ahem. Lu Sulan let out a cough to gather the attention of the still stunned siblings. Prince Dante glanced at Lu Sulan apologetically and said with a smile. I'm sorry about that, young miss. We haven't seen wine as fascinating as this yet. I'm now curious about why is it so cold. Do you mind telling us the reason for this? Lu Sulan smiled and shook her head. Unfortunately, the master did not divulge the ingredients and the process of making this wine, so I also don't know anything about this. But if you're that curious, you might want to ask him yourselves. Who knows? Maybe master will tell you guys about it. Princess Sylvia's eyes twinkled when she heard that, but as she was about to speak, Prince Dante immediately spoke eloquently. In that case, we'll ask Wine Master Zhu Shen at a later date. Thank you for your suggestion, young miss. Also, may I dare ask for your esteemed name? Lu Sulan's eyebrows raised in surprise. She didn't think that this naive-looking young prince was actually so quick-witted to speak before his sister did. My name is Lu Sulan. She answered while looking at them kindly. Lu Sulan. Prince Dante's eyes bulged when he learned her identity. He was very familiar with the name Lu Sulan since their father the Emperor spoke about her some time ago. The Emperor said that aside from the Alchemy Hall's branch head and himself, there was still someone in the Silver Wing Empire who had the strength of an 8th-rank divine realm. She was the sect mistress of a hermit sect, the Ice Cloud Sword sect. Her name is Lu Sulan. Lu Sulan ignored Prince Dante's surprise and told them in a serious voice. Dear guests, please remember that you have to divide the wine evenly in half. Because if you drink more than that amount, your bodies might experience something terrible. Looking at Lu Sulan's grave expression, Princess Sylvia gulped in dread. Don't worry, young Miss Lu Sulan. We won't drink more than the amount you told us. The latter said while forcing out a smile. Good. Lu Sulan replied before she left the two of them. At a random corner in the store, Zhu Shen who was holding ice in his arms glanced in a certain direction with a curious look on his face. Oh? Are you also going here for the fruit of the earth origin dragon tree? Interesting. Ice who was lying in Zhu Shen's embrace looked in the same direction and scoffed in disdain. Meow. I can break their bones for you if you give me one more bowl of milk. Zhu Shen rubbed her head gently and replied in a calm voice. No need. Thia will be able to handle them herself. Stingy. Meow. Ice swatted Zhu Shen's hand in annoyance. Zhu Shen ignored the rebellious fat cat and continued rubbing her fur while Ice rolled and kicked Zhu Shen's hand with her paws. At the entrance of Beltran City, a group of people riding on high-level savage beasts came. They were wearing a set of light armors but it could hardly cover their bulging muscles. Leading them was a one-armed man mounting on a 7th-rank Emperor Realm Crimson Lightning Tiger. The tiger was approximately 6 meters tall and was more than 10 meters in length. It was crimson-red in color with black stripes all over its humongous body. Its two sword-like fangs can be seen extending out of its mouth. The man sitting on its back had a dark skin and a rather buff physique. He had a long wavy red hair and there was also a cape made from savage beast's fur tied to his armor. Although he only had his right arm remaining, it did not stop the people who were with him to look at the man in reverence. The one-armed man looked at the bustling Beltran city with an odd look and said, "The capital city of the Silver Wing Empire is truly prosperous. The main district of our Mythos wildlands could not even be compared to it." After he spoke those words, he led his men to go inside Beltran city under the scared gazes of the city guards who did not even dare to stop them from going in. Who could blame them? Those barbarians emitted a strong and malefic aura that made these inexperienced soldiers shiver in trepidation. Chapter 79, Danger. Heek. Dis wine is so good heek. The fifth princess muttered with a drunk look. Her face was beet red and she could hardly open her dazed eyes. Beside her was the fourth prince who had a much better complexion. Although he was in a much better condition compared to his sister, he still had an intoxicated look after drinking the frozen origin. Hee hee. My head feels heavy. I think I want to sleep here, he said while resting his head on the table. Prince Arslan's eyes glinted when he saw that the two were slowly losing their consciousness. He then whispered something to one of his soldiers. The soldier's eyes turned grim when he heard the second prince's words and he immediately went out of the store with an invisible dark aura revolving around him. Prince Arslan smirked for one last time before he resumed talking with the rest of his men with his usual amiable expression. The customers inside laughed when they saw that the two were already drunk after only drinking a bottle of wine. They didn't know what wine they ordered, but the customers had an idea of which one it was after looking at the state of the fourth prince and the fifth princess. With their strength, they can't finish an entire bottle of deep-sea spring dew. In that case, they must have ordered the new wine. It's the second most expensive wine sold at the moment, so it should be strong considering how it knocked down Prince Dante and Princess Sylvia who have considerable levels of cultivation. Lu Ziyufeng muttered in amusement as he glanced at the fourth prince and the fifth princess who now had their heads planted on their table. Let's try it out ourselves next time. Sure. The mercenaries talked and laughed as they continued drinking their wines. Sitting in front of Zhu Shen was an old man wearing a straw hat and thick grey robes. He sighed when he saw Prince Dante and Princess Sylvia who were slowly drifting into their dreamlands. You should take them back to the Imperial Palace before it's too late. Zhu Shen glanced at the man in front of him as he spoke. He knew that the man was Defender Duanmu in disguise. Wine Master Zhu's eyes are truly piercing, but, I don't understand what you mean. Defender Duanmu raised his straw hat to take a look at Zhu Shen's expression only to see the latter's usual indifference. You'll know soon. Now, take them with you so that their seats will be vacated. There are still more customers waiting outside. Zhu Shen added calmly. Defender Duanmu smiled and shook his head. The former was already used to Zhu Shen's uncaring nature that he was no longer annoyed with it. He then bowed at Zhu Shen and went straight to the fourth prince and the fifth princess. Prince Arslan eyed him with a cold look, but he hurriedly retracted his gaze when he felt that Defender Duanmu was about to glance in his direction. Defender Duanmu looked at the second prince for a brief moment before he ordered his men who were stationed outside the wine store to get the fourth prince and the fifth princess. Ice glanced at their retreating figure with a disinterested look and wriggled her fat ass to get a much better position as she spoke. They will surely die if you leave them be. The soldier that went out earlier was an 8th rank Divine Realm demon while the old man is only at the peak of the 7th rank Emperor Realm. Meow. Zhu Shen ignored Ice, but he was thinking to himself. If I leave them alone, I'll lose a few patrons. This isn't good for my business. Hestia, come here. Zhu Shen called out telepathically. Hestia was surprised at the sudden call of Zhu Shen, but she still walked towards him. Master, what can I do to help you? Hestia bowed her head as she asked in a respectful tone. Zhu Shen's indifferent eyes hovered on Hestia's face, making the latter a bit self-conscious. Hestia, follow the old man and protect them from danger. Make sure that they return to the imperial palace safely. Zhu Shen said. Hestia knitted her eyebrows and was curious about the reason for her master's order. Her cultivation level is already at the mid-stage of the 8th rank divine realm. Since her master told her to protect someone, then there should be an enemy who's at least on the same level as her. I understand, master. Leave this to me. I'll make sure that they'll arrive back to the imperial palace safe and sound. Hestia said confidently. Zhu Shen nodded his head and warned her. Be careful. You're not facing a human. Hestia's expression turned grim as she nodded her head. You may go. Zhu Shen closed his eyes as he spoke those words. Hestia bowed as she swiftly left the store. Will she be fine? She's not just facing a normal demon. That guy should be a demon general considering how thick his demonic aura is. Meow. I said while looking at Zhu Shen's face with her round eyes. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards and said. Hestia isn't just a normal human either. Stop acting mysterious, you stinky human. Meow. Ice waved her paws, but it was easily blocked by Zhu Shen. ******. Sigh. These two kids will surely get another round of scolding from His Majesty. But at least nothing much happened inside the store. Defender Duanmu muttered to himself as he urged his horse to walk forward. Beside him was an imperial carriage where Prince Dante and Princess Sylvia were resting. A group of imperial guards was also protecting the carriage, their expressions rigid and careful. These soldiers can be considered as elites even among the imperial guards, and there were more than 10 of them encircling the carriage. Each of them had the strength of a 5th-rank spirit realm expert. Zhu Shen's store was located in a remote alley and there were hardly any people walking by. It was only around Zhu Shen's store where there are lots of people loitering. Defender Duanmu frowned as he looked at the quiet surroundings. He had an ominous feeling when he sensed a cold breeze. This sensation. An expert? Everyone, prepare for combat. We have company. Defender Duanmu shouted as he glared in a certain direction. Clap. 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 Impressive. Your title as one of the Silver Wing Empire's defender is not just for show indeed. A man dressed in long black robes walked forward as he spoke in a condescending tone after clapping his hands sarcastically. Behind the man was 10 other people dressed in similar attire. Defender Duanmu and the Imperial Guards hurriedly surrounded the Imperial carriage while glaring warily at the newcomers. Who are you people? Since you already know our identities, then please take your leave. Defender Duanmu said as he got off his mount. Chapter 80, Defender Duanmu's Resolve. Leave? Do you think that you have the power to command us, you old thing? The man dressed in long black robes laughed in disdain as he glared at Defender Duanmu with his exposed eyes. Defender Duanmu frowned as he thought to himself. Just who are these people? They're not even afraid even after knowing our identities. I can't even tell the strength of that guy leading them, but those people with him are at least at the 5th rank spirit realm with some at the 6th rank king realm. It will be bad if we have a direct confrontation with them. How troublesome! Defender Duanmu glanced at the Imperial Guards behind him and ordered in an irrefutable tone. Go bring the 5th princess and the 4th prince back to the Imperial Palace. I'll hold them off here. The Imperial Guards were surprised at the command, but after seeing the determined look of Defender Duanmu, they nodded their heads and saluted with grim expressions. You can rest assured, Defender Duanmu. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we'll do it as long as the 5th princess and the 4th prince can return to the Imperial Palace unharmed. The leader of the Imperial Guards said with a resolute look. Defender Duanmu nodded his head gravely at his people after hearing those words. He then turned to look at the enemies while releasing the true essence in his body without constraints. The Imperial Guards grabbed the 4th prince and the 5th princess from the carriage and left hastily without looking back. Ho! Some of you, go after them. Don't let them escape alive. The man in long black robes commanded his men. I won't allow you people to harm them. Defender Duanmu shouted as he released a violent punch at the opposing group. He had to buy as much time as possible for the fifth princess and the fourth prince to arrive safely in the imperial palace. You don't have the capabilities to stop them, old thing. The man in black robes said while blocking Defender Duanmu's attack with his sword. Boom! A violent eruption resounded after Defender Duanmu's punch hit the man's sword. Dust and fierce gales covered the epicenter of the attack. When the dust particles subsided, the man in black robes can be seen completely unharmed even after taking the full brunt of Defender Duanmu's attack. So the defender of the Silver Wing Empire is this weak? How pitiful! The man said in a mocking voice. Defender Duanmu was a peak 7th rank Emperor Realm expert, but his attack didn't even leave any visible injuries on his opponent. The difference in their strengths was clear to see. Enough with the nonsense and kill me if you can. Defender Duanmu gazed at his opponent grimly. The man in black robes smiled. If that's the case, then I shall no longer waste my time here. Receive my strike. Following those words, the man in black robes brandished his sword, producing fierce gales that threatened to slice anything in its way. Facing such an attack, Defender Duanmu had a somber look. He then grabbed a spear from his storage pouch and shouted. Sky-shattering spear strike! Defender Duanmu pointed his spear at the opponent's throat and completely ignored the attack aimed his way. The fierce gales left dozens of cuts on the old man's arms, but he gritted his teeth and continued pushing his spear forward with an indomitable will. What a crazy old bastard! The man in black robes cursed as he parried Defender Duanmu's attack with his sword. He then kicked the latter's abdomen, sending the old man flying towards the ground. Bonk! A huge crater was formed following the fall of the old defender. Defender Duanmu spat a mouthful of blood as he tried to stand up. What a strong kick! That person is at least at the 8th rank divine realm. How can such a strong expert be here without us knowing? And who can command such an individual? He thought as he used his spear to hold himself up. You're quite a resilient old thing to survive that kick, but for how long can you stand up? Ha ha ha! The man in black robes laughed. Just who are you? What's your purpose in coming to our Silver Wing Empire? Defender Duanmu asked after wiping the trail of blood coming out of his mouth. The man in black robes smirked and replied with contempt. A dead man has no right to know anything. Just stand still and accept your death. After that, the man lifted his sword with two hands and slashed towards Defender Duanmu's direction. The latter immediately rolled sideways to evade the attack. Bang! Countless rock debris flew in the air after the slash hit the solid ground. Defender Duanmu held his spear tightly and prepared himself for the next attack of his opponent. Is this where I die? What will happen to our Silver Wing Empire after my death? No. No. I don't want to die just yet. I still want to see our empire overcome all these troubles and come out as a much stronger force to be reckoned with. Defender Duanmu grabbed a pill from his storage pouch and gulped it without hesitation. This is an 8th rank berserk pill from the alchemy hall. It is capable of forcefully enhancing my strength to the 8th rank divine realm for a short period of time. As for the consequences of taking it, it doesn't matter. My death is worth it as long as the 4th prince and the 5th princess can escape safely. Ah! Defender Duanmu roared savagely. His strength reached the next realm after consuming the pill. Shit! To think that this old man had such a trump card. Now, this is a bit troublesome. The man in black robes muttered in anger. Defender Duanmu's eyes reddened as he clutched his head with one hand. This strength is still too much for my body. I should not waste too much time and end this before the effects of the pill subside. He then grabbed his spear and glared hatefully at the man in black robes. With his spear pointed at the man, Defender Duanmu said fiercely. Whoever you are, I won't allow your plans to succeed. Even if it means this old man's death. Chapter 81, Hestia's strength. We must hurry. Defender Duanmu is currently fighting with their leader, but the underlings of that man should be tailing us. The leader of the Imperial Guards shouted with a solemn voice. He then glanced at the fourth prince who was still unconscious in his arms before he turned to look at the fifth princess who was being carried by one of his men. Just how strong are the wines in that store for them to make these two geniuses remain unconscious for an extended amount of time? He thought to himself. Halt! More than 10 men in black robes blocked the Imperial Guards from their path. Move away! The army of the Silver Wing Empire is just nearby. If you don't want to die, then step aside at this instant. The leader of the Imperial Guards threatened while glaring at the opposing side. His heart was beating faster than normal, but he had to act tough to prevent the morale of his people from dropping down. Although the Imperial Guards had the advantage in numbers, they were significantly weaker than the men in black robes. One of the enemies stepped forward and sneered derisively. So what if the army of the Silver Wing Empire is nearby? Even if you send them a distress signal, they still won't be able to see it. Our leader already blocked this zone from the outside world using a treasure. Ha ha ha. The leader of the Imperial Guards felt his heart skipping a beat when he heard those words. His men were also starting to get nervous. I have to maintain everyone's morale for us to escape here. Although we're weaker than them, we have the advantage in numbers. If we sacrifice our lives, the fourth prince and the fifth princess should be able to get out alive. The Imperial Guards captain thought while ignoring his rising nervousness. He was the only 6th-rank king realm on their side and the enemy group had more than 5 of them. The combat strength of the two groups should be almost equal. But no matter who wins, the losses wouldn't be small for either side. Stop buying time. That old defender of yours will die under our leader's hands. Haha. Men, kill the fourth prince and the fifth princess. Following that shout, the men in black robes started charging towards the Imperial Guards. Don't cower. We're soldiers of the mighty Silver Wing Empire. Even if the enemies outpower us, we will not back down. The captain of the Imperial Guards shouted with vigor. He then grabbed the soldier holding the fifth princess and handed the fourth prince to him. Soldier, you go and bring them back to the Imperial Palace. They must return alive. The captain said with determined eyes. The soldier who was holding the 2 imperial children held back the tears that were about to fall out from his eyes and replied with a resolute look. Captain, don't worry. I will not fail you. The captain nodded his head and glared at the incoming enemies with a fearless expression. Brothers, let's use all of our strength in this final battle. Charge with me. He shouted as he led the Imperial Guards to fight back. But just as the two parties were about to clash, a brilliant ray of light descended towards the men in black robes. The scene surprised everyone greatly. Boom! A violent explosion rang out after the brilliant light hit the men in black robes. The Imperial Guards covered their eyes from the light while feeling extremely shocked in their hearts. Just what was that brilliant ray of light? Was it the defender Duanmu? The Imperial Guards thought to themselves as they slowly opened their eyes. They glanced at where the men in black robes last stood only to see a huge crater enveloped by raging flames. What the hell? The captain and the others were flabbergasted at what they saw. He stopped his men from going near the crater and went there himself. As the captain was walking towards the crater, a lithe silhouette came into everyone's view. Isn't she? The captain muttered with a blank look on his face. A woman with long red hair dressed in a maid's uniform walked out from the blazing crater. She had a kind smile plastered on her face, but the short sword in her right hand, which was covered in blood, destroyed her saintly image. Young Miss Hestia, why are you here? The captain asked with a dumbfounded look. Hestia flicked her arm to remove the bloodstain on the blade of her sword before she turned to look at the stupefied captain. These people might have forgotten to pay for their wines. That's why the master sent me to let them rest forever. Hestia smiled tenderly, but that smile sent shivers down the Imperial Guards' spines. The captain of the Imperial Guards gulped in fear as he slowly inched towards the crater. He took a look at the situation down below only to see the mangled body parts of the men in black robes. "Don't worry. All of them are now resting in peace." A gentle voice filled with warmth reached the captain's ears, making all the hairs on his body stand on end. "Tha thank you for your help, young Miss Hestia." The captain forced out a smile as he bowed his head. Hestia giggled like a carefree teen after seeing the nervous Imperial Guards. She then turned to look at the fourth prince and fifth princess and said, "You should bring them back to the Imperial Palace. I still have to go back and help the old man." After saying those words, Hestia slowly rose in midair and flew out of their sights. The Imperial Guards stood rooted on the ground, still not believing what they had just seen. To think that the gentle and kind young Miss Hestia is actually an expert at the 8th rank divine realm. So young Miss Thea isn't just the expert in that store. Don't forget that Wine Master Ju himself is also an alchemy saint. And there is also that new waitress working for him. Everyone in that store are monsters. Everyone. Let's not waste our time talking about this here. We still have to bring the fourth prince and fifth princess back to the Imperial Palace and report everything to His Majesty," the captain said while looking at the horizon. Chapter 82, Body Enhancers. "Old thing, you should just stop struggling. My men might have already killed the fourth prince and fifth princess at this time." "Ha ha ha." The man in black robes laughed scornfully as he looked at Defender Dunmu with taunting eyes. The latter's eyes reddened as he let out a savage howl full of hate and anger. After consuming the berserk pill, Defender Dunmu's strength was temporarily upgraded to the next level. Although he was only at the initial stage of the 8th rank divine realm at the moment, he believed that he had sufficient strength to defeat the man in front of him. "Prepare to die, you bastard." Defender Dunmu held his spear in front of him and pointed it towards the man in black robes. Sky-cleaving spear thrust. Defender Dunmu's biceps bulged and his feet sank deeper on the ground as he thrust his spear forward. His attack produced a vibrating wind blade that sliced towards the man in black robes. The wind blade left fissures on the ground, showing how destructive it was. The man who was on the receiving end of such an attack was still wearing a disdainful smile. "If I can only use my true form, this old man should have died earlier. But it doesn't matter, he will still die by my hands today." "Ha ha." The man laughed in contempt. The training method of the demons didn't differ much from the humans. Just that the former enhances their bodies mostly through body strengthening, while almost 80% of the humans enhance themselves by cultivating their true essence. The demons were so talented in the art of body strengthening that it was easier for everyone in their kind to improve themselves by simply training physically. Of course, their development will continue to become harder as their level increases. A cultivator can control true essence, while a body strengthening expert can control Anma. The difference between these two energies lies in their ability to control the power of the elements. With sufficient true essence, a cultivator can freely control the power of elements once they reached a high level of cultivation, but a body strengthening expert can only use their Anma to maximize the hidden potential in their bodies. The man in black robes gathered the Anma in his body and waved his sword against the incoming attack aimed his way. "Tisk. I can't control my Anma properly with this weak body, but it's more than enough to block that old man's attack. Hey hey hey." The man in black robes forcefully cleaved the wind blade with his sword. Bonk. Defender Dunmu's eyes widened when he felt the energy from the man in black robes. You're a body enhancer. Who are you?" "There is no body enhancing expert in our Silverwing Empire. You must be from one of our neighboring empires." He glared at the man in black robes. The latter ignored Defender Dunmu and started his assault. "Now, it's my turn, old bastard." The man lifted his sword and dashed towards Defender Dunmu at breakneck speed. His movement was so fast that he left afterimages in his wake. After closing his distance against the old defender, the man raised his sword and slashed it towards Defender Dunmu. Defender Duanmu raised his spear with 2 hands to block the slash. Clank! A thunderous clanging sound echoed as their weapons collided. Defender Duanmu's feet sank even further on the ground after receiving the strike. Crap! This man's physical strength is at the 8th rank divine realm. I can't continue fighting with him in close combat or I'll only be defeated. Defender Duanmu thought to himself as he controlled more true essence from his Danshan. The man in black robes smirked after sensing his opponent's actions. Do you think I'll allow you to gather more true essence? Keep dreaming, you old bastard! He sneered as he added more strength to his sword. Defender Duanmu gritted his teeth while holding on to his spear tightly. He then twisted his spear and backed off several meters away. The man in black robes refused to give him time to gather himself together and swiftly rushed towards the panting Defender Duanmu. The man in black robes somersaulted in midair and slashed his sword with both his hands. As Defender Duanmu was about to raise his spear, he felt his body weakening at rapid speed. He spat a mouthful of black blood and knelt on the ground with one knee. He then raised his head and glanced at the approaching enemy with weary eyes. Is this the end of my old life? He muttered as black blood continued to stream out of his mouth. Die! The man in black robes shouted with a malicious look. Just as his sword was about to cleave Defender Duanmu's body, a short sword with a white handle blocked his strike. Sheeing! The man in black robes hurriedly distanced himself after feeling a grave sense of danger. His eyes dilated as he glanced at the graceful figure standing in front of the old defender. Who are you? Why are you putting your nose on someone's business? He shouted while looking at Hestia alertly. Hestia ignored him and turned to look at Defender Duanmu, who was now looking at her with a stunned look. Yo young me Miss Hestia. The old man muttered with difficulty. He wasn't really injured, but the effects of the berserk pill was slowly taking effect. If he wasn't treated right away, he might turn into a cripple. SHH. Stop talking and drink this. Hestia smiled and stuffed a healing pill inside the old man's mouth. Defender Duanmu did not reject the offer and absorbed the effects of the pill in his mouth. He was very grateful for the help, but he was too weak to continue speaking. Hestia turned to look at the man in black robes and shook her head gently. Sigh. I don't want to kill a guest from our store, but your presence can destroy my master's business. The man in black robes laughed at her words. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? You're just a mid-stage 8th rank divine realm cultivator. Let me show you my true form. He then grabbed a jade necklace that was tied to his neck and pulled it. The man's body slowly morphed into a 2-meter-tall humanoid with dark purple skin. There were also 2 long black horns attached to his head. His appearance looked grotesque as he let out a twisted smile that exposed his 2 rows of sharp teeth. Little girl, I look forward to eating your body. Your taste shouldn't be too bad, right? Ha ha ha. Chapter 83, Yin Yang Life Decaying Sword Slash. Defender Duanmu was dumbfounded when he saw the man in black robes slowly transform into a demon. The demons and humans were nemesis since the olden times. Countless wars ravaged the world of Nuar because of their feud. That's why their ancestors came into an agreement of living in 2 separate continents. The demons lived in the Crimson Fiend continent while the humans and the Alliance lived in the Profound Dragon continent. A demon. Defender Duanmu muttered in surprise while clutching his aching chest. What could be the reason for a demon's emergence in our Silverwing Empire? Is it the beginning of another continental dispute among countless races? He felt horrified at his own thoughts. Scared? It's too late for that. Since you have already seen my true appearance, I will not allow the both of you to leave this place alive. The demon general laughed eerily, causing his hideous face to become even more unsightly to look at. Hestia remained unperturbed at the scene. Although she could not remember anything about her life before meeting Zhu Shen, she had a strange feeling that it wasn't her first time seeing a demon. Hestia felt a sense of déjà vu, but it was just a faint lingering sensation that she could not understand. All she knew was that there was a deep sense of loathing and hatred hidden inside her heart as she looked at the demon general. Hestia's smiling expression froze and was replaced by an icy cold look. She glanced at the demon general frostily and said while pointing her sword at him, "I shall not waste my time with you." Hestia's true essence fluctuated vigorously as she gathered all the strength she could muster from her dantian. The demon general's expression turned grim when he sensed the towering true essence coming out of Hestia's slender figure. He could not believe that this strength was being emitted by someone at the mid-stage of the 8th-rank divine realm. This woman. Is she really just a mid-stage 8th-rank divine realm cultivator? He muttered in a grating and demonic voice. Hestia's silhouette vanished from her spot and reappeared behind the stunned demon general. She then lifted her sword and struck the back of the demon general. The latter felt a cold sensation behind him and hurriedly distanced himself, but it was already too late to evade the attack. Shia! The defenseless back of the demon general was split open, creating a deep diagonal wound that stretched from his left shoulder to his right waist. Arg! The demon swiftly channeled the Anma inside his body to heal his gaping wound. He then glanced at Hestia with a deathly stare. "You damn human! You sneak attacked me! Arg!" The demon general ignored the painful sensation from his back and charged madly towards Hestia. He raised his muscular arms and aimed his fist at Hestia's slim figure. Hestia had a cold look as she watched the demon who was lunging straight in her direction. She gathered her true essence and created an invisible yin-yang diagram in mid-air using her sword. The diagram glowed brightly after Hestia finished the last strokes and it slowly manifested in front of her. "Yin-yang life-decaying sword slash!" she shouted as she slashed the diagram with her sword. White and black rays of light intertwined against each other. The two opposing elements slowly merged as it traveled at a speed that was almost as fast as the speed of sound. The demon general had an alarmed look when he felt the strength of Hestia's sword technique. "This can't be." The demon general felt his adrenaline rising as he forcefully gathered the Anma inside his body. "Frenzied slaughter body!" he shouted. Although body enhancers could not control the power of elements, they could tap the hidden potential of their physical bodies by awakening it with their Anma. Just that the amount of Anma needed to maintain this form was immense. Black metallic scales emerged from his body and his stature also grew twice larger. He was now almost 5 meters in height and looked like a giant armored monstrosity. The demon general then shielded his face with his thick arms as he covered his body with huge amounts of Anma. Bonk! Hestia's sword slash struck the demon general's body, causing an ear-splitting sound that created shockwaves. Defender Duanmia weakly cast his true essence to shield his body from the blast, but he was still thrown several dozen meters away. Is this the true strength of young Miss Hestia? Just what kind of monsters are the people inside that store? Even if His Majesty was in his peak condition, he could still not survive that kind of sword technique. Defender Duanmia, who was now covered in dust, muttered with a blank look. Hestia waited for the dust to subside, but she was still holding her sword warily because she could feel that the demon general's aura was still present. "This demon isn't an easy opponent," she muttered silently to herself. Just then, a huge shadow dashed towards Hestia, catching her unprepared. "Die!" the demon general shouted as he raised his bloodied right arm in a bid to smash Hestia. Hestia lifted her sword hastily to block the pummeling fist of the angered demon. Bonk! The demon's punch threw Hestia several hundred meters away. Boom! Hestia's body created a huge hole in a nearby mountain. The mountain shook, causing countless rock debris to fall. The demon general smirked, but his face suddenly contorted in pain as he sprawled on the ground in all fours while coughing dark green blood. Cough! 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 What kind of sword technique was that? It actually caused severe damage to my internal organs. Fuck! The demon general cursed as he slowly reverted to his 2-meter demon form. "I need to get out of here before someone else from that store comes here," he muttered as he clutched his chest while weakly standing up. He then grabbed a jade necklace from his storage ring and put it on his neck. His demon body morphed back into a human under the surprised gaze of Defender Duanmu. Demon! I will not allow you to escape here. Defender Duanmu stood up unsteadily as he shouted in a hoarse voice. The demon, who was now in human form, smiled widely in contempt and replied in a mocking voice. Old thing, you're lucky that an expert helped you. But there will be no next time. For now, I will let you live. Ha ha ha. His figure then vanished and Defender Duanmu could only stare helplessly at the place where the demon previously stood. I should report this to His Majesty as soon as possible. This news involves the safety of our Silver Wing Empire. No. It involves the whole of the profound dragon continent. He muttered as he walked towards the mountain where Hestia was thrown. Chapter 84, Hall of Life and Death? Inside the Immortal's wine store. Zhu Shen glanced at the void with a perplexed look on his face. System, I can sense a feeling of doubt rising from within Hestia's soul when she saw that demon. You told me that she is a creation that you made for me, but it seems like her background isn't just that. Zhu Shen communicated with the system through his mind. Ding! Host, Hestia is indeed a creation made by the system. Her soul is something that the system took from the Hall of Life and Death. Her reaction just now is something understandable since her death had something to do with the demons. The system replied in a mechanical voice. Hall of Life and Death? To think that you are actually able to get a soul from that place. Even the three almighty celestial emperors did not dare offend the people from there. Just how did you get Hestia's soul from them? Zhu Shen, who was usually calm, felt surprised in his heart. Asterisk asterisk. In Zhu Shen's previous life, there was a majestic holy land floating up above the primordial god realm. No one knew when this hovering island was made, but the oldest immortals mentioned that it had already existed even before they were born. Because of the mysteriousness of this place, many grew curious about its origin. Some tried to visit it, but there was some kind of restriction that prevented everyone from going near this floating holy land. The strongest of immortals tried, but they powerless in their endeavors of ascending this holy land. Celestial Emperor Lao Go and Celestial Emperor Jian Wang also attempted to soar to that place, but they were similarly met with the restrictions. All they could do was stare at its towering silhouette helplessly. Everyone later called that place as the 3 Towers of Divine Dao. The reason for its name was because of the 3 towers erected on top of this floating island. No one knew what those 3 towers represented. Zhu Shen was among those people who tried to visit the 3 towers of Divine Dao, but like everyone else, he also failed. It was only when Zhu Shen met the 3rd Celestial Emperor, the ruler of Hell, that he learned the origins of the 3 towers of Divine Dao. As for how the ruler of Hell knew everything about it, even Zhu Shen was clueless. Asterisk asterisk. According to Asmodeus, the ruler of Hell, the Hall of Life and Death is responsible for the rebirth and death of all the souls in the multiverse. The Hall of Life and Death is also where the souls are kept before they are given the chance of rebirth. In that case, was my soul also kept in there before I was taken away by the system? Zhu Shen thought to himself. The system remained silent and ignored Zhu Shen. The latter sighed and then glanced at Thaya, who was standing at the store's entrance. Thaya had a cold expression, but Zhu Shen saw the blazing fighting intent in her eyes. He knew that Thaya might have already seen the fight between Hestia and the demon general. She was just holding herself back since Zhu Shen did not command her to help Hestia. Master should be training Hestia, so I should not intervene in this, but Thaya used her spiritual power to watch the fight between Hestia and the demon general, but she was feeling restless as the fighting continued. When Thaya saw Hestia was thrown to a mountain, the former unconsciously held the sword strapped behind her back. Thick murderous air shrouded the entire store, making the customers shut their mouths in trepidation. They didn't know what made this demoness incarnation angry that it made her react like that. Thaya, don't be impulsive. Hestia won't be killed from that attack. It was just a moment of distraction on her part. That's why she was defeated. Furthermore, the demon is also severely injured. It will take much time for him to heal those wounds. Zhu Shen said telepathically to Thea. But master, that demon hurt Hestia. I want to kill him. Thea's murderous stare did not subside, instead, it became even stronger. Zhu Shen's calm eyes turned chilly all of a sudden, making Thea instantly recognize her imprudent actions. She sighed and bowed her head with a downcast look. My apologies, master. It shall not happen again. Zhu Shen sighed and shook his head. I understand your concerns, Thea. But as of the moment, I have no plans of intervening with the fate of the mortals in this world. That is unless if they decide to mess with us openly. Thea exhaled a long breath and nodded her head in understanding. She then walked towards Zhu Shen and bowed with a look of regret. Master, I was impatient just now. I deserve to be punished. Zhu Shen's indifferent eyes turned mild when he felt the sincerity in Thea's words. He walked near her and rubbed her head gently. Don't worry, Thea. I know you've been itching for a fight after being trapped inside this store as a guard. In fact, you don't have to wait for that long to have this wish granted. Thea blushed after having her desire exposed. She didn't know how Zhu Shen was able to know about it. Just how did Master know? She thought while feeling a bit abashed. Master, what do you mean? Thea asked with a curious look. She was indeed craving for a battle, but all she did inside the store was kick the asses of the customers who created trouble. Zhu Shen patted her head lightly as he replied with a mysterious tone. Haven't you felt all those strong presence gathering inside of Beltran City? They will come here soon and that's when you'll make a move. Thea had a flash of understanding when she heard her master's words. She then glanced at the 4 Earth Origin Dragon Tree that each had 3 flowers blooming splendidly. That was the sign that the Earth Origin Dragon Tree was about to bear fruit. Chapter 85, Hatred. The second prince was feeling a sense of foreboding when he felt the strong fluctuations of true essence coming from Thea. He felt that the disparity between them was so huge that he could not help but swear in his heart. Fuck. To think that this woman is so strong. Did she sense the demonic presence of my subordinate? That stupid fool actually pulled out his shape-shifting jade necklace. Just what could be the reason that made him use his true form? Speaking of which, I saw young Miss Hestia come out of the store. Perhaps, Prince Arslan's eyes narrowed when his thoughts reached that point. He glanced at Zhu Shen and thought coldly in his heart. Wine Master Zhu, did you already find out my identity? Zhu Shen felt the second prince's stare but he ignored him completely. Even if the latter was a demon prince, Zhu Shen didn't give a damn about him. In his opinion, they were just like ants seeking for material things and emotional contentment to feed their ego. In his past life, aside from the 3 celestial emperors, no one even dared to glance his way. Let's go. The second prince stood up from his seat and issued a command to his subordinates. The soldiers bowed at Prince Arslan and followed behind him obediently. The latter walked towards Zhu Shen and gave him a fist palm salute as a show of respect. Wine Master Zhu, I really love your wondrous wines and I will surely come to visit here occasionally. I hope you won't deny me entry then. Prince Arslan said with a face full of smiles. Zhu Shen took a quick glance at the second prince and calmly nodded his head at him. Seeing the nonchalance of Zhu Shen, the second prince's smile twitched and he could not help but laugh coldly in his heart. Zhu Shen, Zhu Shen, Zhu Shen. I'll give the victory to you this time, but once my army arrives at this place, I will remove that arrogance in you. Prince Arslan gave Zhu Shen one last look before he turned around and walked away with his subordinates following behind him. Zhu Shen glanced at his figure with a profound look and said telepathically. I won't involve myself in the affairs of you demons, but if you dare to mess around inside my store, then I can't promise the same thing. Prince Arslan's eyes flickered and he stopped in his tracks for a brief moment before he continued walking out of the store with a dubious smile on his face. Just you wait, Zhu Shen. Today you win against me, but next time, it will be your turn to lose. Master, that guy is up to no good. Thea muttered coldly as she glared at the receding figure of the second prince. It doesn't matter. What can an ant possibly do to us? Zhu Shen replied in a cold and detached voice before he went to his room upstairs. Zhu Shen paused his steps for a moment and said without turning his head back. Once Hestia arrives, bring her to my room immediately. Thea bowed her head and replied in a respectful voice. Yes, master. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. An hour later. In a remote location somewhere in Beltran City. A middle-aged man with average facial features and was wearing an Imperial Guard's standard military armor can be seen walking with unsteady steps while clutching his chest. Although he did not have any visible injuries on his body, he appeared to be in extreme pain. His expression contorted that it almost looked inhuman. I've already changed my appearance using the shape-shifting jade necklace. That old fart Duanmu should not be able to identify me now. Fuck. That woman's final attack is so vicious that it left internal injuries in my body. But even so, I was lucky to have escaped from that place. The man said as he recalled the sword technique that Hestia used. He could not help but shiver as he thought about it. Luckily, he was able to activate his frenzied slaughter body perfectly on time. If he wasn't able to, he didn't dare think about what might have possibly happened to him. Balrog. What happened and why are you in this state? A familiar voice suddenly echoed behind him, surprising the middle-aged man. He turned around and when he saw the face of the second prince, the middle-aged man immediately knelt down respectfully, ignoring the pain he was feeling. Your Highness, everything should have gone smoothly and I was also about to end the life of that old fart Duanmu. But then, an unexpected guest intervened. Prince Arslan's eyes narrowed into slits when he heard those words. Is it young Miss Hestia? He asked with a cold voice. The moment Hestia left the store, he was already feeling suspicious. It was hard to believe that this man was the same kind and noble second prince that all the citizens revered and admired. Just that, he didn't have his usual gentlemanly facade. Balrog nodded his head with a look of anger. Indeed, it's that woman. I didn't expect her to be that strong. I even had no choice but to use my frenzied slaughter body to block an attack from her. But even with that, I still receive heavy internal injuries. Prince Arslan's expression became even colder after that. So that means that old fart has seen your true appearance. What about the fourth prince and fifth princess? Balrog was feeling nervous when he felt the second prince's worsening mood, so he immediately answered carefully. I looked around for my subordinates, but it appears that the little bitch Hestia already helped them escape beforehand. So it's that bitch again, hey. Rise and recuperate your injuries. For now, let's lay low and avoid clashing with the people from that store. It's not yet time for us to show ourselves and we must not destroy the plans of the Demon Lord. Just let them be for now. The time will come when we will exact our revenge. Prince Arslan muttered in an icy voice as walked away. Balrog stood up and followed behind him with a dark look as he recalled Hestia's figure. Little bitch, your days are numbered. Chapter 86, A Different Side of Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen carefully held Hestia who had received minor injuries from her battle with the demonic general. She was brought back to the store by Defender Duanmu who immediately left after bidding farewell. The old man appeared to be in a hurry, so Zhu Shen didn't stop him from leaving. Master, I have failed to live up to your expectations. And I even allowed that detestable demon to escape from my grasp. Hestia said with a look of remorse and self-blame. Her hatred towards the demon general also soared, which was evident in her burning gaze. She was stronger than the demon general by a minor realm since she was a mid-stage 8th rank divine realm cultivator, while the demon general was merely an initial stage 8th rank divine realm body enhancer. If she wasn't distracted with her thoughts at that crucial moment, then she could have defeated that demon without a problem. But during that time, it was as if something at the depths of her soul was awakened. She felt like she had suddenly recalled something about herself, but everything seemed too blurry for her to realize what it was. Zhu Shen shook his head and held Hestia's shoulder gently. He then glanced at her and sighed. Hestia, you don't have to blame yourself for this. Besides, the mission I gave you was only to protect those humans and allow them to safely go back to the Imperial Palace." Hestia raised her head and looked at Zhu Shen with a look of dejection and puzzlement. "Master, the moment I saw that demon, something within me seemed to have been evoked. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like I have remembered a few things about myself. But I don't understand anything about it." She held back her tears as she spoke in a trembling voice. Zhu Shen released another sigh and a rare look of gentleness flickered in his silver eyes. "Hestia, it's hard to explain this now, but I will tell you the truth about your origin." Hestia was confused, but she still felt warmth in her heart when she saw the look of concern in her master's usually indifferent eyes. Lu Sulan and Thea, who were standing behind Zhu Shen, tactfully left the room and provided the two their privacy. "You have already died and you're someone who was given the chance to reincarnate in order to serve me. And as to why you were distracted when you saw that demon, my guess is that your death had something to do with them." Zhu Shen did not tell her about everything since his identity was too sensitive to be divulged. But what he said to her was not a lie either. Hestia covered her mouth with her dainty hands and her eyes flickered with surprise. "Master! That means all those hazy memories that surfaced within my mind earlier, they were something that happened during my past life." Zhu Shen glanced at her calmly and nodded his head. That should be the case. If you wish to gain your freedom, you're free to do so. Don't worry, I won't stop you," he said indifferently, but there was a faint ripple in his heart when he said those words. Hestia's eyes widened, and she could no longer control her tears from streaming down her face. "No. Master, are you throwing me out?" "No." Hestia held Zhu Shen's arms while looked at him with sorrow. Zhu Shen felt a prickling sensation slowly spreading in his heart when he saw the tear-stained face of Hestia. He thought that he had already trained his emotion to become rigid and cold, but the sensation he was feeling now was certainly out of his expectations. "To think that after billions of years, a woman's tears can still make my heart waver," he mocked himself, but he didn't know why he was feeling relieved instead. Zhu Shen pulled Hestia to his embrace and rubbed her back gently. "I will never do that. I'm sorry for suddenly saying that to you." Hestia was surprised at her master's actions. She didn't think that Zhu Shen, who was usually composed, would actually hold her affectionately in his arms. She felt her heart beating wildly as if it was about to leap out of her chest. All the worries she was recently feeling was thrown at the back of her mind as she inhaled Zhu Shen's natural manly scent. She then buried her face in his chest and quietly listened to his rhythmic breathing. "Zhu Shen, just what am I to you? No matter what it is, I will cherish this moment forever." Zhu Shen was oblivious to Hestia's thoughts as he absent-mindedly rubbed her back. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling rose in his heart as he held Hestia in his arms. "Master, can you hold me like this for a little bit more?" Hestia asked without looking at Zhu Shen, but she felt bashful when those words left her mouth. Zhu Shen's poker face broke into a smile. "Mn," he replied softly. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside the throne room of the Silver Wing Empire's Imperial Palace. "Are you speaking the truth, Duanmu?" The Emperor's dignified voice echoed in the throne room. Defender Duanmu nodded his head and replied in a grim voice. "Your Majesty, this subordinate will never lie to you about such matters. This time, we're lucky enough to gain the help of young Miss Hestia. If not for her, the fourth prince and the fifth princess would have." Sigh. Emperor Elik sighed in relief. "It must be Wine Master Zhu who ordered her to protect you guys. And we now owe him a huge favor." Defender Duanmu remained silent after that. Emperor Elik closed his eyes as he gathered his thoughts. After the Continental War 50,000 years ago, no demons dared to step foot in our profound dragon continent. Our ancestors already made an agreement with them to stay out of each other's territories. But to think that there is actually someone among them who dares to go against this agreement. Are they not afraid of the alliance? He muttered as he tapped his fingers on the armrest of his throne. Chapter 87, Huzayan Deo. Your Majesty, another group of experts came inside our Beltran city. They are already the 5th group that entered in our territory. Furthermore, each of them has a 7th rank Emperor Realm Cultivator leading their groups. Defender Duanmu reported. Emperor Elik sighed weakly. I'm almost at the age of abdicating the throne, but why are all these troublesome matters happening right now? Sigh. Are there any 8th rank Divine Realm Cultivators spotted within our borders? Emperor Elik asked with a weary voice. It was only in front of Defender Duanmu that he could display this kind of weakness. Emperor Elik trusted him so much and he even treated Defender Duanmu like a real brother. Defender Duanmu felt sorry for the Emperor, but he didn't show it on his face. Your Majesty, our people haven't reported any sightings of experts at that level, but there is a possibility of someone with that strength appearing in these troubled times. The Earth Origin Dragon Tree is just too precious for them to pass up, even I am feeling a bit tempted. The old defender said truthfully. He couldn't be blamed for this. The Earth Origin Dragon Tree was, after all, a 9th rank spiritual plant. Just its fruit alone was capable of helping an 8th rank Divine Realm expert to break through to the 9th rank Saint Realm. Such an astonishing treasure would surely be highly sought by many high-ranking experts. Emperor Elik narrowed his eyes but still sighed in the end. Even this emperor wants to take a single fruit from Wine Master Ju. Just that after learning everything about his strength, I don't even have the courage to ask him for one. Just let those people be for now. Let them suffer a little bit for going inside our empire without notifying us. The emperor said. Defender Duanmu broke into a grin but he frowned soon after since his injuries weren't fully healed yet. Although Hestia already provided him with a high-level healing pill, he still needed more than 10 days to recover his peak condition. Those fools actually dared to harbor thoughts of snatching something from Wine Master Ju. I just hope that Wine Master Ju will be magnanimous enough to let them off. If not, then our Silver Wing Empire might have to face the full brunt of their faction's retaliation. Defender Duanmu said with a serious look. Emperor Elik nodded in agreement. Indeed. But no matter what Wine Master Ju's choice will be, if his actions will implicate our empire, then even if I have to beg him, I will make sure that he will have to ride along with us. A trace of brilliance flickered in the Emperor's eyes and the buried majestic air within him resurfaced in that instant. He might be nearing his twilight years, but the awe-inspiring regality and charisma of an emperor were already deeply rooted in his bones. Both men who were inside the throne room didn't even think that begging Ju Shen was contemptible. They both know that an expert at Ju Shen's level was far from their reach, so what is there to worry about begging someone like him? ******. The Immortal's Wine Store. A towering single-armed man with long wavy red hair and dark skin entered the store who then instantly garnered the attention of the customers due to his wild and untamed presence. It was as if they were facing an alpha lion that had escaped from the forest. Each of his steps created a loud thumping sound that caused the customers' hearts to beat wildly in nervousness. Behind this man were 4 individuals with the same ferocious air. 2 of them were youths at the 4th rank Knight Crusader realm and the other 2 were middle-aged men at the 6th rank King realm. Aside from their feral aura, all these men had something else in common. They were all tall and had Hulk-like bodies that it almost looked as if they could crush their chairs into smithereens. Can this little thing really be sat on? The single-armed man muttered as he glanced at the ordinary-looking chair in front of him. He touched the fragile-looking chair and used a bit of his strength to try crushing it. He was a high-level body-strengthening expert and anyone with such strength could surely crush anything with their grip power alone. Just as he thought that the chair would crumble into dust, he felt a strong rebound force that made him release it instinctively. Hey! He frowned while glancing at his hand in bewilderment. His hand was now feeling numbed and is slightly red in color as if it had experienced some kind of minor physical damage. He then glanced at the chair and was about to smack it when he heard a cold and indifferent voice behind him. If you still value your remaining arm, then I advise you not to do anything funny. Of course, you're free to disregard my words. The single-armed man paused his actions and narrowed his eyes as he turned around to face the person who had spoken such bold words. His narrowed eyes widened when his gaze locked onto the person in front of him. It was actually a valiant young lady with short blonde hair. Everything about her was perfect, and even her cold expression accentuated her overall bearing. "This little lady, are you speaking to me, Huzayandeo?" the man asked while looking at Thaya in amusement. In their mythos wildlands, nobody dared to talk to him like that. Whoever dared to do so were heavily thrashed by him to the point that even their parents could no longer recognize their faces. Physical conflicts were pretty common in their place since it was the land of the barbarians. Almost all of their people were uncultured individuals who think using their fists. And in order to gain the respect of such rough people, one had to have sufficient strength. This Huzayandeo was someone heavily respected in the mythos wildlands, not just because of his strength, but also because of his ferocity. Mythos Wildlands was a kingdom of barbarians in the northern part of the Silver Wing Empire. All of their people practiced body strengthening, and they even battle with ferocious savage beasts almost on a daily basis. Their ferociousness and undaunting courage made them famous in the entire profound dragon continent. Even a huge empire like the Silver Wing Empire was wary of their presence. Just this alone was enough to tell their strength. Facing such a man like Huzayandeo, Thaya remained calm. The face-off between them looked like a rabbit facing against a lion, but the customers inside the store had strange expressions on their faces. If this person isn't sensible enough, then we might see someone getting kicked out like ragdoll once again. Someone among the customers muttered. Chapter 88, Huzayandeo's Story. Huzayandeo released a bit of his anma in a bid to scare Thaya with his strength. Although the latter was a beauty, he wanted to teach her a lesson for talking to him in such a manner. There was a faint glow in Huzayandeo's body as his anma slowly gushed out of his body. He gave Thaya a faint smile that looked terrifying to behold. What a pity! That little lady is so pretty, but why did she have to provoke Lord Hu? One of the young barbarians said as he shook his head. The other three barbarians held the same sentiments, but they could only watch the scene with a look of regret. They didn't even realize the weird atmosphere enveloping the whole store as the face-off between Thaya and Huzayandeo continued. The customers were wearing excited looks on their faces as if they were waiting for something to happen. The barbarians were confused at their reactions, but they could not comprehend the reason for their behavior. They were also perplexed that no one even stood up to dissuade Thaya from provoking an expert like Huzayandeo. Just why? Being stared in such a way by Huzayandeo, Thaya's cold eyes remained tranquil with no hints of ripple. She looked like a stubborn little shrub facing a huge storm with an unbending will. "Are you done talking?" she asked in a calm and indifferent voice, but when the customers heard her speak, they could not help but shiver. "Ha ha ha! You've got guts, little lady. To think that there is someone in Beltran City with such an attitude. I respect your courage, but I don't want being looked down, especially by a woman." Huzayandeo's smiling face turned ferocious as he spoke in an intimidating voice. It could be said that this Huzayandeo was truly a full-blooded barbarian. The savagery of someone who had grown up from the vicious wildlands was already deeply rooted in his bones. Just his overwhelming presence alone could even make the patriarchs of the noble clans treat him with respect. So how could he bend to a mere woman just because of her beauty? Suddenly, a bone-chilling true essence gushed out of Thaya's body. It was so dreadfully dense that even Huzayandeo had to take a step back. "Just a woman, hey!" Thaya's calm voice was like death's whisper echoing beside everyone's ears. Huzayandeo's playful expression froze, and he could not help but put on a serious look as he hurriedly gathered the anma from his body to protect himself. At that moment, he finally realized that this blonde beauty was actually an expert that was many times stronger than he was. The customers' weird expressions and their uncaring attitude. Now it all makes sense. They all knew that this lady is a top expert, Huzayandeo thought to himself while cautiously looking at Thaya. Just as the two sides were about to clash, an alluring voice echoed inside the store. "Wait, Sister Thaya. Everyone glanced at Lu Solon with puzzled looks, but they didn't dare voice out their curiosity. They could only silently stare at her graceful figure while waiting for her to speak. Thea recalled her true essence and looked at Lu Solon in bewilderment. "Sister Lu, what's the meaning of this?" she asked in a mild tone, but she was obviously displeased. She really wanted to punish Hu Xiandao for daring to act impudently in her presence. Hu Xiandao glanced at Lu Solon and his eyes widened like saucers. "Sect Mistress Lu? Why are you here? And why are wearing a maid's uniform?" he asked with a surprised tone. Lu Solon walked towards them and stood in between the two before she glanced at Thea apologetically. "Please forgive Lord Hu, Sister Thea. He's someone from the Mythos wildlands and barbarians like him are known for their overbearing attitude. But Lord Hu is someone with a kind heart," the former said gently. Thea knitted her eyebrows and glanced at Hu Xiandao from head to foot. In her eyes, he didn't look kind at all. "Just this alone is not enough to stop me from punishing him," she said coldly. Hu Xiandao wanted to speak, but Lu Solon raised her slim arms to prevent him from speaking. The former reluctantly closed his mouth and he could only glare at Thea. "Sister Thea, please. He may not look like a good person, but he saved my life when I was still young back then. One of his arms was even severed just to save me from being devoured by 7th-rank Emperor Realm Savage Beast." Lu Solon could not help but feel a bit emotional as she recalled the scene that happened many years ago. She was still a 6th-rank King Realm cultivator at that time and she was out on a mission given by the sect elders of the Ice Cloud Sword sect. During her travel, she encountered a 7th-rank mountain-breaking serpent. And just as she thought that she would be devoured by the huge behemoth, a brave barbarian warrior raised his thick arms to shield her body from the serpent's bite. Lu Solon could still remember as that brave barbarian's arm was torn off by the serpent, but the barbarian gritted his teeth amidst the excruciating pain and carried Lu Solon away with his remaining arm. Starting then, their Ice Cloud Sword sect became the strongest ally of the Mythos wildlands. Lu Solon glanced at Hu Xiandao's missing arm with teary eyes before she turned to look at Thea with a determined expression. Thea sighed as she listened to the story, but her overall impression of Hu Xiandao improved by many times. She glanced at the headstrong barbarian and muttered, "I respect you for being a real man." She then walked back to her spot, making everyone sigh in relief. Lu Solon smiled at Thea's back figure and she then turned to look at Hu Xiandao with a faint smile. "Greetings, Lord Hu, and welcome to the Immortal's Wine." Chapter 89, Boskar's Plan. "Sect Mistress Lu, who is that woman? How come such an expert is here?" Hu Xiandao asked with a baffled look. He could not fathom how an expert like Thea ended up working in this store as someone's lackey. Just who was the owner of the store? Isn't he a bit too kick-ass for taming such a beautiful expert? Lu Solon smiled and gestured for Hu Xiandao to sit. "Lord Hu, that young lady right there is Sister Thea and she's an expert who is even stronger than me. She is now serving as my master's subordinate and is also a guard of this store." Hu Xiandao's eyebrows knitted closely together as he listened to Lu Solon's words and he was surprised to find out that she had accepted someone as her master. After that, he glanced at the chair in front of him with unease, but he still sat on it after seeing Lu Solon's gentle smile. After carefully sitting on the chair, he could not help but feel surprised that it was actually able to hold his weight. He was, after all, a tall and buff man, so his weight was at least 3 times heavier than an average man. This little thing should be made from a sturdy tree, he thought to himself as he gestured for his men to sit beside him. If he only knew that he was actually sitting on a chair made from a god-rank sacred sapphire wood tree, what would his reaction be? Perhaps he might even shamelessly sit on it forever. "Lord Hu, if you want to order anything, you can choose which one to buy from that blackboard right there." Lu Solon pointed at the inconspicuous-looking blackboard in one corner of the store. Hu Xiandao and his men followed the direction she was pointing and when their gazes locked onto the price list, they could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Although their mythos wildlands was also a strong power within the profound dragon continent, but their wealth isn't really that much. Since almost all of their people were mostly body enhancers, they rarely used true crystals for cultivation because the tonics they use to increase their cultivation speed are savage beasts' blood. True crystals might be capable of helping them in strengthening their bodies, but the upgrade in strength is much lesser compared to using savage beasts' blood. Furthermore, true crystal is a rare resource that can only be found in true crystal mines. On the other hand, they can just hunt for savage beasts anytime they want and extract their blood to use as a tonic. Am I seeing things wrongly? Brothers, can you confirm the prices for me? I think I might have read silver coins as true crystals. Huzayandeo said while looking at his men with a dumbfounded look. The other 4 barbarians acted as if they didn't hear his words and continued to stare at the blackboard with unblinking eyes. Lusulin smiled after seeing how they acted. They couldn't be blamed either since her master's wines were just too precious that ordinary people could not afford to buy them. Only the wealthy and the strong could purchase and taste wine Master Ju's wines. Lord Hu, if you didn't bring enough true crystals with you, then please allow me to treat you guys. You can choose anything you like and I'll pay it for you. Lusulin said generously. Huzayandeo glanced at Lusulin with a sheepish smile and was about to tactfully decline her offer when one of the young barbarians behind him spoke eagerly. Sect Mistress Lu, we thank you on behalf of Lord Hu. Hee. Come on, Lord Hu. Sect Mistress Lu means well, so why don't you just accept her offer? The other young barbarian nudged Huzayandeo with a mischievous smile on his face. Huzayandeo glared at the 2 young barbarians but they merely chuckled, completely unafraid of him. In all honesty, they were already beaten many times by Huzayandeo that they were no longer afraid of getting his aggro. Furthermore, how could they pass up such a rare opportunity of poking fun at him? Huzayandeo's expression turned a 180-degree turn when he glanced at Lusulin. He then put on a forced smile and said, "If that's the case, then we shall humbly accept Sect Mistress Lu's grace." Lusulin smiled and waited for them to choose their wines. There are not that many customers anyway, so she could still wait for them patiently. Hestia was still recuperating, so Lusulin was the only waitress for today. The customers were slightly disappointed at the outcome of things. They really want to see some action today, but who knew that those barbarians were actually acquaintances of young Miss Lu? Furthermore, they were also impressed by Huzayandeo's bravery when they listened to Lusulin's story. To think that those fearsome-looking guys are actually amiable. You can't really judge a book by its cover. Sigh. I'm ashamed to have judged that guy wrongly. Bhaskar shook his head and sighed. His mercenary brothers nodded their heads in agreement as they looked at Huzayandeo and the other barbarians with a look of respect. Boss, I can sense that something bad is about to happen to our Silver Wing Empire in the coming days. I don't want to say it, but we are too weak to be involved in this turmoil. And even if we join, then we might only serve as cannon fodder. Lu Ziyufeng spoke self-mockingly. He was someone from the Lu family and he still had some connections with them, so he was quite knowledgeable about the current state of things in their empire. Bhaskar wanted to rebuke him when he heard those words, but he could not really find fault in what Lu Ziyufeng said. Sigh. Brother Lu is right, so I suggest we brothers accept that mission and train ourselves along the way. Bhaskar said after a moment of thought. Lu Ziyufeng and the others glanced at Bhaskar with surprise. Bhaskar, do you mean that cave exploration mission posted just recently? Lu Ziyufeng asked excitedly. Bhaskar smiled and nodded his head. Yes. It might be dangerous, but I know that us brothers will be able to come out of that cave safely since we've already improved so much after drinking wine Master Ju's wines. Lu Ziyufeng and the other mercenaries nodded their heads with shining eyes. Chapter 90, Third Prince. Lord Hu, I know you are not just here to drink wine. Are you perhaps here for my master's Earth Origin Dragon Tree? Lusulin smiled playfully. She had already heard from her master that the Earth Origin Dragon Tree will bear fruit in less than 3 days. Counting the days that have passed since then, the fruit should grow by tomorrow morning and ripen at night. And that's the time when all those hidden experts would show up to snatch the fruits for themselves. Husaindao, who was drinking his wine, almost choked himself when he heard her words. He then glanced at Lu Sulan with a crooked smile and cursed the elders of the Mythos Wildlands in his heart. Still, he couldn't blame them, since they must have not known that Lu Sulan was actually the disciple of the rumored alchemy saint Zhu Shen. It was still a few days since the customers have heard about Zhu Shen being an alchemy saint, but news has already spread far and wide that even the neighboring powers have already heard a thing or two about him. Just that, almost everyone found it hard to believe that an alchemist at that level would stoop so low and actually open a small wine store in a remote alley of Beltran City. So after hearing the rumors, most of those who have heard it merely laughed and thought that it was just an exaggerated joke to promote their store. This includes the Mythos Wildlands. They believed that it was merely a rumor purposely spread to incite fear and confusion to everyone. Some believed that it was a move to prevent those with covetous hearts from stealing their valuable treasures. Husaindao and his men were sent here specifically to get a hold of the Earth Origin Dragon Tree, but who knew that their strongest ally's sect mistress was actually the disciple of the store's owner? Husaindao glanced to his left and right before he moved closer to Lu Sulan. He then whispered silently. "Sect Mistress Lu, we are indeed sent here by the elders of our Mythos Wildlands to get the Earth Origin Dragon Tree. But since the owner of this store is your master, then we will never dare to continue this mission any longer. And as your ally, we will aid you in protecting this place." Lu Sulan smiled and she shook her head. "I'm happy about your choice, but there is no need for Lord Hu to interfere." Husaindao frowned and thought that Lu Sulan didn't want them to be involved in the turmoil. With a determined look, he said, "Sect Mistress Lu, we've been living in the desolate lands of the north and fighting is a common occurrence in there. And the barbarians of the Mythos Wildlands don't fear death." Lu Sulan felt warmth in her heart and she broke into a wry smile. Even if countless strong experts will come to strike them, she believed that her master was capable of subduing everyone with a mere flick of his fingers. Not to mention the existence of Thaya, who could even make an 8th-rank Divine Realm expert like her feel an intense amount of pressure. She really didn't think that they were in need of support. "Lord Hu, have you forgotten about Sister Thaya? Just her alone is more than enough to stop those people from taking away my master's Earth Origin Dragon Tree," Lu Sulan said with a slightly proud expression. The feeling of having someone to rely on was truly a refreshing feeling to her, since she was used to bearing the pressure alone during her time as the sect mistress of the Ice Cloud Sword sect. Husaindao was stunned and he was at loss for words. Indeed. Although sect mistress Lu didn't tell the specific cultivation level of that little blondie right there, she should be a 9th-rank Saint Realm cultivator. Even the barbarian emperor of our Mythos Wildlands is not her opponent, so what is there to be worried about? He thought as he slowly calmed himself down, but deep inside his heart, he was still planning to offer his help even if Lu Sulan had already declined his offer. "If that's the case, then I will bring my brothers to the nearest inn so that we can immediately provide our assistance if needed. Please agree to this, Sect Mistress Lu, or I won't be able to calm down," Husaindao said while scratching the back of his head. He was worried about her safety since she was very important in the alliance between their Mythos Wildlands and the Ice Cloud Sword sect. If something bad happened to her, Husaindao didn't dare think about the consequences. Lu Sulan sighed, but she knew how stubborn Husaindao was. In the end, she nodded her head and said with a confident look, "Okay, Lord Hu. I agree to your request, but you don't need to be on the front line since my master and sister Thaya will surely suppress those people easily." Husaindao nodded his head faintly and smiled. "I'll listen to your orders, Sect Mistress Lu." Lu Sulan gracefully smiled and bowed her head before she left them. Outside the Immortal's wine store. A cold-looking man in his 30s glanced at the entrance of Zhu Shen's store with an intrigued gaze. So this is the wine store of that so-called alchemy saint? From the looks of things, everything was merely a bluff. He tried to keep his calm, but the disdain in his tone was evident. One of the servants behind him stepped forward and bowed his head. Your Highness, our men have already gathered news about this establishment. And we have solid evidence that the owner is indeed someone with notable strength. As for him being an alchemy saint, many claimed that it's true, but we are still unsure about this. But this humble servant suggests avoiding conflict with them before we know their true abilities. The servant said respectfully. The third prince gestured for the servant to step back before he walked inside the store with a cold smile. Chapter 91, Third Prince's Fury. When the third prince stepped inside the store, he was surprised. Oh! The owner does have some tricks up his sleeve indeed. He muttered and then glanced around as if he was searching for something. When his gaze locked onto the 4-Earth Origin Dragon Tree, his eyes flashed with greed, but he hurriedly concealed it. Thea glanced at him coldly after seeing the avaricious look of the third prince, but when she felt his strength, the coldness in her eyes turned into disdain. She harumphed and no longer bothered looking at the latter. Just a puny 5th-rank spirit realm cultivator and he dares to covet my master's Earth Origin Dragon Tree? Humph! The third prince found himself a seat near one of the Earth Origin Dragon Trees. He could not help but feel fascinated by the spiritual plant. Just the refreshing air it exuded erased the feeling of fatigue that he felt from his long journey. This is truly a divine treasure. According to the historical record from our Imperial Library, the fruit from an Earth Origin Dragon Tree is capable of helping an expert at the peak of the 8th-rank Divine Realm to break through to the 9th-rank Saint. If I eat one of its fruits, I wonder if I will be able to break through to the 6th-rank King Realm right away. The third prince muttered to himself with a heated gaze. The third prince's name is Eravard Silveria. He was known for his great bravery and talent in commanding an army. He was also present during the last battle between the Silver Wing Empire and the Blue Fang Empire and had even gained himself huge merit for valiantly leading his army into a charge that significantly destroyed the formation of the Blue Fang Empire's front line. The Silver Wing Empire's victory at that time was largely to his credit. He was a battle maniac and despite his young age, he was already at the peak stage of the 5th-rank spirit realm. However, because of his contributions to the Silver Wing Empire, Prince Eravard became more arrogant as time passed by. Where's the waitress here? Why are the staffs so slow? He grumbled coldly, making the other customers glance his way. Isn't that guy His Highness the Third Prince? Someone was able to identify Prince Eravard after one look since the latter was quite popular among the hot-blooded men. Tone down your voice, idiot. The third prince looks displeased, so it's best that we avoid getting his attention. You're right, but what could have made the third prince lose his temper? Do I look like someone who knows something? The third prince crossed his legs and said to one of his servants with an impatient tone. Go get the waitress of this store so we can order something. The servant bowed his head and left with huge strides. A moment later, the servant came back with El-Usulan following closely behind him. Prince Eravard was surprised when he saw El-Usulan. He had seen countless beautiful young maidens from the noble families, but none of them were as beautiful as the woman in front of him. El-Usulan's icy blue hair swayed as she walked with elegant steps. She then stopped in front of the third prince and said with an apologetic tone. I sincerely apologize to have made you wait for so long, dear guest. Prince Eravard's expression lightened up a bit. He smiled and stood up from his seat and walked near El-Usulan. Young lady, my name is Eravard Silveria, third prince of the Silver Wing Empire. May I have the honor of knowing your name? He said while putting up a gentle look. El-Usulan knitted her eyebrows and took a step back. She was about to speak when a rough voice interrupted her. Boy! Who do you think you are to talk like that to sect mistress Lu? Huzayandeo stood up from his seat and walked towards the third prince with heavy strides. The 4 other barbarians followed behind him while looking at the third prince and his group with cold stares. Prince Eravard was stunned at the scene. Someone actually dared to talk condescendingly to him? The third prince's gaze darkened as he looked at Husaindao and his men. He could not read the latter's strength, but considering the strong and vigorous aura that gushed out of this single-armed barbarian's body, the third prince could immediately tell that this guy was a high-level body-strengthening expert. However, he remained calm amidst the towering presence of Husaindao. Husaindao was internally surprised at how the third prince was able to remain collected. He glared at Prince Arivard and said with a cold voice, "Little bastard, do you not know the identity of this lady here?" Lu Sulan indifferently watched them and refused to intervene. Although she was working as a waitress in her master's store, she didn't want her dignity as a top expert to be stepped on even by a prince. Prince Arivard frowned and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes when he heard Husaindao call him little bastard. It was the first time that someone has spoken to him in such a rude and disdainful tone, but he held himself back from attacking when he heard Husaindao's words. From his words, it seems that this woman doesn't have a simple background. Who could she be? Listen carefully, little bastard. Standing in front of you is the sect mistress of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, an expert at the 8th rank Divine Realm. Husaindao's gaze was filled with contempt as he spoke those words. Prince Arivard could not help but feel his heart turning cold when he learned about Lu Sulan's identity. He hurriedly calmed himself and bowed his head slightly. "Greetings, Sect Mistress Lu. I'm sorry about my behavior earlier. I hope you can forgive this lowly prince." Even his father had to act humbly in front of Lu Sulan, so Prince Arivard didn't dare neglect her. "Coward!" Husaindao muttered under his breath, but the third prince heard it loud and clear since there was only a small distance between them. Prince Arivard suppressed his fury as he muttered coldly in his heart, "You damned barbarian! Just you wait. After I finish my matters, I'll make sure to slice that tongue of yours." Chapter 92, A Strange Visitor. "Lord Hu, don't cause a ruckus here or I might not really be of help if Sister Thaya makes a move." Lu Sulan appeared to be scolding Husaindao but her eyes didn't look angry at all. In fact, she was glad that the latter stood up for her for it was beneath her pride to bully a mere prince. Husaindao gave one last look of disdain towards Prince Arivard before he turned his gaze at Lu Sulan. He then let out a sheepish smile and said with a slightly embarrassed tone, "My apologies, Sect Mistress Lu. I just couldn't bear to see your esteemed self being bullied by this brat." Lu Sulan waved him off before she flashed a splendid smile at the third prince and Co. "Dear guest, can I take your orders now?" Prince Arivard was still feeling furious after being humiliated by Husaindao, but he didn't dare behave recklessly in front of an 8th rank Divine Realm expert like Lu Sulan. He forced out a faint smile and replied in a humble voice, "Sect Mistress Lu, I'd like to order." The third prince's eyes almost popped out when he saw the prices of the wines sold. So the rumors about the wines here being sold at exorbitant prices were true? "What's the matter, dear guest?" Lu Sulan asked with a look of concern, but she laughing in her heart. Prince Arivard glanced at Lu Sulan and said with a slightly trembling voice, "I'd like to order 10 frozen origin." He felt a bit pained to waste that much money on wines, but he didn't have a choice. He wasn't like the second prince who has a huge amount of wealth, so 500 true crystals was already a huge amount for him. 10 frozen origin. Is there anything else? Lu Sulan asked with a smile. Prince Arivard hurriedly shook his head. That's it for now. Although he had many questions inside his head, the third prince was not in the mood to ask Lu Sulan about that. So he immediately went back to his chair with a sullen look after ordering wines for himself and his subordinates. The customers thought that they would see another good show, but they were disappointed once again. However, they didn't take it to heart and resumed drinking their wines with red faces. "It looks like it will be hard for me to get these Earth Origin Dragon Tree with an expert like Lu Sulan standing guard. If that's the case, I will wait for those experts to strike and fish during the commotion." Prince Arivard's greed didn't diminish one bit despite knowing that a strong expert was present inside the store. *******. The next day, Zhu Shen opened his store as per usual. He didn't even look the least bit worried and maintained a casual attitude. "Good morning, Wine Master Zhu." "Hee hee." Lu Mendi greeted him with a respectful smile. He was almost present here every day with his subordinates, but he was somewhat surprised since he didn't see the most punctual group. Of course, he was talking about Bhaskar and his mercenary buddies. Zhu Shen gave him an indifferent look and didn't even bother to reply. Lu Mendi smiled awkwardly before he stepped inside the store. He was already used to Zhu Shen's personality that it was no longer a surprise to him that he was ignored by the latter. Still, he felt a bit wronged in his heart. He was, after all, the young patriarch of the Lu family. Someone who held a considerable amount of authority in the Silver Wing Empire, but to think that he was treated as a mere fart by Zhu Shen on a daily basis. It was truly a huge blow to his pride. "Wine Master Zhu, I've heard some news from my father that a lot of experts might come to strike your store today. It appears that they covet something in your possession," Lu Mendi said after inching closer to Zhu Shen. He was present when the alchemists from the alchemy hall visited Zhu Shen's store, so he already knew about Zhu Shen's identity as an alchemy saint, but he still decided to warn him out of his good intentions. This time, Zhu Shen glanced at Lu Mendi and nodded his head at him. The former was a bit surprised that this kid was actually a bit sensible. "Welcome, young Master Lu." Hestia greeted him with a smile. She had already recovered from her injuries after a day of rest. Furthermore, she didn't suffer that much damage anyway, and Zhu Shen also gave her a healing pill to hasten her recovery. Lu Mendi smiled at Hestia and bowed his head slightly. "I'm happy to see, young Miss Hestia today. I wonder why you were absent yesterday?" he asked with a curious look. Hestia's face froze, but she hurriedly replied. "I just had some matters to do, young Master Lu." Lu Mendi didn't ask any further after hearing Hestia's vague answer. "Oh, as long as..." Kakik. "So this is the store that stole this Lord's Earth Origin Dragon Tree? What a shabby establishment. It's not even as big as my dog's kennel." Kakik. An eerie voice filled with malice resounded outside the store, scaring the customers who were about to go inside. Zhu Shen acted as if he heard nothing and simply found himself a seat. He pressed his back on the chair and crossed his legs with the same uncaring expression on his handsome face. "Meow." A chubby white cat that could hardly walk due to its ball-like body rolled towards Zhu Shen and jumped on his lap. It then snuggled closer to him with its eyes closed. Lu Mendi glanced at the duo and was at loss for words. "Wine Master Zhu, there is a strong opponent outside your store. How can you remain calm in this kind of situation?" he thought to himself while looking at the entrance. He was a bit relieved when he saw Thea standing guard like a valiant war goddess. "The guy outside seems a bit strong. Will young Miss Thea be able to hold him down?" Lu Mendi muttered to himself while stiffly sitting on his chair. Zhu Shen glanced at the stick-looking old man with a hunched back. He seemed to be in his 80s and didn't even look human anymore. It wasn't wrong to say that he was a walking corpse with his wrinkled face and feeble appearance. An ant in this world is actually cultivating this kind of filthy technique. Zhu Shen muttered coldly. Chapter 93, Undying Corpse Sect. Zhu Shen discovered that the old man's true essence was very peculiar. The latter's aura was full of negative energies that were invisible to the mortal eyes, but with Zhu Shen's spiritual power, he saw through everything clearly. "Corpse Qi." Zhu Shen muttered coldly after seeing the negative energies enveloping the old man. Corpse Qi was gained when someone uses the bodies of dead experts to cultivate themselves. These types of cultivators who practiced their techniques using corpses were hated by many. This includes Zhu Shen, who was now itching to smack the old man to death. "Kakik. What are you pests standing there for? Get out of this lord's sight if you still value your lives." Kakik. The old man laughed in an eerie manner that made everyone tremble in fear. They hurriedly distanced themselves from the old man, treating him like some plague. Aside from the old man's disgusting appearance, he was also emitting a dangerous vibe that made the other cultivators even more afraid of him. So these are the cultivators of Silverwing Empire? I don't see anything special about you trashes. Just some bugs that I can squash with one hand. Kikik. The old man laughed with disdain. The cultivators felt angry about being humiliated by the old man. If not for his strength, they would have already thrown themselves at him to placate their fury. Old man, I would have spared you if you have just flaunted your strength, but you actually insulted the cultivators of our Silverwing Empire. A middle-aged man in his 40s who was dressed as a beggar stepped forward while glaring at the old man. This man's name was Kenya and he was merely here to enjoy wines as per usual, but right before he could step inside Ju Shen's store, he heard the old man's arrogant words and he could not help but take action. The thin old man narrowed his eyes as he turned to look at Kenya. His dried lips curved upwards to form a cold smirk when he sensed the latter's strength. I was wondering who it was that have spoken such bold words. To think that it's just a mere clown at the initial stage of the 6th rank king realm. You have truly broadened this old man's horizons. Kikik. The old man sneered in contempt. This old man was from a sect called Undying Corpse Sect. This sect has quite the reputation in the whole profound dragon continent. Their sect master was an old being at the 9th rank saint realm. With the presence of their mighty sect master, the sect remained untouched despite having done countless evil deeds. The disciples of the Undying Corpse Sect cultivated puppets made from the dead bodies of strong experts. That's right. They used the corpses of deceased cultivators and some other precious materials to make their puppets. And because of their hateful behavior, they earned the condemnation of everyone. However, no one had the guts to strike this sect due to the deterring presence of their sect master. Kenya involuntarily clutched the saber behind his back when the old man had easily seen through his cultivation level. He was someone with talent but was unfortunately born from a humble background. The speed of his growth might be considered as fast when compared to other itinerant cultivators, but in front of the geniuses born from noble families, his cultivation speed was still a tad slower. Nonetheless, his reputation within the Silverwing Empire was still great. Old dog, who are you? Kenya asked while firmly clutching the hilt of his saber. He could not see through the old man no matter how much he looked at him. The old man's expression darkened when he heard how Kenya called him. He glared at the latter while taking out a stone coffin from his storage ring. The coffin was made from an unknown stone and it continuously emitted an awful stench. Beggar from the Silverwing Empire. This old man's name is Shitty Zibo and I'm an elder of the Undying Corpse Sect. Shitty Zibo shouted with fierce madness in his cloudy eyes. The crowd unconsciously stepped back when they saw the old man taking out a strange-looking coffin. The smell it emitted was so terrible that even these battle-hardened cultivators frowned in disgust. Some women even covered their noses due to their growing repugnance. What? Did he say Undying Corpse Sect? What the hell are you screaming for? The Undying Corpse Sect is an evil sect that uses the corpses of diseased cultivators in making their puppets. They even killed many people just to make them as puppets. What? There is actually such a repulsive sect in our profound dragon continent. The crowd suddenly felt apprehensive when they heard Shitty Zibo announce his identity. The Undying Corpse Sect was just too notorious for them and it was basically the stuff of their nightmares. Kenyi's breathing intensified and he could not help but pull out his saber ahead of time. He had also heard a thing or two about the Undying Corpse Sect, and even he was apprehensive towards them. So you're someone with a loathsome origin. In that case, you have no right to continue living in this world. Die! Kenya shouted as he pounced towards Shitty Zibo. His saber gleamed and as he activated his true essence. Shitty Zibo lifted the stone coffin without difficulty as if he was merely holding a toy. Clang! Sparks flew as Kenyi's saber hit the stone coffin, but surprisingly, his saber only left a small white mark on the coffin. Kenyi's eyes turned stern and he hurriedly kicked the coffin to create a distance between himself and Shitty Zibo. Shidi Zaibo took a step back and smiled hideously at Kenya, showing 2 rows of black and yellow teeth. Not bad. You're not too bad at all for an itinerant cultivator. Kikik. The old man praised sarcastically. He already knew that Kenya was someone with no background when he saw the latter's plain and ordinary clothing. Zhu Shen, who was watching the battle with a calm expression, suddenly smiled when he heard the system's mechanical voice. Ding! Mission: protect the 4 Earth Origin Dragon Tree. Rewards will be given for completing this mission. So it's finally starting. Zhu Shen muttered. Chapter 94, Shidi Zaibo opens the coffin. Zhu Shen remained seated even after hearing the mission given by the system. Although he liked to personally kill the old man, he felt that it was beneath him to kill such an insignificant lowlife. Furthermore, he also wanted to see how the itinerant cultivator Kenya would fight with Shidi Zaibo. He had seen Kenya's decisiveness and his righteous personality. And if this guy was born with a great background in the primordial god realm, he would surely become a top saber expert. His physique. Not bad. Although it's nothing in comparison to Lu Solan's verdant flame's saintly vermilion body, it's still a genuine divine physique. He can be nurtured. Zhu Shen muttered while nodding his head inwardly. In the primordial god realm, there were some people who were already deemed as geniuses the moment they were born. They were blessed by the heavens with physiques that surpassed the norms. There were 3 levels of physiques according to their strengths and abilities. The first one is the divine physique, followed by the saint physique, and lastly, the immortal physique. Lu Solan's verdant flame's saintly vermilion body fell under the category of saint physiques, but it was among the best within that level. Zhu Shen was even planning to promote her physique into the glacial immortal heaven-burning body after resolving the issue that had almost destroyed her. Now, Zhu Shen discovered that this unassuming middle-aged itinerant cultivator was actually someone with a divine physique. He could not help but feel doubtful about the history of Nuar. A mortal world that gave birth to 2 heaven-defying physiques? Who would believe that it was merely a coincidence? Zhu Shen was now becoming more curious about Nuar's history. Perhaps this world even had some kind of connection with the primordial god realm. I need to come closer to them for me to know what kind of divine physique this man has. Zhu Shen stood up abruptly, causing the sleeping ice to fall on the ground. Her round body bounced on the floor, making her let out a dissatisfied sound. Meow. Zhu Shen walked out of the store and watched the fight with his hands behind his back. He then took out a chair from his storage earring and sat on it. Ice glared at Zhu Shen's figure and trailed behind him by rolling her ball-like body. If not for her tail, anyone would have really thought that the rolling cat on the floor was a ball. Ice jumped on Zhu Shen's lap and stood with her 2 hind legs like how a human would. She then tried to smack Zhu Shen with her tiny paws, but she was mercilessly swatted away by Zhu Shen. Stinky human, if you anger this cute Ice any further, I will use my 10th rank God Realm strength to suppress you. Meow. Ice complained telepathically. Zhu Shen didn't even bother looking at her, but he still replied in an indifferent voice. Try and you won't be able to drink milk for 1 month. Ice's expression froze and she could not help but make a very human-like wronged expression. I was just joking, hee hee. Meow. She then sat on Zhu Shen's lap and crossed her front legs like a kid throwing a tantrum. This old man is too ugly and smelly. He smells like a latrine pit. Blurg. Ice covered her nose with her paws while glancing at the fight with disdain. A fight at this level was just too boring for someone like her. She was even stronger than Zhu Shen at the moment with her 10th rank God Realm cultivation. Zhu Shen's eyes narrowed as he studied Kenyi's physique with his spiritual power. Peerless saber divine body. So he's really fated to wield a saber. Unaware that he had already gained Zhu Shen's acknowledgement, Kenya waved his saber, producing rays of saber light that streaked towards Shidi Zaibo like small lightning serpents. Shidi Zaibo was 1 realm stronger than Kenya and was at the initial stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm, but he still felt threatened when those saber lights came his way. I have underestimated you, itinerant beggar. Now, I will show you the strength of our undying corpse sect. After blocking the saber lights with the stone coffin, Shitty Zaibo placed his thin right hand on it and forced it open while chanting an incomprehensible incantation as if he was trying to awaken a slumbering demon. Gumi Sing Kasuapat. The coffin sprang open, making everyone see a human-shaped monstrosity. It was unknown what kind of creature it was since only its rotting flesh remained. There was also some kind of metallic material forcefully stitched on its body. Its eye sockets were hollow, but a pale green light can be seen on each hole. The creature then held two sides of the coffin with its long and ghastly arms and jumped out of it abruptly. It then issued an enraged roar as if it was furious for having been awakened. Ruoar. Everyone covered their ears while looking fearfully at the puppet that came out of the coffin. That thing is at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm. We're done for. Hurry. We need to escape from here. Run. Run. Shitty Zaibo glanced mockingly at the scrambling cultivators and shouted with a crazed look. Do you think you can run away from this lord? Kakik. Stay still and become a tonic for my puppet. Kakik. He then sent a mental command to his puppet while looking at Kenya with an ugly smile. Kill those pests. The puppet let out another howl and the green light in each of its eye sockets became a shade brighter. Ruoar. Kenya darted towards the puppet in a bid to stop it from killing the other cultivators, but Shitty Zaibo was there to block his path. The old man lifted the stone coffin in his hands and swung it towards Kenya. I'm your opponent. How dare you ignore me? Kakik. Kenya frowned and didn't dare underestimate the stone coffin. It was even capable of blocking his saber strikes without receiving any substantial damage. This made him realize that the stone coffin was definitely a treasure. As for his saber, he had merely bought it from a random weapon shop. His weapon was definitely worth a crap compared to Shitty Zaibo's stone coffin. Chapter 95, Kenya's End? The puppet was like a wolf that was chasing a bunch of sheep. Each brandish of its sharp claws took the life of more than a dozen cultivators. They could only scream pitifully before they fell weakly on the ground, no longer having any signs of life. The puppet grabbed a screaming cultivator and tore his body in half. It then opened its huge mouth and devoured the two halves in mere seconds. Blood continuously streamed down from its mouth as the two green lights in its eye sockets flickered as if the puppet was glaring at the fleeing humans. Everyone glanced at the scene in horror and hurriedly scrambled away. They didn't dare stay any longer to spectate the fight, or they might really become food for that monstrous beast of a puppet. Stinky human, are you not going to intervene? You can swat that bug with one finger. Meow. Ice said while poking Ju Shen with her paws. Ju Shen's eyes remained peacefully calm even after seeing such a bloody scene. He had seen something even worse than this during his past life, so how could it create a ripple in his heart? This is something preordained by the heavens. Even if I save them now, in the end, they will still face a similar end. Besides, the Silver Wing Empire won't sit idly after this kind of commotion. Just that, this old man seems to have brought some people over. Ice remained silent as she sat on Ju Shen's lap while crossing her front paws. Her huge belly was fully exposed, but she wasn't the least bit embarrassed about it. In fact, she seemed to be flaunting it to the whole world as if it was something to be proud of. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kenya glanced at his saber and saw web-like cracks on it. His face fell and he could not help but look at Shitty Zaibo with a grim expression. Just what the hell is that stone coffin made of? I don't believe it's just an ordinary stone. Itinerant beggar, I will give you the chance to surrender yourself and allow this old man to refine you into a corpse puppet. What do you think? It's not too shameful to become this old man's corpse puppet. Kakik. Shitty Zaibo smiled wickedly while licking his lips. Kenya's expression darkened as he clenched his fists in fury, but he could not do anything to Shitty Zaibo since the old man was a realm stronger than he was. Not to mention that the latter also had that stone coffin in his possession. Who wants to become your puppet? Old dog, even if I die today, I will bring you down with me. Kenya sprinted towards Shitty Zibo and raised his saber, before slashing it down. Kakik. You've got guts, itinerant beggar. Die. Shitty Zibo tapped the stone coffin and muttered a series of incantations. Ma ban tot pek pek mo. The stone coffin lit up and dozens of thick rusty metal chains came out of it, rushing towards Kenya like snakes. Bang! Kenya's strike was blocked by the rusty chains and it didn't even leave any noticeable damage. It merely threw the metal chains further away, but soon rushed back towards him, not allowing him to escape. Kakik. Do you think you can damage a divine weapon with a trash saber? Kakik. Shitty Zibo said in contempt, but his palms were already sweating heavily since the burden of using a saint weapon was still too much for him. Furthermore, he was also controlling his corpse puppet, which made it even more burdensome for him. A cultivator's weapon was divided into 3 levels according to their destructive power. The weakest was the earth weapon, followed by the divine weapon, and lastly, the saint weapon. Earth weapons were those used by 6th rank king realm and below, while divine weapons can only be used by someone with at least a 7th rank emperor realm cultivation level. As for saint weapons, only a 9th rank saint realm was capable of wielding such a powerful killing tool. So that stone coffin is a divine weapon. No wonder. Kenya muttered as he slashed the metal chains away, but the cracks on his saber were slowly increasing, making him a bit worried. He didn't have any more weapons to use, so once his saber is destroyed, he might really meet his end here. Die! Kakik! Shitty Zibo shouted with a murderous look, making his old face even more unsightly to look at. The rusty metal chains converged together to form a huge chain that was a bucket thick and more than 100 meters long. It was like a huge coiling serpent. Shitty Zibo then controlled it to attack Kenya. The old man's eyes were becoming even more ruthless, as if he had already seen the light of victory. Kenya gritted his teeth and gathered the remaining true essence in his dantian and covered his saber with it, making it produce a brilliant glow as if it was basked by the sun's light. With a twist of his saber, he met the huge chain head-on with a strike of his own, leaving the air splitting in his wake. Countless saber lights manifested as his saber struck the huge metal chain. Boom! Their battle created huge cracks on the ground, making the surroundings tremor with each of their strikes. Crack! Kenya's saber could no longer hold on and it shattered into countless pieces. Although he had used his true essence to coat his saber, it was still insufficient to fight against a divine weapon. Furthermore, Shitty Zibo was also stronger than him by an entire realm. Without his weapon, the huge chain smashed on Kenya's body, the sound of bones breaking echoed as Kenya's figure was pathetically thrown away. Kakik! What a foolish beggar! Without a weapon, you can only die. Don't worry. I will use your corpse to refine another puppet. Kakik! Now, die for me! Shitty Zibo shouted maliciously. Kenya spat a mouthful of blood as he weakly stood up while clutching his bleeding chest. Cough! Cough! Is this where my journey ends? He muttered with difficulty as he glanced at the approaching serpent-like chain. Suddenly, the scene in front of him seemed to have slowed down when he was close to accepting his death. He then heard a voice whispering close to him. No, this is where your journey begins. Chapter 96, Junior Brother? Kenya was surprised for a moment, but he had the sudden urge to prostrate and worship when he heard those confident words. He then saw a man with long silver hair slowly descending from the sky as if he was an immortal, ethereal, and profound. The man's silver hair and robes fluttered along with the wind, giving off a carefree and aloof aura that made Kenya at loss for words. The strangest thing was that everything else moved in slow motion, including Kenya. Only that man was unaffected by the slowing of time. Sigh. You're blessed by the heavens and was born with the peerless saber divine body, but unfortunately, you're in the wrong world. I will give you an opportunity. Kill this man and only until then will I allow you to follow me. Ju Shen muttered in a detached voice as he took out a huge knife from his storage earring. Because of its size, it was more appropriate to call it a saber. This huge knife was among the 10 blades of the Supreme Eternal Knife set. It was supposed to be a tool for cooking, but Zhu Shen believed that it was sufficient to serve as a weapon of destruction. Zhu Shen also took out a 9th rank healing pill that he had refined last night and flicked his fingers, throwing the pill inside Ken Ye's gaping mouth. Ken Ye felt the injuries in his body recovering at breakneck speed. He even felt invigorated, and there was also a sign of breaking through a minor realm. He was at the initial stage of the 6th rank king realm, and a pill that was supposed to heal him actually gave him the chance to break through to the mid-stage of the 6th rank king realm. Although it was only an increase of a minor realm, it would have taken him more than a year to achieve that level. This. What kind of pill is this? He muttered in his heart. He heard about the alchemy hall's pills, but those pills were definitely nothing in comparison to the one that Zhu Shen gave him. Zhu Shen then handed the huge knife to Ken Ye and said indifferently, "Whether you have the right to become one of my people will depend on your performance. Don't disappoint me." Ken Ye unconsciously grabbed the huge knife and felt its limitless power overflowing violently, as if it disdained being used by a worthless mortal. The influx of the knife's power almost caused him to release it, but he stubbornly held on. He gritted his teeth and shouted like an enraged war general while holding the huge knife with both hands. At that instant, time seemed to have resumed back to normal. The huge serpent-like chain plunged towards Ken Ye, and Shidi Zibo was still wearing the same cold and merciless grin. Ken Ye's eyes burned intensely as he controlled the knife's power with difficulty. "A mere weapon can't stop my rising spirit," he shouted furiously as he swung the knife with every bit of strength he could muster. Shidi Zibo was surprised to see a weapon in Ken Ye's hands. He was certain that the latter was weaponless just seconds ago, but he still put on a cold smile when he saw Ken Ye clashing with the huge chain head-on. "Kakik! Do you think that you can stop a divine weapon with a mere knife? Laughable! Kakik!" Shidi Zibo was confident about his weapon, but then he saw something that almost made him jump in fright. When Ken Ye's knife met with the huge chain, the latter was actually slashed in half before it broke into countless pieces. Such destructive power! That was the power of the Supreme Eternal Knife set. But only those who can wield all 10 blades of the set can truly use its full power. Shatter! Shidi Zibo's mouth gaped open when he saw what had happened, but his surprise turned into greed as he glanced at the huge knife in Ken Ye's hands. "To think that you actually something valuable in your possession. That knife should be a saint weapon, but how come you're able to wield its power?" Shidi Zibo muttered doubtfully. In his mind, only the supreme beings at the 9th rank saint realm are capable of activating the power of a saint weapon. A dead man doesn't need to know anything. Ken Ye spat coldly as he raised the knife in mid-air while charging towards Shidi Zibo, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Shidi Zibo felt threatened at the knife's power, so he hurriedly controlled his corpse puppet to fight with Ken Ye. He also tapped his stone coffin, producing more rusty chains after he chanted a strange incantation. The old man decided to go all out and end everything once and for all. Ken Ye felt more confident after seeing the strength of the huge knife. He evaded the chains effortlessly before waving the knife in his hands, making the air produce violent ripples. The corpse puppet was unafraid of anything, and it rushed towards Ken Ye while brandishing its sharp claws. It emitted a strange sound as the green lights in its eye sockets burned intensely. Swoosh! Ken Ye's knife struck the corpse puppet's claws, instantly severing it cleanly as if a hot knife slicing through butter. Although the corpse puppet felt no pain, it roared in madness after having its claws cut off. Roar! It opened its huge mouth in a bid to swallow Ken Ye whole, only to receive a casual stroke from the latter. Slash! The decapitated head of the corpse puppet flew in midair and the green lights in its eye sockets dimmed. Thud! The headless corpse puppet knelt for a brief moment before it fell on the ground with a dull thud. Behind the fallen corpse puppet was Shidi Zibo, who now stood frozen in disbelief. "No! This is a lie! No!" The old man shrieked like a deranged madman after having witnessed the absurd scene. Ken Yi's face remained unceasingly cold as he slowly walked towards Shidi Zibo with the huge knife in his right hand. Old dog, this is retribution for all the wicked deeds you've done. Zhu Shen, who was watching the battle, remained unperturbed, but he issued an order to Lu Sulan. Sulan, help your junior brother when those old men hiding at sidelines will launch their attack. Lu Sulan felt surprised in her heart, but she still nodded her head in obeisance. Junior brother. Does master intend to? Chapter 97, Lu Sulan lending a helping hand. Don't come closer. Shidi Zibo has lost his confidence after seeing that his divine weapon was ineffective in the face of Ken Yi's knife. Even his corpse puppet fell under one slash of the knife. Its sharpness was evident for being able to easily cut through the corpse puppet that was made from a dead body of a top expert and some other precious materials. Although Shidi Zibo's strength was a realm higher than Ken Yi's, he was already drained of true essence after simultaneously controlling his puppet and wielding the stone coffin. On the other hand, Ken Yi consumed a healing pill that renewed his strength, and it even improved his cultivation level by a minor realm. Not to mention the knife of an unknown level that brought fear in his heart. Shidi Zibo's thin legs trembled when he saw the cold expression of Ken Yi. He could not help but look in a certain direction and shout angrily. Elders, will you really just stand idly by and watch me die here? Ken Yi's eyes flickered and he hurriedly dashed towards Shidi Zibo. He felt that we wouldn't have the chance to kill the old bastard if he wasted more time. He then kicked Shidi Zibo, who was busy calling for help, and raised his knife in mid-air. His eyes gleamed coldly. Friend, stay your hand. A voice echoed nearby, but Ken Yi ignored the warning and swiftly swung the knife downwards, aiming to cut off Shidi Zibo's head. Die! Shidi Zibo felt scared and he hurriedly raised the stone coffin in an attempt to block the knife. This stone coffin might look ordinary on the surface, but it was still a genuine divine weapon. It could block the attack of weapons at a similar level, but were the blades of the supreme eternal knife set on the same level as it? When the knife's blade struck the surface of the stone coffin, it sliced through effortlessly and cut the sturdy stone coffin in half. Shidi Zibo's eyes popped out of their sockets, but before he could scream in terror, the knife had already sliced through his neck. Shidi Zibo still had a look of horror as his severed head rolled on the ground. In his last moments, he saw his headless corpse with huge amounts of blood streaming from his neck ceaselessly. At that final instant, his two eyes burst out of their sockets after seeing the dreadful scene. Ken Yi let out a deep breath after killing Shidi Zibo. He then glanced at the sky and basked his face with the warm rays from the sunlight. He appeared to have reached an epiphany, making his cultivation rise by another small realm. He was now at the late stage of 6th rank king. Insolent bastard! How dare you kill an elder of our undying corpse sect? An enraged voice reverberated behind Ken Yi. He immediately backed away after sensing an attack aimed his way. Bong! The place where he previously stood became a huge pit, and even Shidi Zibo's body was flattened into meat paste. What a vicious attack! Ken Yi's heart palpitated wildly as he glanced at the three silhouettes walking towards him. Among the three was a short old man in his 50s, but was only as tall as a 10-year-old kid. What was abnormal about him was his muscular right arm that was at least 5 times thicker than his body. It was definitely not his own arm, but the arm of a certain savage beast forcefully attached to his body. Behind the short old man were 2 ordinary-looking old men that looked to be in their 60s. They were giving off a dangerous presence that screamed with cruelty. One of them was holding a sickle and the other had a short sword strapped behind his back. It was clear that it was the shorty who had landed an attack after seeing the furious look on his face. The dwarf's name was Dabai. The one with the sickle was Mu Bai and the last one was Cai Jun. If not for Ken Yi's fast reaction speed, he might have already become a mangled and bloody mess. Bastard! You actually disregarded this old lord's warning. Are you deaf? Dabai shouted with boiling hatred in his gaze. Such bold words coming from the man who had just desecrated his companion's dead body. A gentle voice similar to a siren's whisper drifted, causing Ken Yi and the other 3 to feel surprised. Swoosh! A graceful figure landed in front of Kenya, making the latter smell a delicate womanly scent, fragrant and refreshing. Lusolin glanced at Kenya curiously and smiled at him. She was feeling mystified at this junior brother of his who looked like an ordinary middle-aged man with a resolute countenance. Just how did he manage to gain Master's recognition? Kenya furrowed his eyebrows in surprise after sensing Lusolin's cordial attitude, but when he recalled the man with long silver hair, he roughly understood who she was. She should be someone working under that man, or she might even be his disciple. After reaching that kind of thought, Kenya's expression turned respectful. For someone at the 6th rank king realm to kill a 7th rank emperor realm, you have great potential. Lusolin said while looking at Kenya with a mild look. She had seen Kenya's fight with Shidi Zibo and she was impressed by the former's unyielding and resolute attitude. It should be the reason why Master acknowledged this guy, she muttered in her heart. Kenya's expression remained neutral even in the presence of a great beauty. His heart was only with the saber. I dare not accept your praise, young miss. Kenya said humbly. He knew that he only won the fight because of the knife that Zhu Shen gave him, so he wasn't the least bit arrogant even after winning. You two insolent fools! Dabai's face darkened after having been ignored by Lusolin and Kenya. He was an expert at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm, but he was actually brutally ignored by the two bugs in front of him. So outrageous! Dabai's anger was on the verge of exploding, but he held himself back because he could not see through Lusolin's cultivation level. Just how strong is this woman? He thought to himself. Chapter 98, Dabai's Corpse Puppet. Junior brother, you should stay back for now and let me handle the rest here. Lusolin said as she cast an indifferent glance at the three old men from the Undying Corpse sect. Her eyes became cold as she confidently stood to oppose the three. Even Kenya could not help but admire her courage. Did she just call me junior brother? Kenya was perplexed, but he hurriedly distanced himself from the scene. Those three people were on the same realm as Shidi Zibo in terms of cultivation level, and the strongest among them was even at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor realm, but Lusolin still dared to face them all by herself. With such confidence, Kenya was certain that she was definitely someone on the same level as them, or she might be even stronger. So without feeling unsettled, he tactfully backed off. He was also curious to see that woman's strength. After seeing that Kenya had already retreated at a safe distance, Lusolin took out a blue sword from her space ring and directed a hostile look at the three old men. I must show Master that I wasn't idle all this time. My strength has increased so much after drinking all sorts of wines and cultivation pill that Master concocted for me. She muttered to herself, her blue eyes flickering with intense fighting intent. Dabai ignored Kenya, who had retreated earlier, not because he was afraid of Lusolin, but because he was confident that he can kill that man later. He glanced lewdly at Lusolin's dainty figure, focusing his gaze on her delicate curves. The beautiful sight made him drool. Little Pearl, what do you think about becoming this lord's concubine? I won't be stingy and offer you wondrous resources and even give you my utmost care. How about it? He said with a lustful expression. Mu Bai and Cai Jun, who were standing behind him, smiled coldly as they looked at Lusolin's peerless image. Even the both of them felt their old hearts wavering after seeing her unmatched countenance. Such a beautiful pearl would surely be fought over by even the strongest of men. Lusolin's eyes became colder and a trace of killing intent gushed out of her gaze. She was an initial stage 8th rank divine realm expert, but the three old men who were a realm lower than her actually dared to harbor such malicious thoughts? Truly tired of living. Old dwarf, what did you just say? Lusolin spat with a furious look. Dabai's smile froze when he heard what Lusolin called him. His expression then turned ferocious and he no longer held back the desire in his dark heart. You're quite a courageous young lady to actually call this handsome lord a dwarf. I will punish you for your insolence and make you my slave. His spittle rained as his expression became even more perverted as he spoke. Mu Bai and Cai Jun almost choked when they heard Dabai call himself a handsome lord, but they didn't dare laugh for fear of being beaten to death. The latter was much stronger than the both of them, so they could only act as if they didn't hear anything. Ice, who was observing the confrontation with her paws crossed, erupted into peals of laughter. Ha ha ha! Did I just hear this old sprout call himself a handsome lord? Hey stinky human, this old man is such a joker! Ha ha ha! Meow! Tears and snot can be seen spilling out of her eyes and nose as she guffawed while rolling on Ju Shen's lap. Ju Shen smacked Ice's head, making the latter rub her head with her paws. Ice then bared her teeth while looking at Ju Shen in disgruntlement, but when she saw him lift his hand again, she immediately put on an ingratiating expression. Meow! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lu Sulan could no longer hold back her fury, releasing her true essence for everyone to see. The three old men from the Undying Corpse sect could not help but feel surprised. This beautiful young lady was actually an expert in the 8th rank divine realm. Such a shocking revelation made their hearts go cold, but they remained standing on their spots with resolute expressions. Their sect master had personally ordered them to get the Earth Origin Dragon Tree. They could not afford to fail this mission, or only death awaited them in their return. So that's why you're so confident about facing us, but even so, this is still not enough to stop us. Mu Bai, Cai Jun, go get the Earth Origin Dragon Tree. I'll face this woman alone. Dabai became serious as he looked at Lu Sulan. He didn't dare look down on her anymore after seeing her true strength. Mu Bai and Cai Jun nodded their heads and instantly darted towards the store. They were confident that Dabai would be able to hold back Lu Sulan for some time, so they sprinted without hesitation. Lu Sulan grinned coldly and didn't stop the two from going inside the store. That place still had a terrifying lady that was many times stronger than her. Not to mention her master, whose strength she could not even fathom. Dabai was surprised that Lu Sulan didn't stop Mu Bai and Cai Jun, but he didn't take it to heart. He took out a stone coffin from his space ring. It was similar to Shitty Zaibo's, but the corpse puppet they refined were different. When Dabai opened the stone coffin, a huge figure came out from it and it roared furiously at the skies. Roar! Lu Sulan narrowed her eyes and studied the corpse puppet carefully. It was actually a 6-armed mountain ape, but one of its arms was missing. She then glanced at Dabai's humongous right arm, and realization dawned on her. So this shorty might have killed this savage beast and took one of its arms for himself before refining the 6-armed mountain ape as his corpse puppet. Lu Sulan thought to herself. Dabai glared at Lu Sulan and ordered his corpse puppet. Kill her, but leave her corpse intact. Chapter 99, 2 against 1. Mu Bai and Cai Jun were also a bit surprised that Lu Sulan didn't even hinder their path. They were already prepared for her sneak attack, but they didn't even see her turning her attention at them. It was as if she disdained to fight them, but the two of them merely frowned for an instant before they quickened their pace. Although they felt humiliated for being ignored, their mission was more important than their face, so they set their sights on the store ahead of them. The Earth Origin Dragon Tree must be taken at all cost. Their almighty sect master will surely behead the three of them if they returned without it. Kenya frowned since the two old men were dashing in his direction. He gripped his knife tightly while intently looking at the two individuals. He could not afford to be careless while facing them. Mu Bai glanced at Kenya contemptuously as he raised his sickle with the intention to end the latter's life. Be careful. This man killed Elder Shitty, so his strength should be on the same level as the both of us. Cai Jun narrowed his eyes while unsheathing the sword behind his back. He was a sword cultivator and a puppet master, so his strength was only slightly weaker than Dabai. Mu Bai ignored Cai Jun's warning and sneered in his heart. He pounced at Kenya while aiming the pointed end of his sickle towards the latter's heart. You deserve death for killing an elder of our Undying Corpse sect. Die! Mu Bai shouted with a merciless glint in his eyes. He might be old, but his fighting capability was definitely not something to trifle with. After breaking through to the late stage of the 6th rank King realm, Kenya's confidence increased tremendously, so he didn't back down while facing two cultivators who were one realm stronger than him. Furthermore, he still had the knife that could even cut a divine weapon in half. He felt the strong killing intent behind Mu Bai's attack, so he hurriedly gathered his true essence to protect himself. Kenya then lifted his knife with both hands, fearlessly meeting Mu Bai's attack head-on. Mu Bai was surprised at Kenya's bravery, but he smirked coldly in his heart. "Do you think I'm as weak like that old bastard Shitty Zibo?" Laughable. However, the smile on Mu Bai's face froze and instantly turned into horror. Kenya's knife effortlessly sliced his sickle in half. Heck! That was a divine weapon, but it was actually destroyed in a blink of an eye? Just what kind of knife is this bastard holding? Mu Bai thought in dread. Luckily for him, he was able to evade the knife by a hair's breadth, making him break out in cold sweat. If he wasn't able to evade in time, his head would have been cut off. Mu Bai hurriedly distanced himself from Kenya and glanced at the knife in the latter's hand with a heated gaze. "If I can get my hands on that knife, my battle prowess will surely increase by many-fold." Cai Jun, who was right behind Mu Bai, didn't allow Kenya to take a breather. He lifted his sword and swiped it towards the latter, producing an air-splitting sound as his sword inched closer to Kenya. Swoosh! Kenya felt the hairs on his body stood on end while facing Cai Jun's sword. "This old man is much stronger than the other," the former muttered in his heart, but a strong battle intent flickered in his eyes. The two men brandished their weapons, causing the surroundings to be covered in dust, but neither of the two could even touch the other. Cai Jun knew that his opponent's knife was peculiar, so he didn't dare recklessly clash with him and merely evaded Kenya's attacks. This guy's knife should be a saint weapon at the very least, but how can he wield such an item with his trifling cultivation level? For all he knew, only 9th rank Saint Realm experts were capable of wielding a saint weapon. If a cultivator with a low level of cultivation tries to forcefully control a weapon at that level, he would only harm himself, but Kenya didn't look to be in dire straits. In fact, his battle prowess increased even further as if he was injected with chicken blood. Cai Jun frowned while taking out a stone coffin from his space ring. Facing an opponent with such a monstrous weapon, he decided to go all out. With a tap of his hand, his stone coffin sprung open, revealing a human corpse with rotting flesh. Cai Jun's corpse puppet had a sword in its right hand, so it must have been a sword cultivator before it was refined. An unbearable decaying smell wafted out from the stone coffin, but Cai Jun didn't even wrinkle his nose. "I have to admit that you're somewhat capable to even make me summon my corpse puppet, but without that knife of yours, are you even qualified to stand in my way?" Cai Jun's cold voice drifted, making Kenya feel a bit nervous. Indeed. Without the knife, he would have died right from the beginning, but Kenya was confident that he could win against them if they were only in the same realm. Mu Bai watched the scene unfold and didn't want to be outdone. He summoned his corpse puppet, but it didn't look as impressive as the other. The only thing great about his corpse puppet was the strong presence it exuded. It was actually a puppet at the peak of the 7th rank Emperor realm. The pressure that Kenya felt significantly increased when the two elders of the Undying Corpse sect summoned their corpse puppets. Even if he had the knife, how could he block the combined attack of two experts at the 7th rank Emperor realm? However, Kenya's fighting intent didn't waver, instead, it became even stronger. Just as the three were about to clash, several strong auras erupted near them, making the three men glance around. Zhu Shen, who was reclining on his chair, set his calm gaze on the newcomers. "Hestia, Thea, don't let anyone among those people step inside the store. If they try to barge in, kill them immediately." His voice remained indifferent, as if reaping someone's life was something insignificant. Hestia and Thea nodded their heads in obeisance before they turned their cold gazes towards the people dashing towards the store. Ice yawned and decided to take a nap on Zhu Shen's lap. The battle was just too boring for her to continue watching.